Chapter 242. Not good. Upon seeing this halo, Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka's faces warped. They knew that they had kicked a metal plate this time around. The halo of Meyer was a mutated halo unique to Goguryeo. In essence, it was a strength halo, but due to the unique environment of Goguryeo, it came with the muddy effect. Not only could it boost one's strength, it could also slow down the movements of one's opponents. Only a handful of elites in Goguryeo possessed such a halo. Wang Chong had intended for Mayasame Ayaka to pick the weaker, true martial realm cultivators, but from the looks of it, she had miscalculated. Gomzi, be careful. Mayasame Ayaka also realized that she had made a mistake in her judgment. The other party was clearly much stronger than she had thought. It seemed like she had made a mistake. Ha ha ha, you two thieves. Recently, a dozen or so cultivators suddenly vanished from the face of the earth in the first base. I don't know if they're still alive or dead. You must be the culprit, right? The one-eyed fatty laughed heartily, but this time he spoke in the language of the Central Plains. His only eye was bright and shrewd. He wasn't a fool. He could tell that the two fellows before him were intentionally provoking him to lure him here. Thinking back to the disappearance of the warriors not too long ago, he could already guess what was going on. Die. The one-eyed fatty roared in laughter. Around him, mountains collapsed and tsunamis roared. The air seemed to be stirred up by an invisible force, and as though tons of mud, it charged toward Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka with the might of a thunderbolt. The halo of a true martial realm expert wasn't just for show. It harnessed the laws of nature, allowing one to tap into the power of nature and exert strength far beyond one's own. At this moment, his strength had completely suppressed Mayasame Ayaka and Wang Chong. Boom! 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 At the same time that he activated the halo of Meyer, the one-eyed fatty laughed heartily. With 3 sabers in his hands, he charged toward Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka with the momentum of a thunderbolt. He had intentionally waited for Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka to approach him before activating the halo of swamp. He wanted to catch them off guard and trap them within his power of swamp, preventing them from escaping. For at least 10 breaths, Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka wouldn't be able to escape swiftly. 10 breaths were enough to do a lot of things. Pay with your life for the warriors of the Empire. The one-eyed fatty seemed to have gone berserk, and his 3 broadswords rained down on Mayasame Ayaka and Wang Chong. In just an instant, Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka had fallen into a bitter battle. Be it Mayasame Ayaka's Spectre Steps or Wang Chong's Phantom Steps, they were both outstanding speed-type secret arts. However, the one-eyed fatty's quagmire aura coincidentally counted them. The more powerful a speed-type absolute art was, the faster its speed would decrease when it encountered an external environment that restrained it. For example, if an ordinary person were to fall into a swamp, the most they would be able to do was to shift. On the other hand, if a swift cheetah were to fall into a swamp, its speed would be reduced by a significant amount. This was the situation that Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka were in at the moment. Yi! A sharp whistle suddenly sounded from afar. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. This was the signal that he had agreed upon with the master archer sent by the King of Song. As long as he responded with a sharp whistle, the other party would immediately reinforce him from afar. Given that fellow's strength, there was a high chance that he would severely injure the Gogrian elite. But Wang Chong didn't want to do so. All master archers were prideful individuals, and the more formidable they were, the more arrogant they were. If he were to fail in his first challenge against a true martial realm opponent, the other party would surely look down on him. As long as he harbored such thoughts, it wouldn't be easy to mobilize him in the future. And Wang Chong still had many opportunities to mobilize him in the future. No matter what, I have to find a way to defeat him first. If I'm not a match for him, it won't be too late to get him to make a move then, Wang Chong thought. The master archer at the rear was an important force in his plan. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Chong didn't want to use him easily. Besides, if he were to make the other party look down on him, it would be fine under normal circumstances. However, if he were to make a mistake in a critical situation where he needed his help, he would lose his life. So, Wang Chong executed the single-character consecutive slash, and by a hair's breadth, he dodged the fatty's 2 consecutive slashes. While dodging, Wang Chong still managed to send out 2 surges of sword chi of massacre, but they were all blocked by the other party's sword chi. The other party's halo of bog was extremely powerful, and it had an obvious effect on phantom steps. However, Wang Chong didn't just have phantom steps. His single-character consecutive slash was propelled by his origin energy, so it wasn't as affected by the air bog. On the other hand, Mayasame Ayaka's martial arts were superior to Wang Chong's, but at this moment the restriction on her was greater than Wang Chong's. Pung! Under the control of the one-eyed fatty, the air swamp struck the ground like a heavy mountain, causing rumbling sounds to echo in the air. Mayasame Ayaka staggered, and her body was drenched in sweat. Unable to react in time, the saber chi struck her left shoulder, tearing it apart and tearing a deep gash in it. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound. Ha ha ha, lass, you must be from the Eastern Islands, right? The people of the Central Plains aren't like you. Hee hee. Once I capture you, I'll bring you back to the base to enjoy myself. The one-eyed fatty roared with laughter. Mayasame Ayaka was both embarrassed and furious. A single mistake had resulted in her being struck once more. Mayasame, left, 3 CUN below my waist. At this moment, a firm and decisive voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Mayasame Ayaka's mind was in a mess, but upon hearing this voice, it was as if she had been infused with energy, and her mind suddenly cleared up. 3 CUN below my waist? Humph, brat, do you think that you can succeed? Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, the one-eyed fatty's body tensed up as he instinctively felt threatened. But in the next instant, he burst into laughter. With his current strength, it was impossible for the 2 of them to get close to him. Even if they were to discover his weakness, it would be futile. Brat, your martial arts might not be high, but your movement technique sure is slippery. I was thinking of killing her first before killing you. But since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. The one-eyed fatty's face was savage, and he abruptly turned his head around. Wang Chong's words had roused his killing intent. Even if he had to suffer a few slashes from Mayasame Ayaka, he would kill this fellow who threatened him first. I would like to see how you're going to stab 3 CUN below my left waist. Hong long, the world spun. In an instant, a huge amount of muddy air, along with the 3 Gogrian sabers, stirred up a powerful wave of stellar energy and charged toward Wang Chong at lightning speed. This attack was as powerful as a tsunami crashing onto the shore. If he were to be struck, Wang Chong would surely die. Humph! In the face of the one-eyed fatty's murderous move, Wang Chong remained standing on the spot, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. The reason why he didn't allow the archers to make a move was because he still had a trump card up his sleeves. In the next instant, without any hesitation, Wang Chong released the bane of the battlefield halo. Wang, a formless ripple spread out. There was no movement in the surroundings, but there seemed to be the rumbling of thunder in the depths of the void. Wang, before the one-eyed fatty could react, a strange white ripple appeared around his body. When the white ripples appeared, that unique power exploded in the void. Boom! Without the slightest warning, at least 2/3 of the muddy air that the one-eyed fatso had conjured suddenly exploded. It was a feeling of power being sucked out. Even the yuan qi in the one-eyed fatso's body suddenly stagnated, pausing for a moment. As for the surrounding origin energy of the mud, it was also greatly weakened. The one-eyed fatty was so frightened that his soul left his body and his entire face turned pale. He had been stationed in the Central Plains for 6 to 7 years now, but he had never encountered such a situation. This kind of situation where his strength was reduced, which he had never experienced before, simply caught him off guard. For his origin energy to suddenly go out of control in the midst of an intense battle, he understood what it meant. It was precisely because of this that his face turned even paler. In a battle between experts, every second counted. Why would there be such a huge opening? This is a good chance. Sensing the change in the surrounding origin energy of the mud, Mayasame Ayaka immediately grasped this rare opportunity. Pucci! Fresh blood splattered as a dagger stabbed 3 inches below the left side of the one-eyed fatty's waist. The dagger had pierced in from one side and came out from the other. Pucci! At the same time, Wang Chong's sword Chi of Massacre pierced through the right side of the one-eyed fatty's chest. After the sword Chi, Wang Chong's phantom movement art reached its maximum speed, and the little yin-yang sword pierced through the one-eyed fatty's heart. Ah! The one-eyed fatty's only eye widened in shock. His hands were still in an offensive stance, and his face was filled with disbelief. Even in death, he didn't understand how he had died. How could such an inconceivable phenomenon occur? Along with the one-eyed fatty's death, a vast surge of origin energy, more powerful than any he had felt before, flowed into Wang Chong's body through the little yin-yang sword. Ah! Closing his eyes, Wang Chong exclaimed softly. Nourished by this surge of energy, Wang Chong felt his blood boiling. What incredible strength! A true martial realm cultivator was far superior to an origin energy realm cultivator. Wang Chong could feel that the benefits he had received far exceeded any of his previous experiences. The intensity of his origin energy had grown significantly, and the speed at which it flowed had also increased significantly. Even his strength had grown significantly. This was something that Wang Chong's bitter cultivation couldn't compare to. The great yin-yang heaven creation art was known as the #1 cultivation technique in the world, and Wang Chong had already comprehended its profundities. There was no cultivation technique in the world that could raise one's cultivation faster than this. At this rate, I should be able to advance my cultivation to origin energy tier 9 in less than a month. Wang Chong thought. Upon reaching origin energy tier 9, one would be able to externalize one's origin energy, and Wang Chong would be able to cultivate even more advanced martial arts, such as the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Furthermore, upon reaching origin energy tier 9 pinnacle, one would be able to comprehend the power of laws, and one would be able to convert origin energy into stellar energy. Every single move of his would produce white ripples, and along with the tremors, the might of his attacks would be enhanced significantly. On the path of martial arts, origin energy tier 1 would be nothing more than a toddler learning to walk. Only upon reaching origin energy tier 9 would one be considered to have reached origin energy major accomplishment, and only then would one be able to reach higher and stronger realms. Chapter 243. Mayasame Ayaka was keenly aware of the changes in Wang Chong. However, she was smart enough not to ask about it. Gongzi, the situation is getting complicated. It seems like the Gogurians are starting to suspect something. Mayasame Ayaka said with a hint of worry in her eyes. No matter how discreet the two of them were, the Gogurians weren't fools. It would be a wonder if they didn't suspect something when so many of their men had vanished without a trace. Wang Chong discreetly retracted his little yin-yang art, and a dark cloud flashed across his forehead. But very soon, Wang Chong regained his composure. Hee, what's the point of thinking so much? We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. Even if the Gogurians have their suspicions, they don't know how they died or where they died in the city. This is also the reason why I chose to make a move after they left the base. As long as we don't make a move in their base, they won't be able to ascertain whether we have discovered their base or not. In fact, they might even think that it was a coincidence. Wang Chong said, the Gogurians were too confident. They thought that the Tang dynasty wouldn't be able to find them. After all, the Gogurians had always kept a distance between the light and the dark. Those in the light wouldn't do anything that went against the laws of the Tang dynasty. Even if the Tang dynasty sent men to monitor them 24 hours a day, they would only realize that they were the most obedient citizens. On the other hand, those in the dark would disguise themselves as merchants, bodyguards, and so on. They would frequent the taverns, and gambling dens of the Gogurians, and they would try their best not to speak. If they were to speak, they would only speak in the language of the Central Plains. This way, even if the royal court were to find them, it would be impossible for them to do so. Thus, it would be impossible for them to find their base. This was because their base wasn't in the Gogurian territory in the west of the city. This was what the Gogurians were proud of and confident of. They made full use of the weakness of the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments. However, to Wang Chong, the pride and self-confidence that they had developed over a long period of time was exactly what he could use. No matter how many people he killed, as long as he didn't kill anyone in the base, Wang Chong wasn't afraid that they would find out. Even if they had their suspicions, Wang Chong was not afraid. However, as long as they have doubts, they will be more cautious in the future. In the future, it might not be so easy. Mayasame Ayaka disagreed. The Gogurians wielded great influence in the Central Plains, surpassing all other powers aside from the Tang dynasty. If he didn't have some ability, it would be impossible. So be it. The enemy is out in the open, and we are in the dark. Do you think that we can't defeat them with our strength? Don't forget, we also have a lot of trump cards we haven't used yet. Wang Chong smiled. Mayasame Ayaka was taken aback for a moment before understanding his intentions. Indeed, Wang Chong had more than one person on his side. Knowing that Mayasame Ayaka understood his intentions, Wang Chong didn't say anything. Instead, he bent down and searched the one-eyed fatty's body. Very quickly, Wang Chong took out 2 brocade boxes from his body. Each of the 2 brocade boxes contained a 400-year-old golden ginseng. As expected, almost every single one of these Gogurians has a ginseng on them. Even though this wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation, Wang Chong still couldn't help but be impressed. The wealth of the Gogurians in this aspect was truly unimaginable. Ginseng with several hundred years of maturity was extremely rare in the Central Plains, but almost every single Gogurian had one. As long as one was a Gogurian warrior, Wang Chong would be able to find such ginseng. From this, it could be seen how quickly the Gogurian Empire nurtured experts. Closing the 2 brocade boxes once more, Wang Chong kept the 2 400-year-old ginseng into his robe without any hesitation. Right, Gongzi, what's a Gogurian? All of a sudden, a doubtful voice sounded from the side. Hearing Mayasame Ayaka's voice, Wang Chong staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Mayasame Ayaka, what did you just say? Wang Chong stared at Mayasame Ayaka with a bizarre expression, and he nearly choked on his own saliva. My Gogurian standard isn't high, and I don't know much of the Gogurian language either. I can only recognize a few words, but I don't know what they mean. By the side, Mayasame Ayaka was frowning with a troubled look on her face, as though she was trying very hard to recall. But if I didn't hear wrongly, Gongzi should have said Gogurian, right? What does that mean? Why is that fellow so angry? Is there such a saying in the Central Plains? Mayasame Ayaka was perplexed. When Wang Chong left, he had only said those 4 words, but that one-eyed fatty seemed to have been greatly agitated. Without any hesitation, he immediately chased after Mayasame Ayaka. This had left a deep impression on her. Teach this, looking at Mayasame Ayaka's serious expression. Wang Chong felt as if his cancer of awkwardness was about to erupt. His first thought was that Mayasame Ayaka was teasing him, but looking at her expression, Wang Chong knew that he was wrong. She was definitely serious about this matter. How would he know what it meant? In any case, it was a curse from another world. Wang Chong had only picked it up casually, but he didn't expect it to be so useful. That Gogurian stick immediately fell for it without any hesitation. At that time, he was so used that he forgot that there was no such saying in this world. How could such a thing be easily explained? Haha, about this, I forgot for a moment that we still have something to do. Well, let's hurry up and go. How could Wang Chong dare to tangle with Mayasame Ayaka? He quickly found an excuse and left. Gazing at Wang Chong's back, Mayasame Ayaka was perplexed for a moment before realization dawned on her, and her lips curled up into a smile. While Wang Chong was planning to hunt down the Gogrian warriors in the capital, on the other side, the debate regarding Zhangqiu Jianqiong had reached its climax. After a month of silence, a famous minister of the Tang dynasty, the eldest son of Duke Jiao, and an influential official of the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhen, expressed his full support for Zhangqiu Jianqiong to take over the position of Minister of War. This was the first time an influential official of the royal court had expressed his support for Zhangqiu Jianqiong. The matter of Zhangqiu Jianqiong being promoted to the capital and becoming the ruler of the royal court had been thought to be hopeless for more than a month. However, Wang Zhen's stance had turned the situation around, and the situation had taken a turn for the better. As everyone knew, as an influential official of the royal court, Wang Zhen had always been cautious in his actions, and he rarely took the initiative to express his stance before the situation was clear. As such, Wang Zhen's statement had caught the attention of many. It was believed that he represented the stance of the entire Wang clan and the King of Song. Ever since Duke Jiao abdicated, the Wang clan's influence had waned. However, after the regional commander's incident, no one dared to look down on the Wang clan anymore. No one dared to look down on them. On the contrary, in everyone's view, not only did the Wang clan's influence not decline after the regional commander's incident, it even reached an even higher level of prestige. In fact, it was even greater than when Duke Jiao was still on the throne. This was because the Wang clan had won the respect of a group that they had never won before. The military. Even though Duke Jiao had led troops and fought in battles, he had never been a proper soldier. As such, when Duke Jiao was still on the throne, he had only won the respect of a small portion of the military. However, the regional commander's system had allowed the Wang clan to win the respect of almost all of the Han generals. As such, Wang Zhen's stance was not to be underestimated. On top of that, with the existence of the King of Song, the Wang clan had become a powerful faction that no one dared to underestimate. The fact that Zhangqiu Jianqiong was able to win the support of this group changed the situation. Ha ha ha! Yang Zhao has indeed made a move. With the Wang clan's help, there's a 60% chance that I will be able to enter the central court. It seems like I didn't help them in the regional commander's incident in vain. In the distant Annan Protectorate manor, Zhangqiu Jianqiong was dressed in heavy armor. A bonfire burned in front of him as he looked at the letter he had received from the north and laughed heartily. Soldiers are nurtured for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Regardless of whether it was Yang Zhao or the Wang clan, it was finally time for him to reap the fruits of his labor. Congratulations, General. Hearing Zhangqiu Jianqiong's words, a huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. The elite soldiers and commanders knelt down one after another, lowering their heads to the ground. They were overjoyed for Zhangqiu Jianqiong. Zhangqiu Jianqiong hadn't returned empty-handed after several decades at the borders. After serving as the Annan Protector General for so many years, Zhangqiu Jianqiong had gathered a large group of loyal and powerful experts. Every single one of these people before him was willing to die for him. Furthermore, every single one of them was a tycoon who could shake an entire region. This was what he was truly proud of. With these people, he would be able to secure his position even if he were to head to a place like the capital. He wouldn't just be the Minister of War in name only, just like some of his predecessors. Xinyu Zhongtong, after I retire, the position of Annan Protector General will be yours. You should make some preparations as well. After some time, we'll head to the capital together. If you wish to succeed as the Annan Protector General, there are some people you can't afford to not get acquainted with. These people will be of great help to you in the future. As he spoke, Zhangqiu Jianqiong suddenly turned around to look at a brawny man with an honest face and a full beard. This man had a well-built body, and he was dressed in the attire of a general. He knelt on the ground with a serious expression on his face. Yes, Lord. Xinyu Zhongtong knelt on the ground and said seriously. Zhangqiu Jianqiong nodded in satisfaction. Xinyu Zhongtong didn't have many strong points. His only strong point was that he was loyal and reliable. He was able to faithfully and perfectly carry out any of the strategies he had arranged. He was the classic example of a general who defended what he had won. As long as nothing happened in Jianan, Xinyu Zhongtong was more than qualified to become the Anan Protector General. More importantly, Xinyu Zhongtong was his subordinate. As long as the Anan Protectorate was under his control, the 180,000 elite soldiers stationed in Jianan would be under his control. This would be his greatest asset in the Bureau of Military Personnel. Chapter 244. Ha ha ha! The Wang clan has really stepped forward. In the royal palace, Yang Zhao's hands were trembling in excitement as he read the news he had just received. This time, Zhangqiu Jinqiang will really be promoted to the position of Minister of War. Little sister, we will no longer be helpless in the royal palace. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was the talk of the royal court, and the one who would benefit in the end was also Zhangqiu Jinqiang. However, there was one person who was even more excited than Zhangqiu Jinqiang, and that person was Yang Zhao. As long as Zhangqiu Jinqiang enters the royal court, I, Yang Zhao, will be able to rise to the top and become a high official. Yang Zhao clenched the letter in his hands so tightly that the veins on the back of his fists were bulging. As the saying went, a call to the skies, the people will respond, and Yang Zhao was currently in a state where no one would respond. He wanted a high position and a generous salary, but Yang Zhao knew that his qualifications were too shallow. Every single one of those bigwigs in the royal court had probably investigated him thoroughly. Only by helping Zhangqiu Jinqiang to the throne would he truly be able to rise to the top. Cousin, it seems like that little brother of yours has already stepped in to help us. At least it wasn't in vain that we helped him back then. A pleasant voice, reminiscent of a pearl falling on a jade plate, sounded from behind him. It was Consort Taizhen's voice. Isn't that right? Hearing Consort Taizhen's words, Yang Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Back then, when I was in dire straits, everyone in the gambling den mocked me. Yet he gave me 1,000 gold taels without even asking a single question. For him to possess such boldness and means at such a young age, his future is bound to be limitless. Later on, when I learned that he was Duke Jiu's grandson, I was even more certain of this. Little sister, you should be able to feel this more vividly than me. Seated on the golden couch, Consort Taizhen couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing those words. Wang Chang's 3 poems had established her reputation as the #1 beauty in the palace. Even this reputation had slowly spread out of the palace along with the 3 poems. Consort Taizhen naturally knew this better than anyone else. Although Consort Taizhen was quite confident in her beauty, sometimes beauty wasn't enough to make her the most beautiful woman in the world. Cousin is right, but I haven't seen him yet. Consort Taizhen chuckled, and her tone became much gentler. Consort Taizhen had special feelings for this young man from the Wang clan, who had expressed his admiration for her in the poem, caused a huge uproar in the court, and was even imprisoned in the imperial prison. It wasn't love, but she did have a good impression of him. It was completely different from how she looked at other youths. This fellow is currently in the training camp. If little sister wants to see him, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yang Zhao recalled the few times he had met Wang Chong, and his heart was filled with emotions. It's a pity that the Wang clan is too powerful. Otherwise, I would really want to pull him over. However, it's good that he's around. With the strength of the Wang clan and the King of Song, as well as Zhangqiu Jinqiang's arrival, little sister, you won't be alone in the palace anymore. Yang Zhao said happily. Consort Taizhen nodded in agreement. I'm a step too late. Yao Guang slammed his fists onto the table with a livid expression. He had been trying his best to rope in Yang Zhao and consort Taijin. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was one of the opportunities he had been trying his best to win over. But he didn't expect the Wang clan to beat him to it. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was an outsider, and a ferocious dragon crossing the river posed a threat to all of the hegemons in the river. This was also the reason why no one stood up for him, despite the long dispute over Zhangqiu Jinqiang. Everyone had chosen to remain silent on this matter. The Wang clan had been silent for a long time, so Yao Guang, he had always thought that they were against it. They were afraid that Zhangqiu Jinqiang would come to the capital, but he didn't expect Wang Zhen to stand up so decisively. I've been fooled by them. Veins were popping on Yao Guangyi's forehead, and his complexion was awful. How could he not understand that he had been hoodwinked by the Wang clan? If the Wang clan had openly supported Zhangqiu Jinqiang from the start, everyone in the capital would have surely opposed them. But now, not only did no one criticize them, Zhangqiu Jinqiang even owed him a huge favor. He was just a step too slow, and he had lost this opportunity forever. Zhangqiu Jinqiang would remember the first one who supported him, but he wouldn't care too much about the second or third. Such decisiveness definitely isn't Wang Zhen's style. Wang Chong. It must be that lad again. Killing intent surged in Yao Guangyi's eyes. I was still a step too slow. Yao Guang, he wasn't the only one sighing. In a residence in the center of the capital, a slender figure sighed as he slowly put down the letter in his hands. Wang Chong was oblivious to the changes in the royal court. At this moment, Wang Chong's attention was completely focused on killing the Gogrian warriors. Wang Chong and Mayase Mayaka worked together to hunt down these targets. The death of every true martial realm Gogrian warrior would provide Wang Chong with a large amount of origin energy. In a short period of time, Wang Chong had killed a large number of true martial realm experts, and his strength had risen to a whole new level. His strength, speed, and dexterity had all increased significantly, and he wasn't too far off from reaching origin energy tier 9. Unknowingly, another 3 to 4 days passed. Deep in the night, the winds howled, and the surroundings were sparsely populated. At the border of the capital, where few people could be seen, a figure dressed in a robe walked slowly. Judging from his appearance, he was dressed like someone from the Central Plains. However, his walking posture was a little awkward, and one could tell that he was a little unnatural. Boom! Just as that person walked to a lush maple tree by the side of the road, boom! A cold gleam flashed, and as though a bolt of lightning, a sword gleam struck the top of that person's head. At the same time, close to the ground, a pitch-black silhouette of a sword pierced toward the back of that person's waist as though a venomous snake. The two figures moved in tandem with one another, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding of one another. Boom! In the instant that he was ambushed, the person didn't panic. Instead, he pulled out his sword with both hands. At the same time that he drew the sword, a ring of light shot out, and a majestic torrent of energy swept out mightily, covering the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Stellar energy clashed with a sword, but the only sound it produced was the clash of swords against swords. In fact, one could even vaguely hear sparks flying in the air. It was as if the surging torrent was not formless and formless stellar energy, but a saber-shaped sword. Halo of sharpness. Upon mastering this halo, one stellar energy would become as sharp as swords. This Gogrian warrior was executing this halo of sharpness, and it was also a variant halo of the true martial realm. Under the collision of the halo and the 3 consecutive slashes, Wang Chong and Mayase Mayaka were forced to retreat. Ha ha ha, I wasn't wrong. You really took the bait. That person didn't pursue them. Instead, he pointed a saber at Wang Chong and Mayase Mayaka and laughed heartily, as though his scheme had succeeded. Gongzi, it's a trap. Mayase Mayaka's eyes narrowed upon hearing the other party's words. She immediately sensed that something was amiss. Ha ha ha, not bad. It's indeed a trap, but it's a pity that it's too late. Come out. That person exerted strength at his waist, and with a chila sound his clothes were torn apart, revealing a Gogrian warrior's attire. At the same time, he waved his hands grandly. Walala! 3 figures immediately rushed out from the forest and surrounded Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka. These 3 people were all experienced true martial realm experts, and each of them carried a powerful aura. Even one of them was enough to make Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka worry for a long time. Now that the 4 of them had appeared together, Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka were immediately placed in a disadvantageous position. I'm just the bait and they are the real attack. Since you can't even defeat me, you won't be a match for them. Hee, no matter what you do now, the only thing awaiting you is death. That person laughed heartily as a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. As the experts of the second base, they reacted much faster than the others. The sudden disappearance of a true martial realm expert wasn't a small matter. Almost immediately, they realized the severity of the matter. Even though they couldn't confirm the truth, they still quickly came up with a plan. The 4 of them formed a group, with 1 in the open and 3 in the shadows. The 1 in the open was the bait. This way, they could probe the other party's strength, and at the same time, they could keep an eye on one another to prevent any problems from arising. Just that, the man didn't expect them to be so lucky. It had only been a few days, and they had already encountered a bait. Hee! To dare to play tricks before us, you're just asking for it. Once we capture you, I'll see for myself what your background is and who's behind you all. The man laughed heartily as he stared at Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka as though they were already corpses. Gongzi, what do we do now? Cold sweat seeped out of Mayasame Ayaka's eyes, regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or numbers. These people had the upper hand. With their strength alone, it was impossible for them to defeat so many people. Don't worry, there's no need to worry. Wang Chong replied with a relaxed expression. Go, capture them all. If any problems arise, it's fine even if we kill them. He could only hear the voices of the 2 people in his ears. Hung Long. As though announcing Wang Chong's death, the man waved his hand, and 3 true martial realm experts of the Gogrian Empire, along with him, gathered 3 powerful stellar energy torrents. Before these stellar energy torrents, even Wang Chong and Mayasame Ayaka's origin energy paled in comparison. Without any hesitation, the moment the 4 of them drew their sabers, Wang Chong let out a deafening howl. Go! This howl wasn't directed at Mayasame Ayaka, but someone in the distance. Hung Long. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong immediately released his bane of the battlefield halo. Chapter 245. The Bane of the Battlefield. Wang Chong was getting more and more familiar with the usage of this halo, and he was getting better and better at grasping the timing of its execution. Before the 4 Gogurians could react, their aura suddenly froze, as though they had been bound by a layer of iron, and their fighting prowess fell by a notch. At this moment, 800 meters behind them, a figure suddenly moved. Boom! A ferocious gale burst forth like a bolt of lightning, splitting the world and splitting the world apart. Hong Long. A silhouette flashed in midair, and a thick arrow pierced through the air, piercing through the chest of a Gogrian. The immense force of the arrow pushed him more than a dozen zhang away, pinning him firmly to the ground. Not only so, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th arrows also pierced through the bodies of the other 2 true martial realm Gogrian experts, sending them flying. Even the powerful torrent of stellar energy of true martial realm experts couldn't withstand it for even a second. With just a single touch, the stellar energy shattered. SSSS. Putting aside Mayasame Ayaka, even Wang Chong was shocked speechless. He knew that the King of Song had sent an expert to deal with him, but this was the first time he realized that the other party's archery had reached such a formidable level. With 4 people and 4 arrows, Wang Chong didn't even have to lift a finger. Gongzi, that person is powerful. Mayasame Ayaka muttered with deep fear in her eyes. She had come into contact with that reticent master archer several times, but she didn't know that he was actually so fearsome that speed and strength left her goosebumps all over, and her hair stood on end. Too fast. It was really too fast. It was so fast that there was no time to dodge at all. The moment the arrow sounded, it would be the sound of death. Mayase Mayaka was also a speed-type assassin, but that archery was created for the sake of death. Even she wouldn't be able to dodge it. Being aimed at meant death. Don't worry. Seeing how Mayase Mayaka was behaving like a mouse before a cat, Wang Chong patted her shoulder and chuckled. Mayase Mayaka was an assassin, so it was only natural for her to react to such an expert. However, Wang Chong was different. He's an expert on our side. With such a powerful expert here, what are you worried about? If there's anything to worry about, it's the enemy who needs to worry. This was the first time that Wang Chong had used the power of the sharpshooter. Wang Chong was very satisfied with the expert that the King of Song had sent to him. This expert sent by the King of Song has been with me for a long time, but I've never used him. He must have been holding back his anger, so this time he deliberately showed off his archery skills in front of me. Wang Chong laughed in his heart and did not mind. That person had a very good grasp of the situation. All four of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death, which made it convenient for him to use the little yin-yang art. Qi, the saber and sword, entered Xiao Chen's body, piercing deep into his heart. A vast essence current surged into his body like the roar of a flood dragon. The nature of the energy harnessed within a true martial realm expert was much higher. Taking in this surge of origin energy, Wang Chong felt his blood boiling, and he felt as though he was going to roar out loud. Hong Long! Wang Chong had already absorbed a huge amount of origin energy over the past few days, and now that he had absorbed the origin energy of the Gogrian expert, the origin energy in his body flowed at a speed that was several times faster than before. At the same time, the little yin-yang art in his body jolted, and it was at this moment that it broke through the first and second realms, forming an even greater cycle. This Gongzi is about to reach Origin Energy Tier 9. Mayase Ayaka's eyelids twitched as she stared at Wang Chong's back. She was extremely sensitive to the changes in Wang Chong's aura. The aura emanating from Wang Chong's body was bubbling, as though a boiling volcano. Furthermore, it was getting denser and denser with each passing step. This was a sign that he was about to release his origin energy and form the embryonic form of stellar energy. It hasn't been too long since Gongzi reached Origin Energy Tier 8, and yet he's already on the verge of reaching Origin Energy Tier 9. This is inconceivable. Mayase Ayaka's eyebrows twitched. She wasn't someone who lacked knowledge and experience. However, what was happening to Wang Chong was something that she had never seen or heard of before. What Wang Chong was doing had already surpassed the limits of her understanding. Just a little more. After dealing with the first Gogrian expert, Wang Chong soon walked up to the second one. He could already feel that there was an invisible barrier in front of him, and he would soon break through this barrier. Qi, the little yin-yang sword pierced into the body of the second Gogrian expert, and Hong Long, as if reaching some sort of trigger. As the surge of origin energy gushed into Wang Chong's body, his body seemed to have turned into an invisible furnace. When the pressure reached its limit, it suddenly burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Chong's Laoxin acupoint, Yongquan acupoint, Jianjing acupoint, Mingmen acupoint, Fengqi acupoint, a total of 16 Xianmen acupoints were opened one after another. As soon as these 16 acupoints were opened, a blood-red mist immediately gushed out, shrouding Wang Chong within it. In that instant, Wang Chong felt as if his body weight had been reduced significantly, and he had become much lighter than before. His speed, strength, and dexterity seemed to have been reborn in an instant, increasing by twofold in an instant. The current Wang Chong was at least twofold stronger than before. External release of inner energy. I've really reached the level of external projection. Sensing the changes in his body, Wang Chong felt the 108,000 pores on his body opening up in delight. Raising one's origin energy from Tier 8 to Tier 9 was a qualitative change. Upon reaching this realm, one's flesh, blood, bones, and meridians would undergo a massive growth. This was the first qualitative change in a martial artist's body, and it was known as minor qualitative change. During this process, one's strength would rise by twofold to twofold. To a martial artist, this minor qualitative change was an extremely important opportunity. In his previous life, Wang Chong had experienced this surge in strength, but this was the first time he was experiencing it. Furthermore, the growth was even greater than in his previous life. Upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 9, one could already be considered as an Origin Energy expert. Among ordinary martial artists, one could be considered as one of the top existences. Wang Chong closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them once more, and a brilliant radiance shot out from them. At this moment, Wang Chong raised his palm, and before Mayasame Ayaka's astonished gaze, a snow-white light burst forth and struck a tree 100 meters away. Hong Long, the tree trunk exploded, and the leaves scattered. Amidst a cloud of dust and wood shavings, the 10-meter-tall tree fell to the ground. This is... Looking at the fallen tree, a thought flashed across Mayasame Ayaka's mind. She vaguely recalled something, but she couldn't believe it. 100 steps, divine fist. 800 meters away, that mysterious man, who was like a towering mountain hidden in the darkness, slowly put down his bow and arrow. As he gazed at Wang Chong's back, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. To be able to exert origin energy with a single punch and strike a distance of 100 steps away, this was something only the 100 steps divine fist was capable of. Even though it couldn't be compared to a true martial realm secret art, it was definitely a legendary secret art in the origin energy realm. Even the master archer had only heard of it. He had never seen anyone cultivate it before. Those who knew this secret art were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. For Wang Chong to be able to execute a legendary secret art like the 100 Steps Divine Fist, despite having just reached Origin Energy Tier 9 just a moment ago, it was truly shocking. Where did this child learn so many secret arts at such a young age? In the darkness, the master archer narrowed his eyes. For the first time, he was curious about the young man whom the King of Song had chosen. At least I'm not rusty with it. From afar, Wang Chong stared at his masterpiece and slowly retracted his fist, nodding his head in satisfaction. He was satisfied with the effect of the punch. The 100 Steps Divine Fist was a legendary secret art, and only a handful of people knew of it. Furthermore, most of them valued it highly, so there were even fewer people who knew it. However, to Wang Chong, this legendary secret art meant nothing at all. After all, it just so happened that he knew this secret art. The 100 Steps Divine Fist sounded mysterious, but in truth, it was just a unique technique to utilize one's origin energy after one had reached Origin Energy Tier 9. The process of gathering one's origin energy was extremely complicated, and it required a lot of skill. Only when one's origin energy was gathered and compressed to a certain level could one release it, and at that point, one would be able to unleash immense, destructive power. This was a technique that didn't increase one's cultivation. Thus, it wasn't too difficult for one to grasp the technique. The only problem was that this technique was extremely taxing on one's origin energy. Even an origin energy pinnacle expert would only be able to execute more than a few of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, one wouldn't use it easily. Practice makes perfect. I'll have to practice this technique more in the future. Wang Chong said to himself as he analyzed the usage of the 100 Pacer God arrow. This secret art allowed one to glide over a long distance, and 100 steps was still relatively easy for one to dodge. Thus, it wasn't that easy to hone one's technique. However, The might of the 100 Steps divine fist was truly astounding. Having just achieved a breakthrough to Origin Energy Tier 9, Wang Chang's body was still a little weak. This was a sign that his origin energy was lacking. Following which, without any hesitation, Wang Chong killed the remaining 2 true martial realm Gogrian warriors. With the nourishment of their origin energy, Wang Chong's strength soared, and his cultivation immediately stabilized. Let's go! After finding 4 superior Gogrian ginsengs from the corpses of the 4, Wang Chong gestured for his men to leave. The men monitoring the Gogrian second base sent over a signal that the Gogurians had made a move. The expert sent by the King of Song was simply too powerful. This was also the reason why Wang Chong didn't use him easily. Shwa shwa shwa. In just a short moment, Wang Chong and the others swiftly left. Even the battlefield was cleaned up. All traces of the battle were swept clean. Even the tree that Wang Chong had broken was moved away. Chapter 246. Buns, freshly made buns. Fresh and delicious. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Early in the morning, the capital's Jade Dragon Street was filled with people walking to and fro. Crowds of people walked in and out of restaurants, tea shops, and bun stalls. On the east side of Jade Dragon Street, amidst the steam from the buns, the signboard of a restaurant could be vaguely seen. Royal Jade Restaurant. The 3 words were painted in gold on a black background, and it looked rather elegant. The signboard had been changed this morning, and the owner of the restaurant had changed along with the signboard. But other than the owner of the restaurant, the waiters and chefs had all remained the same. Thus, most people were unaware that the owner of the restaurant had changed. Even if some people noticed the change in the signboard, they didn't think too much of it. And at this very moment, Wang Chong was in this very same Royal Jade Restaurant. In the best private room on the 2nd floor of the Royal Jade Restaurant, several burly men from the Zhuang clan and Qi clan were seated on the floor, wolfing down their food. There were already dozens of steamers on the floor, but there were even more steamers stacked on top of each other on the table. The cavalry of the Zhuang clan and the steel guards of the Qi clan were famous, but this was the first time anyone had witnessed their frightening appetite. It's about time. Leaning against the railing, Wang Chong slowly ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. It had been a few days since the last operation, and Wang Chong hadn't done anything in the past few days. All he did was cultivate in this very Royal Jade Restaurant. Dong dong dong. A series of knocks sounded from outside. Come in, Wang Chong said calmly without turning his head. The door to the private room was pushed open, and the black-robed Mayase Mayaka walked in with a steamer of steaming buns. Gomzi. Mayase Mayaka knelt down and placed the steamer in front of Wang Chong. Then she took out a pair of chopsticks and carefully wiped them clean before handing them over. How is it? Wang Chong took the black jade chopsticks and placed a soup bun into his mouth. The soup dumplings were very soft and very thin. With a light bite, a thick broth seeped into the mouth. It was fresh and fragrant, overflowing from the lips and teeth. After swallowing it, from the mouth to the stomach, there was a comfortable feeling. Not bad. Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction. After eating in so many restaurants and tea houses, Wang Chong still felt that the soup dumplings here were the best. There was an important reason why Wang Chong had chosen this restaurant out of all the restaurants in the capital. As for the other reason, this was also because Wang Chong really needed a restaurant of his own. It was too ostentatious and inconvenient to visit other people's restaurants and shops in the capital. As time passed, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. If he had his own restaurant, it would be very convenient for him to eat or cultivate. At the very least, it would be very convenient in terms of deceiving others. This was similar to how the Yao clan bought the vast crane pavilion. The latter had always left a deep impression on Wang Chong. Sometimes, buying a restaurant of one's own couldn't be measured by money alone. Gongzi! Our actions have already caught the attention of the Gogirians. At this moment, not only the first base of the Gogirians, but even the second and third bases are also on high alert. It seems like the Gogirians are starting to get suspicious of us. Kneeling on the floor, Mayasame Ayaka reported respectfully. Even when she had no choice but to appear beside Wang Chong, she made sure to make use of the lighting in the room, barriers, screens, and railings to conceal herself so as to not draw the attention of others. This was almost an instinct of an assassin. The Gogirians aren't lacking in experts. At the very least, that King Sojurim isn't someone easy to deal with. After killing so many people, even if others don't suspect us, he will. Wang Chong said impassively as he picked up another soup dumpling and placed it into his mouth. His expression was calm and relaxed, as though everything was going according to his plan. However, won't there be a problem with this? King Sojurim isn't a benevolent person. He even dared to assault the 3 great training camps. If we were to attract his attention, it might be disadvantageous to us. Mayasame Ayaka said worriedly with a frown. In the territory of the Tang dynasty, King Sojurim was a legend. His schemes were meticulous, and he was vicious and daring. Yet, no one knew what he looked like. This meant that even if he were to pass by you, you wouldn't be able to tell what he looked like. You wouldn't even know when he killed you. Don't make him sound so terrifying. In the end, he's just a human. It's just that we haven't seen what he looks like before. That's why we're so suspicious of him. Wang Chong swallowed the soup dumpling and waved his hands nonchalantly. Mystery came from the unknown, and the same went for fear. Wang Chong knew that King Sojurim was well versed in this matter. However, this also showed that he was fearful of him. Just like how assassins couldn't be seen in public, King Sojurim was the same as well. If they knew what King Sojurim looked like, they wouldn't be so fearful of him. Furthermore, have you forgotten about the warriors he brought over from Goguryeo? He has spent so much time and effort on them, and he must be up to something. At this moment, he doesn't have the time to bother with us pawns. Wang Chong paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, this might actually be a good thing. We might be able to alarm him and force him to hurry up. The reason why Wang Chong didn't make a move for the past few days was so that the Gogurians wouldn't be able to figure out his movements. This way, they wouldn't be able to fathom his movements and feel uneasy. As long as they felt uneasy, they would surely find a way to hasten their movements. As the saying went, mistakes are made in the midst of a rush. Once one's movements were rushed, it would be easy for one to leave behind a flaw. Mayasame Ayaka frowned and fell into deep thought. She seemed to be contemplating the meaning behind Wang Chong's words. Wang Chong chuckled and ignored her. Picking up a soup bun with his chopsticks, he stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't feel anything after cultivating for an entire night, but now that he was done cultivating, he felt a surge of hunger in his stomach. While eating the soup bun, Wang Chong continued his cultivation of the art of life massacre. In the past 3 days, Wang Chong didn't do anything else but study the art of life massacre. At the start, this secret art was as thin as a spider's thread. When Wang Chong left the mountain, he had only cultivated it to the thickness of a finger. But now, thanks to the abundant origin energy he had absorbed, Wang Chong's sword chi of life massacre had grown to the width of 4 fingers. His movements were majestic, reminiscent of a rainbow. Furthermore, thanks to his origin energy tier 9 ability to expel his inner chi, Wang Chong was able to execute sword chi of life massacre without using a sword, and its might wouldn't be reduced in the slightest. I can be considered a swordsman now, Wang Chong thought as he took a bite of the soup bun. In his previous life, Wang Chong used a spear, and this was the first time he was becoming a swordsman. Even though he was only a basic swordsman, he was already a swordsman. Furthermore, he had stepped onto a completely different path from his previous life. Elder Su swordsmanship is known as the #1 in the world. Even though it's only the first layer of sword chi, It's already sufficient to break through the stellar energy of a true martial realm expert. However, this isn't sufficient. The first layer of Art of Life Massacre has a total of 9 revolutions, and expansion and contraction of sword chi form 1 revolution. Only after reaching the 9th revolution can it be considered as the true sword chi of life massacre. I haven't even reached the first revolution yet, so I have to continue working hard. Tilting his head upward, Wang Chong subconsciously knocked on the table with his left hand as thoughts flashed through his mind. The Art of Life Massacres, sword chi, started off as thin as a gossamer. As one's strength grew, the sword chi would continuously grow thicker, and its power would also increase. When it reached the point of withering, it would begin to shrink, compressing the sword chi. When the sword chi turned from thick to thin, becoming the size of a spider's web again, it would be called the first revolution. After that, it would be the second revolution, the third revolution. The power of the sword chi was directly proportional to the number of revolutions. The higher the revolutions, the more powerful it would be. And after reaching the 9th revolution, it would be almost invincible, and nothing would be able to stop it. Even if one didn't have a sword in hand, it wouldn't make any difference to the 9th revolution, sword chi of life massacre. However, the higher the revolutions, the harder it would be to cultivate. Furthermore, as the revolutions increased, the color of the sword chi would also change. This was all slowly figured out by Wang Chong as he tried to figure out the mental cultivation method of the Sword of Life Massacre. Currently, Wang Chong was still at the stage of the half-revolution. However, even this half-revolution sword chi was able to pierce through metal and crack jade. It was enough to pose a fatal threat to a true martial realm expert. And this was the power of So Young-sun's swordsmanship. Let's go back home and rest for a while. There are some matters that need to be settled. After finishing a steamer of soup dumplings, Wang Chong flicked his sleeves, pushed the table away, and stood up. It had been more than half a month since he left the Kunwu training camp. It was time to settle the woozy steel weapons that he had accumulated at Tuoba Guiyuan's place. Money flowed like water. No matter how much money he had, it would never be enough. Wang Chong was well aware that there would be more areas where he would need to spend money in the future. Currently, the woozy steel weapons were his only source of income. Hey, do you know how to walk? Are you blind? Just as he was about to leave, a commotion could be heard from the streets outside. Wang Chong turned his head and saw a fat merchant and several burly mercenary experts pointing at a disheveled expert of around 40 years of age. His face red as he cursed at him. How dare you do this to me? Wang Chong turned his head and saw a fat merchant with several burly mercenaries pointing at a disheveled expert in his 40s. Although the person being scolded looked disheveled, Wang Chong could tell that this person was an expert with just a glance. When he walked, his feet were especially steady. His shoulders did not even sway. Furthermore, it was a completely subconscious action and not intentional. This was a habit that only those who had reached a certain level of martial arts cultivation would form. Martial arts emphasize precision and 100% accuracy. For example, Wang Chong's sword chi had to accurately hit a spider silk that was 10 feet away. As a martial arts expert, one's hands could not shake. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, this would become an instinct. This was not an issue of stability. It was just that those who had cultivated to such a level would have their limbs and body especially stable. They would be like a tree stump that was growing there, completely different from the stability of an ordinary person. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It was easy to discern a person with a single glance. He's just asking for trouble. Wang Chong smiled and shook his head, not intending to. The capital was massive, and such conflicts occurred every day. That disheveled, middle-aged man was clearly more formidable than the mercenaries of the merchant. The merchant had truly kicked a steel plate. If everything went as expected, this fellow would probably be ruthlessly beaten up. Wang Chong didn't care. nor did he have any intention of interfering. Instead, he began to walk away. However, he had only taken a few steps when something unexpected happened. Beat him up! Beat him up! What the hell? You didn't even apologize for knocking me over. There's no need to hold back. Beat him up. If he dies, I'll take responsibility. Humph! And I thought that you were formidable, so arrogant and domineering. But it turns out that you're just a weakling. Pah, trash! The merchant's vicious voice echoed from the street. This time, not only Wang Chong. Even Mayase Mayaka was surprised. The duo turned their heads to look outside. On the wide street, the disheveled, middle-aged man whom they thought to be an expert was being pummeled to the ground. Several guards of the merchant had surrounded him, and they were raining punches and kicks on him. On the other hand, the disheveled, middle-aged man was just like an ordinary person, unable to put up the slightest resistance. HM? Chapter 247. Given that man's strength, the guards of the merchant weren't a match for him at all. Under normal circumstances, that plump fellow was simply asking for trouble. But the outcome was completely the opposite of what Wang Chong had expected. Interesting. For the first time, Wang Chong's curiosity was piqued. That man clearly didn't intend to retaliate, and under such circumstances, it wasn't in Wang Chong's place to interfere. Thus, he chose to watch by the side. How unlucky! Let's go. There's no need to bother with him. After venting his anger, the plump merchant stormed off with a string of curses. Right after he left, the disheveled, middle-aged man slowly crawled up from the ground. Despite suffering such a vicious beating, his body was still shockingly stable. His legs and shoulders didn't move at all, as if nothing had happened at all. What a formidable cultivator! Before Wang Chong could react, Mayase Mayaka, who was leaning against the railing by the side, narrowed her eyes in astonishment. The guards of the plump merchant weren't weak, and they had used their full strength when they struck. Even Mayase Mayaka wouldn't have been able to withstand such a vicious beating without retaliating. Yet this man didn't seem to be injured at all. An expert. Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up in surprise. This man's strength seemed to be far greater than he had expected. The streets were bustling with activity, and the commotion from a moment ago was like a bubble on the surface of the sea, swiftly disappearing without a trace. Other than Wang Chong, Mayase Mayaka, and the experts of the Zhuang clan and Qi clan, no one paid much attention to the crowd. That man didn't seem to notice Wang Chong, and the others either. He slowly stood up, and in that instant, Wang Chong finally caught sight of a dazed face. It's him? Wang Chong's eyelids twitched as a name flashed across his mind. Wang Chong didn't expect to see that man here. Gongzi, you know him? Mayase Mayaka walked over from the side, her exposed eyes still staring at the back of that man, watching as he slowly disappeared into the crowd in a daze. Yes, Wang Chong nodded. There was a strange look in his eyes. Come with me. Who knows, maybe we can even find a powerful helper this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chong quickly changed his mind. After leaving Royal Jade Pavilion, Wang Chong didn't return to the Wang clan. Instead, he turned and walked in the direction the man had left. Ministry of Personnel? He's an official from the Ministry of Personnel? However, this should be a branch office of the Ministry of Personnel. These were the residences of minor officials who were copying documents from the Ministry of Appointments. With his ability, isn't this a bit of a waste of talent? Mayase Mayaka glanced at the unassuming yamen before her, and the doubt in her eyes deepened. Even though Mayase Mayaka had only been in the Central Plains for a short period of time, she had lived under the sun of heaven's feet for quite some time. The royal court of the Tang dynasty was divided into 6 departments: rights, officials, works, military, punishment, and agriculture. Other than these 6 departments, there were dozens of smaller yamens of varying sizes in the capital, and they dealt with different problems based on their different functions. Judging from the shabby appearance of the yamen before him, it was likely to be one of the most inconspicuous yamens in the Ministry of Personnel. Throughout the year, It was rare to see any influential figures here. Most of the time they had to deal with documents, and it was one of the most insignificant officials in the Ministry of Personnel. The requirements for such work weren't high, and ordinary people would suffice. Given that person's strength, it was truly a waste for him to take on such an insignificant job. Wang Chong didn't say a word. Instead, he stared at the dusty plaque above the door. If Wang Chong's initial guess was only a guess, at this moment, Wang Chong was certain of that person's identity. "Li Man, the few of you wait outside. I'll go in for a moment." After saying these words to the experts of the Zhuang clan and Qi clan, Wang Chong quickly walked into the yamen. There were strict rules in the government, and even a small yamen like this wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. Wang Chong flashed the token given to him by the King of Song, and he walked in unimpeded. "What are you doing here? Why are you only here at this hour? Do you think that you're still in the Ministry of Punishments? Do you think that you're still that young genius? Trash! Back then, you couldn't even catch the culprits who assassinated the officials of the royal court, and now you're dragging others down just to copy some documents. What else can you do? You're completely useless. Let me tell you, if you don't finish copying these documents today, don't even think about going back. All you think about is eating and waiting for death." While he was still in the courtyard, before he could step into the main hall, Wang Chong heard a coarse voice cursing loudly. The words were so harsh that even Wang Chong couldn't stand it anymore. "Enough! Don't say any more." Wang Chong frowned and stepped into the literature study of the yamen. As far as the eye could see, a dozen or so civil servants were copying documents inside, and the documents on the table were piled up like a mountain. Diagonally across from the door, a civil servant, who looked like a minor leader of the yamen, was pointing at the middle-aged man Wang Chong had seen in Royal Jade Restaurant, and he was cursing loudly. The disheveled, middle-aged man lowered his head and didn't talk back. Thinking of this man's reputation more than a decade ago, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sympathy. Who would have thought that this man would end up in such a state 10 years ago? "Who are you?" The leader of the civil servants was furious. When he saw Wang Chong, who he didn't know, walk in, he immediately flew into a rage. "Don't you know that important officials of the royal court strictly forbid outsiders from entering? Besides, what does it have to do with you that I'm teaching a lesson to someone from the yamen?" Swish, swish, swish. Everyone else in the hall looked over as well. There were usually only 20 or 30 people in the yamen, and they were all familiar faces. People like Wang Chong would stand out the moment he entered, so it was hard not to notice him. Humph! Wang Chong couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He directly took out a shiny golden token. Seeing this golden waist token, the scholar leader's expression changed in an instant. This was just an inconspicuous yamen under the Ministry of Personnel, and his rank was very low. But he had more or less heard of and seen the various sects under the emperor's jurisdiction. The token in Wang Chong's hand was clearly a prince token. Furthermore, from the word Song on it, it was the token of the King of Song, Li Qingqi, who was famous in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty and had an extraordinary status. Although they were under the emperor's jurisdiction, they had stayed in this insignificant yamen. It was rare for them to see an influential official in the imperial court, much less a prince. "Young master, you work for His Highness the King of Song." The civil servant walked around the table and the documents. His expression instantly changed. He bowed, cupped his hands, and was extremely enthusiastic. "I didn't know you were coming, young master. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Does His Highness the King of Song have any orders for me?" "You don't have to worry about that. I'm here for him." As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly pointed a finger at the disheveled, middle-aged man behind the documents. This greatly surprised everyone. The disheveled, middle-aged man lowered his head. He didn't dare to be hit or scolded. He just accepted it and didn't resist at all. But when he heard a strange young man coming to look for him, he couldn't help but raise his head. For the first time, a surprised look appeared in his eyes. The civil servant leader, was surprised. He didn't expect that Wang Chong would come to look for the most insignificant, looked down upon, and had the least presence in the yamen. "Young master, are you sure it's him? How could it be? Humph! Are you the one who knows who I'm looking for instead of me?" Wang Chong said coldly, "Young master, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I mean." The civil servant hurriedly waved his hands awkwardly. Even though he was perplexed, his reaction wasn't slow. Regardless of what Wang Chong was looking for, or who he was looking for, it had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, His Highness the King of Song was of noble standing. The disparity between the two of them was like the difference between clouds and mud, and he wasn't someone who mere civil servants like them could afford to offend. All right. Let's rest for today. Everyone, hurry up and leave. Ma Yinlong, I'll leave this Gongzi to you. Treat him well, and if anything were to happen, I'll hold you accountable." The civil servant leader knew that he had shouted too loudly earlier, and this Gongzi probably didn't like him. Thus, he hurriedly led everyone out of the room, leaving only Wang Chong and Ma Yinlong behind. "It's really him." The doubts in Wang Chong's mind cleared up. If Wang Chong had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it very difficult to believe that the two of them were the same person. That genius of the Bureau of Punishments who had received the limelight from 10 some years ago, and this middle-aged man who would not retaliate when hit or scolded. The Gogrian assassination back then didn't just kill a single person. "Who are you? I don't think that I know you." Now that only he and the unfamiliar young man were left in the room, Ma Yinlong finally lifted his head and stared at Wang Chong coldly. His attitude was completely different from when he was with the civil servant leader and the plump merchant by the street. Ever since that incident a decade ago, he didn't want to have anything to do with those influential figures. You don't know me, but I do." Wang Chong chuckled and revealed his intentions. "I'm here to ask for your help. I need your help to capture someone. I think you're looking for the wrong person. I'm just a civil servant who transcribes documents. If you want my help to capture someone, you should head to the Bureau of Punishments, Bureau of Military Personnel, or somewhere else. I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you much, so I'll have to ask you to leave." Ma Yinlong sneered coldly without a pleasant expression on his face. Don't be in such a hurry to reject me. It won't be too late for you to wait for me to finish my words. Our operation this time has something to do with the Gogurians," Wang Chong said. Ma Yinlong's eyebrows twitched, as though he was noticing Wang Chong for the first time. But very quickly, this trace of expression flashed by, as if nothing had happened. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not interested in the Gogurians. The door is right there, so you should leave." Ma Yinlong grabbed a bag of documents, lowered his head, and began to transcribe them, clearly intending to send Wang Chong off. Even King Sojurum isn't interested?" Wang Chong chuckled. "Hung Long." As soon as Wang Chong said those words, Ma Yinlong's face immediately warped in shock. "Kacha!" The brush in his hand snapped into two. "Hung Long." At the same time, the air in the room suddenly changed. As though a raging storm, a powerful and fearsome aura burst forth from Ma Yinlong's body. This aura was so powerful that even Wang Chong, who had advanced his cultivation to Origin Energy Tier 9, paled in comparison to it, as if he was an insignificant speck of dust. In that instant, Wang Chong felt as though he was standing in the most violent ocean in the world, and 1,000 Cheetal wave was crashing down on him, threatening to crush him into smithereens. To think that this fellow is already so fearsome. Feeling the immense pressure weighing down on him, Wang Chong's face warped in astonishment. More than a decade had passed, but not only did this person's cultivation not deteriorate, he had even grown stronger than what the rumors said. Even the Gogrian, true martial realm experts whom he had met before seemed as insignificant as ants before him. Chapter 248. Fong of the White Tiger, a name, flashed across Wang Chong's mind. More than a decade ago, Ma Yinlong would have been the most promising genius in the Bureau of Punishments. Back then, he was known as the most outstanding genius of the younger generation in the Bureau of Military Personnel. Although he had lived a destitute life for more than 10 years and had been banished to the government office of the Ministry of Personnel to become a lowly scribe that no one looked up to, he had never given up on his strength. Profound martial realm. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Ma Yinlong's cultivation had already surpassed the true martial realm, reaching profound martial realm at the very least. Gongzi, be careful! Just as Ma Yinlong was deep in thought, a feminine voice suddenly sounded. As though sensing Ma Yinlong's danger, a black shadow flashed, and a petite figure leaped down from the roof, heading straight for him. This is bad. Wang Chong was astonished. Even though Ma Yinlong's aura was threatening, there wasn't much killing intent emanating from him. This was something Wang Chong was well aware of, but Mayasame Ayaka was clearly unaware of. As soon as Wang Chong entered the yamen, Mayasame Ayaka leaped onto the roof. The moment Ma Yinlong made a move, Mayasame Ayaka instinctively thought that he was going to attack Wang Chong, so she immediately retaliated. Stop! Wang Chong was astonished. He knew that Mayasame Ayaka wasn't a match for the Fong of the White Tiger of the Bureau of Punishments. However, Mayasame Ayaka's movements were simply too swift, and she had already prepared herself for it. Even Wang Chong wasn't able to stop her in time. Clang! In a flash of light, Mayasame Ayaka was already above Ma Yinlong's head. Her 3-chi-long sword gleamed coldly as it slashed down toward Ma Yinlong's head. Humph! Seated behind his desk, a cold glint flashed across Ma Yinlong's eyes as he stared at the descending Mayasame Ayaka. In the next instant, boom! The world trembled, and a surge of black stellar energy gushed out from Ma Yinlong's body. The black stellar energy caused the air to tremble, and the sound of metal clashing echoed. Pum! As though a gust of autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Zhangxian's stellar energy struck Mayasame Ayaka in midair. Mayasame Ayaka didn't even have the time to dodge. The origin energy around her dissipated, and she was sent flying like a broken kite. Mr. Ma, stop! Panicked, Wang Chong leaped forward to catch the falling Mayasame Ringong. At the same time, he hurriedly called out to stop Ma Yinlong. Who in the world are you people? Who told you to come here? I haven't interfered with the affairs of the Ministry of Justice for more than 10 years. It has been more than a decade since I interfered. Who told you I was here? Ma Yinlong raised his head from behind the table, and in a stark contrast to his previous dejected expression, Ma Yinlong's eyes were gleaming with sharpness. Like a ferocious white tiger, he seemed to be able to peer into the depths of one's soul. Anyone who faced such a gaze would subconsciously avoid it, as though a needle had been pricked by it. The atmosphere was tense, and Wang Chong could sense the killing intent in Ma Yinlong's heart. If he didn't give the other party a satisfactory answer, this Fong of the White Tiger of the Bureau of Punishments would probably turn his back on him. Mayasame Ayaka, how are you? Are you injured? Ignoring Ma Yinlong, Wang Chong hugged Mayasame Ayaka's body tightly as he asked worriedly. I'm fine. The black veil covering Mayasame Ayaka's face had already been torn apart, revealing her pale face. Her origin energy seemed to have dissipated, leaving her in a weakened state. But her cheeks were red as if they were on fire, tinged with shyness. When she saw Wang Chong's gaze, she subconsciously averted her eyes. Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before realizing that the both of them were in an intimate position. This was the first time they had been in such an intimate position ever since they met. Feeling a little awkward, Wang Chong hurriedly put Mayasame Ayaka down and subconsciously turned his head away, not saying a single word. I won't go easy on you all the time. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't let you off so lightly the next time. Ma Yinlong's cold voice sounded in Wang Chong's ears, and only then did he recover from his daze. "Mr. Ma, I've already said it. I'm here for King Sojurim. Elder might be hiding well, but you should know that given our standing, it isn't too difficult for us to find out where he is," Wang Chong said with a hint of arrogance in his voice. As a scion of a prestigious clan, it wasn't too difficult for them to investigate a person, regardless of where Ma Yinlong was hiding. As long as he was in the vicinity of the capital, Wang Chong would surely be able to find him. This was the confidence of the nobles. Ma Yinlong was taken aback for a moment before his complexion finally softened. "Elder, Goguryeo has always been a threat to the empire, and I believe that you know this better than anyone else. King Sojurim is the head of Goguryeo's spies in the Tang dynasty, and you were one of the people in charge of pursuing King Sojurim back then. You've studied him for more than a decade now, and I believe that you know him better than anyone else. Thus, I hope that you can help me capture King Sojurim," Wang Chong said grimly. In truth, Wang Chong had already made up his mind on how to deal with the Goguryans. With the help of the King of Song and the army of the royal court, dealing with the Goguryans would be a walk in the park. However, as the saying went, weeds will grow again if the roots aren't removed. To the massive empire of Goguryeo, the deaths of a bunch of Goguryan warriors meant nothing. As long as they were willing, they could send a steady stream of soldiers over. They could continue to carry out assassinations and sabotage. If Wang Chong wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Goguryans, he had to find the head of the Goguryan assassins in the Central Plains, King Sojurim. Only by killing the head of the Goguryan spy would he be able to stop the Goguryans from assassinating the important officials of the Tang dynasty. At the very least, without this person, the influence of the Goguryan Empire in the Tang dynasty would be greatly weakened. However, King Sojurim was as cunning as a fox. Even though Wang Chong was confident that he could eliminate the experts he had mobilized from the Goguryan Empire, he wasn't confident that he could capture him. This was also the reason why Wang Chong came to look for Ma Yinlong. More than a decade ago, when King Sojurim assassinated the important officials of the royal court, as the youngest genius in the Bureau of Punishments, Ma Yinlong was one of the people in charge of this case. He pursued King Sojurim for more than a decade, and in the end he was stripped of his scholarly title by the Bureau of Punishments due to this case. He was banished to the Bureau of Personnel and became a lowly scribe. But in terms of understanding of King Sojurim, Wang Chong knew that no one could surpass him. This wasn't just because of his understanding of King Sojurim. More importantly, back then, among the important officials of the royal court that King Sojurim assassinated was Ma Yinlong's teacher and the woman he loved the most. More than a decade ago, Ma Yinlong wasn't as old as he was now. He was still in his 20s, enjoying the glory of his youth. On the other hand, his teacher, Lord Zhang Shoshan of the Bureau of Punishments, had a young and beautiful daughter who was betrothed to him. When the Goguryans carried out night assassinations, they would leave no one alive. Among those who died was the beloved daughter of Lord Zhang of the Bureau of Punishments. This matter was extremely secretive, and not many people knew of it back then. However, Wang Chong had heard of it. In terms of hatred for the Goguryans and King Sojurim, there was no one who could match up to the Fong of the White Tiger of the Bureau of Punishments. The reason why King Sojurim remained peaceful for more than a decade and didn't launch any large-scale assassinations or sabotage was largely due to the existence of the Fong of the White Tiger. But it was a pity that despite Ma Yinlong's understanding of King Sojurim, he was still unable to capture the latter in his previous life. And when King Sojurim successfully launched his second assassination attempt, Ma Yinlong was finally remembered once more. Suffering such a blow, Ma Yinlong finally broke down. The last news Wang Chong heard was that not long after King Sojurim successfully escaped back to the Goguryeo Empire, Ma Yinlong moved to the burial ground of his teacher, Zhang Shoshan, and built a straw hut there. But a few years later, he passed away from depression. When Wang Chong heard of this matter back then, he couldn't help but feel regretful. Ma Yinlong was a talented person, and he was a man of steel. Even though he failed to capture King Sojurim, his existence still served as a huge deterrent to the latter. A figure like him deserved a chance to exact vengeance. This was also the reason why Wang Chong changed his mind when he saw the matter at the Royal Jade Pavilion. While he was helping the royal court, at the same time, he was also helping himself. It's useless. You've found the wrong person. I can't help you in dealing with King Sojurim. You should look for someone else instead. Unaware of Wang Chong's intentions, Ma Yinlong rejected the other party's request without any hesitation. Haha, Mr. Ma. If I were to say that King Sojurim intends to carry out another assassination attempt and sabotage, just like the one from a decade ago, but this time around he intends to kill even more officials of the royal court, would you still stand by idly? Wang Chong sneered coldly. What did you say? Hearing Wang Chong's words, Ma Yinlong's face warped in shock. He abruptly raised his head and glared at Wang Chong with reddened eyes. Mr. Ma, I'm here to inform you that King Sojurim is going to make another move. Wang Chong said grimly. Boom! There was a flash of light, and before Mayase Mayaka could see clearly, a figure had already appeared before her. In an instant, Ma Yinlong appeared before the duo with killing intent blazing in his eyes. If the two of you dare to lie to me, I'll make sure that you die without a proper burial ground. Ma Yinlong's face was incomparably dark, and even Mayase Ayaka felt a chill running down her spine. However, upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong chuckled. His judgment was right. Even though he had been in low spirits for more than a decade, the former head of the Bureau of Punishments had never forgotten about King Sojurim. Mr. Ma, you'll know the truth with a single look. Chapter 249. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong swiftly revealed the entire matter. King Sojurim's movements were secretive, and it wasn't easy to track him down. It was impossible for King Sojurim to be absent from such a huge matter, like mobilizing troops, to assassinate an important official of the Central Plains. This was their final chance to deal with King Sojurim. Wang Chong believed that, given Ma Yinlong's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to understand this point. Thus, Wang Chong patiently stood there with Mayase Ayaka, awaiting Ma Yinlong's reply. The study room was silent. Ma Yinlong stood there motionlessly with his head lowered. No one could tell what he was thinking about. Since he didn't move, Wang Chong and Mayase Ayaka also stood there motionlessly. Even though he was confident in his plan, it was ultimately his own thoughts. No one knew what Ma Yinlong was thinking at this moment. Honestly speaking, Wang Chong wasn't too confident either. After all, Ma Yinlong didn't seem like an easy person to convince. How do you want me to help you? After an unknown period of time, Ma Yinlong finally lifted his head. Hearing those words, a smile finally appeared on Wang Chong's face. In the deep night sky, a crescent moon hung high in the sky of a remote courtyard. Wang Chong noticed that the first base was brightly lit, and Gogrian warriors were standing guard in the surroundings. There was a restless atmosphere in the air. In just a short period of time, more than a dozen Gogrian warriors, including a true martial realm expert, had vanished from the face of the earth without a trace. It was hard to tell if they had died or gone somewhere else. Such a situation had never happened before, at least not on such a large scale. As the person in charge of the first base, it wasn't hard to imagine how frustrated Li Juhuan was. How is it? Are you still unable to find their whereabouts? Under the dim light, Li Juhuan asked with his hands behind his back. Even though he was only in his 30s, his resolute face made him look like an accomplished leader. Lord, there's nothing. Our men have searched the entire capital of the Tang dynasty. They had searched everywhere, but there was no news of them at all. In this subordinate's opinion, the odds are against them. On the ground, a Gogrian assassin with his hair draped over his shoulders and his face covered with a cloth knelt on the ground. His expression was very pious. The hierarchy in Goguryeo was extremely strict. Outside of the empire, all of the assassins and shadow guards had to obey the orders of the local leader. Are there no movements from the public houses of the Tang dynasty? Is it possible that he had a conflict with the forces of some nobles or dukes of the Tang dynasty? Li Jiuhuan said. When the news came out, his first reaction was to wonder if these fellows had a conflict with some hedonistic son of the house of Duke of the Tang dynasty, and were eliminated by these hedonistic sons using the power of their families. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. In a place like the capital of the Tang dynasty, there were nobles everywhere. If one were to stay in such a place for too long, there was no guarantee that one wouldn't offend one or two scions of nobility. While not all of these scions were like that, there were bound to be some vicious men in every clan who knew that the laws of the Tang dynasty forbade murder. Thus, they didn't hold back at all. Sometimes, even the corpses couldn't be found. It was truly a case of destroying the corpses, leaving not even the slightest trace behind. Putting aside the fact that it was the Bureau of Punishments, even the victims, like them, didn't know who did it. Thus, Li Jiuhuan's first thought was that these assassins might have offended an extremely formidable fellow. They might have been killed outside. The Tang people had never held back when it came to killing Goguryons. That's a possibility. However, the possibility is slim. Too many people have died this time. Other than us, there are casualties in the second and third bases. We have a feeling that someone is targeting us. Of course, there are other reasons as well. The masked assassin knelt on the ground and reported respectfully. The Goguryons had a specialist in the capital of the Tang dynasty in charge of investigating such matters. He was only announcing the results objectively. Frowning, Li Jiuhuan fell silent. More than a dozen Goguryon experts had died silently in the city. It wouldn't have mattered if it was any other time, but it just had to be at such a crucial moment. Li Jiuhuan wasn't afraid that someone was targeting them, but he was afraid that it would affect the Lord's plan. The only fortunate thing was that all of the missing experts had gone missing in the city. Even if someone was targeting the Goguryons, they shouldn't have discovered the existence of their bases. This was a blessing amidst the misfortune. Of course, this was also thanks to that Lord. After all of the bases were built by that Lord. Even the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments of the Tang dynasty couldn't find the existence of their bases. Everyone had unreservedly trusted and respected the person above them. What did the Lord say? Li Jiuhuan suddenly asked. There's no need to bother with the Lord's words for now. Sacrifices are bound to be made in order to achieve great things. At this moment, even if we have to sacrifice all of our bases, we mustn't make any big moves lest we attract the attention of the Tang dynasty. These are the Lord's words. The masked assassin kneeled on the floor and reported respectfully. I understand. Li Jiuhuan was taken aback, and a dazed expression appeared on his face. But soon he recovered and said, Please tell the Lord that I know what I should do. More than half of the warriors in the kingdom have arrived, and it won't be long before a major event shakes the Tang dynasty. Lord, why don't you wait a little longer? Lord Sozhurm's foresight is truly incredible. If we can deal a heavy blow to the Tang dynasty, our warriors will have died a worthy death. Everyone in the Central Plains should be prepared to face death. What do you say, Lord? The masked assassin kneeling on the ground said. Li Jiuhuan didn't say anything and just nodded. Caw! Amidst the silence, a bone-chilling cry suddenly sounded from the sky. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black raven descended from the sky and flew into the room. Upon seeing the pitch-black raven, the duo in the room immediately revealed a solemn and respectful expression. Goguryo worshipped the three-legged crow, so they didn't rely on ordinary birds to deliver messages. Instead, they relied on pitch-black ravens. Lord has sent word that he's gathering the experts of the various bases. It seems like the operation is about to begin. You should return to report on the orders. Li Jiuhuan's expression changed, and he waved his hands grimly. Yes, the masked assassin replied. With a flip of his body, he leaped out of the window and disappeared. Pooh! Not too long after the masked assassin left, Li Jiuhuan also blew out the candles, and the room was soon plunged into darkness. So, at the same time, from the southeast corner of the courtyard, a figure flew out, and with a few swoosh, 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 he swiftly headed in the direction of the masked assassin. Due to his incredible speed, no one saw this sight. After an unknown period of time, a figure slowly peeked out from the corner of the room. After waiting for so long, there's finally news of King Sojurim. Wang Chong thought. Glancing at the dimly lit sky, Wang Chong quickly crouched down and made his way out. Under the dim moonlight, one could see that Wang Chong's body was covered in a layer of grass. It was made from a layer of vines and grass. When Wang Chong was crouching on the ground, coupled with the tortoise-breathing art, it was nearly impossible to notice him. Wang Chong had applied the disguise art from the other world to this world, and it seemed to be rather effective. As Wang Chong made his way out of the courtyard, Mayasame Ayaka quickly walked up to him. "Gongzi, how is it?" Mayasame Ayaka asked. The Gogrian base wasn't as easy to infiltrate as it seemed on the surface. Mayasame Ayaka was an assassin as well, but she didn't dare to approach the window of the Gogrian residence. This time it was Wang Chong and Ma Yinlong who went together. Ma Yinlong has already gone after them," Wang Chong said. This was the first time he was working together with the wolf of the White Tiger. Ma Yinlong was a profound martial realm expert, and it wasn't a problem for him to track down a Gogrian assassin. Thus, Wang Chong wasn't worried at all. Ma Yinlong left swiftly and returned swiftly as well. In just a few moments, he appeared before the group once more. "Come over, I'll show you something." After saying those words, Ma Yinlong turned around and left. A moment later, Wang Chong, Mayasame Ayaka, and the Zhuang clan and Qi clan cavalrymen and guards finally saw what Ma Yinlong wanted them to see. Those fellows actually broke through the walls of the capital. The group of people looked at the hole in front of them, and their expressions turned ugly. Even though Wang Chong wasn't as astounded as the experts of the Zhuang clan and Qi clan, he still couldn't help but frown upon seeing the hole. The capital was the residence of the emperor, and it was the capital of several dynasties. Through the generations of reinforcement, the underground was extremely sturdy. This was especially so for the areas near the palace walls. Beneath the ground were large granite and basalt rocks. These rocks were incomparably dense, and even swords wouldn't be able to cut through them. On the other hand, the walls constructed by the emperor were different from those constructed by ordinary people. Surrounding the walls were boulders several hundred zhang thick, and the area of the walls was massive. On top of that, there would be several imperial army members patrolling the area daily. To open a tunnel here without being discovered by the imperial army was extremely difficult. It would take a lot of time and effort, and it would definitely be a huge undertaking. From a certain perspective, this was an impossible feat, yet the Gogurians actually managed to open up a secret tunnel here, connecting the inside and outside of the capital. In other words, the walls of the Tang dynasty were no longer restricted to them. They could enter and exit the walls at any time, and they could deploy their experts. Mayasame Ayaka might not have felt anything from this, but for Wang Chong, Ma Yinlong, and the cavalrymen and guards of the Zhuang clan and Qi clan, it was a completely different feeling. Yet there was a tunnel in the hands of outsiders in the capital, allowing them to enter and leave as they pleased. No one from the central plains of the Tang dynasty would feel good about this. Before this, Wang Chong had heard of the reputation of King Sojurim. However, looking at the secret tunnel beneath his feet, Wang Chong finally had a deeper understanding of the legendary spy king of the Gogurians. Chapter 250. Did you find out where he went? Wang Chong lifted his head to look at Ma Yinlong and asked. I didn't chase after him. The forest is lush, making it easy for him to be discovered. Thus, the moment he entered the forest, he retreated. If I'm not mistaken, the place where the Gogrian elites are gathered should be outside the city. Knowing that Wang Chong was referring to the assassin, Ma Yinlong said, Outside the city? Wang Chang's eyebrows twitched. He slowly turned his head around and gazed at the mountain peak beyond the city walls, deep in thought. After looking around, he realized that the largest gathering point of the Gogurians was located outside the city. Although it was a little strange, it made sense when he thought about it. Firstly, they were connected by a secret passageway, allowing them to enter the city even at night. Secondly, even if their tracks were to be exposed, it would be convenient for them to escape. Do you have any thoughts on what to do next? Wang Chong looked at Ma Yinlong. The current Ma Yinlong was completely different from the disheveled, middle-aged man he had seen at the Royal Jade Pavilion. His eyes were burning with an intense fighting spirit. Ma Yinlong was the one who had released the assassin. Given Wang Chong's strength, he could have easily captured the assassin and interrogated him to reveal their location. However, Ma Yinlong didn't do so. Wang Chong believed that he had his reasons for doing so. As the person who had the deepest understanding of the Gogurians and King Sojerim, Wang Chong believed that Ma Yinlong could be trusted in this aspect. The Gogurian assassins are all death warriors, and it's impossible to extract any useful information from them. If we were to capture him, we might end up alerting them instead. Ma Yinlong knew what Wang Chong was thinking, and with just a few words, he explained the reason why he released the assassin. As for what happens next, after so many years, it's about time for them to appear. It's about time for this matter to come to an end. At the end of his words, Ma Yinlong sighed deeply, and a complicated look surfaced in his eyes. Ma Yinlong applied for 3 days of leave. During these 3 days, he didn't mention where he would be going, and Wang Chong didn't ask either. From the Fong of the White Tiger, who was favored by the heavens, to the petty scribe of the government office of the Ministry of Personnel, everyone had their own story behind them, and they did not dig into it. However, 3 days later, Wang Chong saw Ma Yinlong's results in the Royal Jade Pavilion. In front of Wang Chong, 3 middle-aged men in shabby clothes stood in a row in front of Wang Chong. Of the 3, one was a seasoned bird trader with an exceptionally large eagle perched on his shoulder. The other was a one-armed drunkard with an empty left sleeve. Even from a distance away, Wang Chong could smell the stench of alcohol on him. There was another one who looked particularly ferocious. It was obvious that he was the kind of mercenary expert who would sacrifice his life for anyone who gave him money. Although the 3 of them looked a little different, they were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. But that was all. There were at least a few thousand of such people in the capital. In the past, Wang Chong wouldn't have even spared these 3 a glance, wouldn't have paid them much attention. However, Ma Yinlong had spent 3 days to introduce them to him, so Wang Chong had no choice but to take a closer look at them. These people, are they from the Bureau of Punishments back then? Wang Chong looked at the trio and asked. He wasn't a fool either. Wang Chong could sense the same emotions as Ma Yinlong from these people. If he wasn't mistaken, they were also those who were implicated in the case back then. And that's not entirely true. Solitary Wolf is from the Bureau of Military Personnel. Ma Yinlong pointed to the ferocious-looking mercenary expert who valued money more than his life, and said grimly, "Back then, many officials and officials of the 6 bureaus were assassinated, and it caused a huge uproar. The few of us were the ones in charge of that case. If the case couldn't be solved, everyone would be implicated. I was demoted to the Bureau of Personnel to copy books. The Eagle fired me from my post, and I spent a few years in jail. When I was released, I had to disguise myself as a bird dealer. Even though Steel Arms wasn't imprisoned, he was crippled by the Gogurians when he was investigating the case back then, and he spent his days getting drunk in taverns. As for Solitary Wolf, he concealed his identity and became a mercenary expert, working for anyone who paid him. Over the years, those brothers of mine from back then have either died or been severely injured. These are the only ones who managed to survive the assassination of the Gogurians." Ma Yinlong spoke of the past with deep sorrow. The eyes of the Eagle, Steel Arms, and Solitary Wolf also reddened. Even though Wang Chong hadn't been involved in the case back then, and he didn't know what they had gone through. He could sense it from Ma Yinlong's voice. More than a decade ago, when King Sojurem assassinated influential officials of the royal court, they were still ambitious youths in the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments, and they had bright futures ahead of them. But because of this case, the brothers who had investigated the case with them back then had either died or been severely injured. They had fallen from the lofty position of young heroes into the dust, falling to their current state. It was due to their sorrow that the reputation of King Sojurem rose, becoming the legend he was today. The others in the room seemed to have noticed this as well, and the atmosphere turned heavy. Let's not talk about this anymore. Perhaps this is fate. After 15 years, we still can't escape from it. Since this matter started with us, let it end with us. The eagle, steel-armed, solitary wolf, and this is Wang Gongzi. His grandfather is Duke Jiao of the Tang dynasty. The trio had only appeared here out of respect for Ma Yinlong, but upon hearing that Wang Chang's grandfather was Duke Jiao, their expressions changed. Their gazes toward Wang Chong were filled with respect. Wang Gongzi. The three prideful men lowered their heads at the same time and gave a deep bow. Wang Gongzi, since you're Duke Jiao's grandson, you can't be considered as an outsider. Back then, due to the assassination of an important official of the royal court, we should have been executed. It was your grandfather and a group of officials who stood up to remonstrate with the Holy Emperor that we managed to survive. If Gongzi has any instructions for us in the future, feel free to speak. Steel Arms said, and the other two nodded in agreement. Hearing those words, Wang Chang's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of such a matter. Ever since he was young, including his previous life, he had never heard of it from his grandfather. If not for the trio mentioning it, he would have been completely oblivious to it. But thinking about it, such a huge case must have attracted a lot of attention. Given his grandfather's identity back then, it was only natural that he would be on the list of people paying attention to it. If Ma Yinlong and the others were to be executed by the royal court, given his grandfather's temper, there was no way he would stand by idly. Wang Gongzi, even though they look like they are in dire straits, lacking an arm, drunk, and fighting with their lives, they are still top-notch experts. In terms of their understanding of the Gogirians and their martial arts, there's probably no one in the capital who can surpass them. Ma Yinlong introduced by the side. Even though Steel Arms only has a single arm, his remaining right arm is extremely formidable. The sword in his right hand is ferocious and incomparably sharp. Even I might not be able to withstand a blow from his right hand. Solitary Wolf loves to fight with his life on the line. Even the Gogrian assassins would have to retreat before him. His strength isn't something that the guards in the king residence can compare to. Back then, Solitary Wolf was already an expert in the Bureau of Military Personnel, and now he's even more formidable. If Gongzi keeps him by your side, he will be the best shield you can offer. Even if you were to encounter an assassination attempt from the Gogrian, Gongzi's life wouldn't be in danger. As long as Solitary Eye is still breathing, he won't allow anyone to approach Gongzi. Ma Yinlong's words carried a deeper meaning, and even without any explanation, Wang Chong could tell that Ma Yinlong was looking down on the people around him, thinking that they wouldn't be able to guarantee his safety. Even so, Wang Chong couldn't find any words to refute Ma Yinlong's words. Regardless of whether it was Mayasame Ayaka or the experts of the Zhuang clan and Qi clan, none of them were capable of standing up to Ma Yinlong and the others. Putting everything aside, these people had been cultivating for much longer than Mayasame Ayaka and the others. After all, they were still young. However, I really couldn't tell. That Steel Arms reeks of alcohol. But to think that he's actually a formidable expert, Wang Chong thought. He had a rough understanding of Ma Yinlong's means, and from what Ma Yinlong had said, the formidable Steel Arms was able to wield a sword with his right hand. Of the three, Ma Yinlong had already introduced two of them, so there was only one left. Wang Chong turned to look at the last person, the eagle. As for the eagle, his martial arts aren't too high. However, he has some unique skills, and this is what we need right now. This is also the reason why I brought him here. As for the last person, the eagle, Ma Yinlong didn't try to sell his connections. The eagle is the most formidable eagle tamer. Back then, he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 in the capital. This is also the reason why he was transferred here to assist in the investigation of the Gogurians. The eagles he trained are extremely intelligent, and they are skilled in tracking, scouting, and hunting. Back then, the person whom the Gogurians wanted to get rid of the most wasn't me or One-Eyed, but the eagle. Even in the past few years, the Gogurians have been trying to find news of him. Fortunately, other than us, no one else has seen him. I believe Gongzi has noticed that the Gogurians prefer to use specially trained ravens to transmit information. These ravens are extremely fast, and their talons are extremely powerful. Even Hai Dongqing is unable to catch them. However, the eagles trained by Old Eagle could successfully prey on them and track them without being discovered. If we wish to find the Gogurians' base outside the city without being discovered, we will need to use the abilities of the eagle. Ah! Wang Chong widened his eyes in shock as he stared at the eagle, who was dressed up as a bird merchant. At this moment, he finally understood why Ma Yinlong was so insistent on bringing him here. If he had the abilities of the eagle, the Gogurians wouldn't be able to hide from the eagle. Furthermore, no matter what kind of information they were sending, it would be captured in advance. Chapter 251. Ha ha ha, good. With the seniors here, we won't have to worry about the Gogurians being unable to subdue them. Wang Chong chuckled. At this moment, he felt that his previous decision was a wise one. With Ma Yinlong and the others around, his plan could be considered complete. They had fought with the Gogurians for more than a decade now, and they had a deep understanding of their actions and habits. With them around, the success rate of the operation against the Gogurians would be greatly increased. With the eagle around, it won't be a problem for us to find the Gogurian base. However, this is far from sufficient. Ma Yinlong wasn't as optimistic as Wang Chong. It doesn't matter how many Gogurians, including the Gogurian assassins, die here. The Gogurian Empire can send more people over at any moment. To them, this bit of damage is nothing. The one I'm truly worried about is King Sojram. Ma Yinlong frowned deeply. Shoot the horse first and capture the bandits first. Even if we manage to foil their operation, I'm not confident that we'll be able to capture King Sojram. As long as he's around, the Gogurians can still launch a second, third, or perhaps even more frenzied vengeance. This isn't a loss that we can afford. Ma Yinlong said. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room turned tense once more. Even the steel guards of the Qi clan could understand the meaning behind Ma Yinlong's words. King Sojram was the root of everything. If they couldn't capture him, no matter how many Gogurians they killed, they would still be defeated if he were to carry out his vengeance. Brother Ma is right. Gongzi, you haven't interacted with King Sojram before, so you don't understand him. He might seem cautious at times, but there are times when he can be extremely frenzied. He's definitely capable of doing such a thing. Steel Arms, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stepped forward and said with a grim expression, Back then, we did reap quite a harvest. We killed many of the Gogurian elites in the capital. But after the incident, King Sojram began his vengeance. Under the frenzied assassination of the Gogurians, the brothers from back then were either killed or wounded. In the end, only the few of us were left. It was then that I lost my left hand. The other two did not speak, but their expressions revealed the same thoughts. Wang Chong frowned as he recalled the ferocity and viciousness of the Gogurian warriors on the night of the assault on the Kunwu training camp. Given their personalities, this kind of thing was completely possible. At this moment, Wang Chong realized that he had overlooked something. He had underestimated the matter of dealing with the Gogurians. Given the current situation, if they couldn't capture King Sojram, their actions would be meaningless. Even if King Sojram failed this time, he could still launch a second, third, or even fourth large-scale assassination. If they couldn't withstand it, They could even delay it indefinitely, waiting for them to relax before taking action. They could guard it for a month and be on high alert, but what about a year or two? The crux of this operation was no longer whether they could find the Gogrian base or how many Gogurians they could kill. Instead, it was whether they could capture King Sojurim, the Gogrian spy king. Seniors, do you have any ideas? Wang Chong raised his head and asked. It's simple. Gongzi, weren't you afraid of alerting the Gogrian base? That's why you didn't make a move on them in the past. But the situation is different now. What we need to do is to alert them. Ma Yinlong narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint gleamed in them. It's about time to wipe out the Gogrian bases in the capital. Gongzi, there's no need to hold back in this operation. Only by destroying the Gogrian bases in the capital will we be able to foil King Sojurim's plans. Only then will we be able to make him reveal his flaws. I know him well, and he won't cancel his plans so easily. On the contrary, he will speed up the execution of his plans. As the Gogrian spy king, he's too conceited. Besides, to him, no matter how many losses there are, sacrificing the Gogurians is nothing to him. At the end of his words, Ma Yinlong slammed his fist on the table. Even Wang Chong felt his heart palpitating at the sight of it. As his nemesis, he really wanted to kill King Sojurim with his own hands. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. After a moment of silence, Wang Chong nodded. After leaving the royal jade pavilion, Wang Chong headed straight for the king of Song's residence. From the king of Song, Wang Chong obtained a token for the mobilization of the royal guards. Only a king of the royal family, like the king of Song, was capable of such a feat after settling this matter. Wang Chong went to meet his uncle, Li Lin. Dealing with the Gogurians would be a huge contribution if he could do it well. As the saying went, keep the goodies within the family. Toward his own family, Wang Chong treated them well. In any case, he wouldn't be able to benefit from this matter. Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, was also very straightforward. After hearing Wang Chong's words, he discussed it with the commander of the imperial army, Zhao Fengchen, and decided to dispatch a large group of imperial army soldiers to assist Li Lin. With this group of soldiers, Wang Chong had around 4,000 experts under him. Based on Wang Chong's request, there were also quite a few master archers among them. Putting aside using this army to encircle the Gogurians, it was more than sufficient to fight a small-scale battle on the battlefield. The capital was under the feet of the Son of Heaven. In order to not cause too much panic and chaos among the populace, as well as to prevent the Gogurians from sensing anything amiss beforehand, the operation was decided to be carried out at night instead. Are you all ready? Amidst the darkness, Wang Chong stood beneath a tree and gazed at the residence from afar. The lights in the residence were extremely bright, and they served as a beacon to guide the crowd. Get ready. Master archers were stationed at all the crucial junctions. If anyone were to leave the residence, death would be the only outcome. Gongzi, don't worry. On the crown of a lush tree behind him, a speed-type Imperial Army soldier squatted down and said grimly. From Zhang Xian's angle, he could see numerous fully armored Imperial Army soldiers surrounding the courtyard in the distance. These Imperial Army soldiers were well-trained elites, and according to Wang Chong's request, the frontmost row was equipped with heavy armor and shields. The encirclement was slowly shrinking, but without Wang Chong's orders, no one dared to attack recklessly. Get ready. Release the signal. Wang Chong stared into the distance with a cold expression before swinging his arm down. Boom! The response to Wang Chong's words was a brilliant firework that soared into the clouds. The dazzling sparks and a long trail of smoke trailed behind it, making it particularly eye-catching in the dark night. This was the signal to attack. Kill! In the next instant, battle cries reverberated in the air. Under the starry sky, brilliant halos of thorns bloomed in the darkness like beautiful flowers. From the first base where Wang Chong and the others were at, to the second base, to the third base, all the way to the 14th base, almost all of the Goguryans' bases in the Tang Dynasty's capital were under attack. 3,000 to 4,000 royal guards and the city defense army were like wolves and tigers. Under the starry night, they crossed the city walls and charged into the courtyards with high walls. Shield-bearers, master archers, cavalrymen, all of them worked together from defense to offense. All of the Gogurian bases were tightly surrounded, making it impossible for even a drop of water to pass through. Enemy attack. From afar, a shrill cry in Gogurian resounded across the sky. The Gogurian sentries had finally noticed the Imperial army. Congratulations to user for killing 21 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. All of a sudden, a familiar voice sounded in Wang Chong's ears. Boom! Along with this voice, a powerful gale blew, and surges of energy surged into Wang Chong's body from all directions. What's going on? Sensing the changes in his body, Wang Chong was stunned. The operation had just begun, and he hadn't killed a single Gogurian yet. Why would he receive such a notice? However, before Wang Chong could clear his doubts, something even more shocking happened. Congratulations to user for killing 22 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 23 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 24 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 25 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. A series of cold and familiar voices echoed in Wang Chong's head, leaving him dumbfounded. Dense origin energy gathered from all directions and converted into Wang Chong's strength. In just a short period of time, the progress of Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield aura had already surpassed the sum of the past few months. Furthermore, this number was still increasing rapidly. Shock, doubt, everything that was happening before him had far exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. But the constantly growing energy of the bane of the battlefield halo in his body clearly reminded him that everything was real. Congratulations to user for killing 35 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 36 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 37 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 49 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 50 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 51 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. A series of notifications sounded, and Wang Chong was completely stunned by this pleasant surprise. Almost subconsciously, Wang Chong released the bane of the battlefield aura in his body. Wang. Amidst the darkness, massive ripples that only Wang Chong could see spread out in all directions. This time, even at a distance of 1,200 meters, Wang Chong could clearly see white ripples appearing beneath the feet of the Gogurian soldiers in the courtyard. Different from the first aura, all of the Gogurian soldiers caught in the white ripples were weakened significantly. Panic spread among the Gogurians. Clearly, they had sensed the abnormality in their bodies. In an instant, the casualties of the Gogurians increased. Congratulations to user for killing 81 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 82 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 83 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 101 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 102 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 103 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Information gushed into Wang Chong's head like a waterfall. At the same time, the ripples around Wang Chong grew even more intense. Chapter 252. The battle had only just begun, and there were definitely less than 100 casualties in the first base. Without a doubt, the deaths of the Gogurians mentioned by the Stone of Destiny definitely involved the other Gogurian bases and bases. Could it be because of this? In an instant, a thought flashed across Wang Chang's mind, and he took out a luxurious golden token. This token was given to him by the King of Song, and it represented that he was the commander of this operation. After much thought, Wang Chong realized that the only reason why the deaths of the Gogurians in the other bases could be attributed to him was because of this token. Could it be that this token, or perhaps my official rank, can be of use in this operation, and I don't have to kill them personally? Wang Chong thought. At this point, Wang Chong was delighted. Somehow, Wang Chong felt that he had found a shortcut to raise the bane of the battlefield halo. Hung Long. At this moment, Wang Chong's body finally completed the final transformation. Hung Long Long. A furious gale blew, and the rumbling of thunder echoed in Wang Chong's head, following which a massive ripple suddenly surged out, and a powerful surge of energy gushed out. Congratulations to user for killing more than 100 Gogrian warriors. The bane of the battlefield halo has been raised from level 0 to level 1. The cold and familiar voice of the Stone of Destiny sounded in Wang Chong's head. At the same time, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo expanded outward. In the distance, the entire Gogrian base was shrouded in this halo. Halos suddenly appeared around the bodies of the Gogrian warriors, shocking the Imperial army soldiers who were fighting with them. They thought that they had used some sort of trump card to boost their fighting prowess. But what was even more shocking was the Gogurians on the other side. They had already been weakened significantly, but this time they were weakened even more. Some of the true martial realm tier 1 experts with 1 ring dimmed, like candles in the wind that were about to be extinguished. On the other hand, the origin energy tier 9 Gogrian experts were affected even more. Not only did they fall from origin energy tier 9 to origin energy tier 8, they even showed signs of falling toward origin energy tier 7. What the hell is going on? Li Jiuhuan's hair was disheveled. He was shocked and angry. As the leader of the base, he wasn't affected by the bane of the battlefield at all, so he didn't understand what was happening to the others. However, everyone's strength had been greatly reduced, and they were completely out of sorts. There was no doubt about this. Retreat! 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 Li Jiuhuan was shocked and angry at the same time, shouting repeatedly. These imperial guards of the Tang dynasty came in a menacing manner, and there were many elites among them. It could be seen that they came prepared. Li Jiuhuan was well aware that they had already been exposed. They could no longer keep this base. Li Jiuhuan's only hope now was that they were the only ones exposed. Xiu xiu xiu. In the courtyard, countless steel arrows whizzed forth like venomous snakes. At this crucial moment, the 2 Gogrian Condor snipers stationed in the first base came into play. Even though there were only 2 of them, they were top-notch Condor snipers. With a single move, they shot out 4 to 5 lethal arrows, shrouding all of the Imperial army soldiers in the courtyard. Hung Long. But not too long after they made their move, an earth-shattering sound echoed in the distance. Before Li Jiuhuan could react, boom boom. Not too long after the 2 Condor snipers made their move, 2 thick and long arrows pierced through their chests, and they were pinned to the ground. Too hurried, too fast. Without giving anyone any time to dodge, the 2 Condor snipers whom the Gogurians had spent a great deal of effort to groom were pinned to the ground in an instant, and they couldn't be any more dead. Li Jiuhuan's face also turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He stared into the distance, and the color drained from his face. So, without the slightest hesitation, Li Jiuhuan suddenly rose from the ground and leaped onto the roof. Without stopping for even a moment, he fled eastward without a second thought. Everyone here was doomed. Not a single one of them would be able to escape. Li Jiuhuan knew that he could only protect himself now. Where do you think you're going? A deafening bellow echoed. Just as Li Jiuhuan was about to reach the wall, an Imperial army commander dashed forward like a hawk, and with a slash of his saber, he blocked Li Jiuhuan's path in midair. At this moment, the 2-meter tall master archer sent over by the King of Song also slowly lowered the extra-large bow in his hands. There wasn't the slightest change in his expression, as though he had just done something insignificant. Well done! Under the shade of a tree, Wang Chong was delighted to see this sight. He raised his thumb and complimented the other party generously. This fellow was too formidable. He was a one-sided slaughter. If such an expert had been present on the night of the assault on Kunwu, he would have been able to defeat the several hundred master archers of the Gogurians and Turks. The king of Song had sent him an incredible expert. Clang! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong unsheathed his sword and bellowed as he charged into the distance. Gongzi, be careful! Seeing Wang Chong make a move, Mayase Mayaka was alarmed. As though a shadow, she dashed out from the nearby forest and hurriedly followed after him. Haha, don't worry. With such a large army, what danger could there possibly be? Wang Chong laughed heartily, driving phantom movement art to its limits. He dashed forward like a wisp of black smoke. Congratulations to user for killing 140 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 141 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 142 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 175 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 176 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 177 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. The familiar voice in his head was still gushing down like a waterfall. Raging winds blew in all directions, and immense energy was gushing endlessly into Wang Chong's body, strengthening Wang Chong's strength. The might of the bane of the battlefield halo continued to rise, and invisible ripples began to spread outward with Wang Chong at the center. At this moment, not only was it shrouding the entire Gogrian first base, it was even spreading toward the Gogrian second base in the distance. The area it covered was truly frightening, and under the influence of this halo's power, the true martial realm experts were affected more and more severely. Those one-ringed martial artists in the first level of the true martial realm were already greatly affected. The cyan thorny halo around their bodies was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. And as Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo continued to grow stronger, it was now bursting like a bubble. All of these people had their martial halos stripped away. On the other hand, after the Origin Energy Realm Gogrian experts fell to Origin Energy Tier 7, the effects of the halo lessened, and they didn't fall any further. Wang Chong was perplexed at the start, but he soon understood the reason behind it. The halo only affected the origin energy in a martial artist's body, and it didn't have much of an effect on one's physical strength. Thus, after the origin energy Realm Gogrian warriors fell to Origin Energy Tier 7, they wouldn't fall any further. Even so, the might of the bane of the battlefield halo was still fearsome. Almost all of the Gogurians in the first base had fallen by an entire realm, and this was the might of a war-related halo. There was no longer any suspense in the battle in the first base. Before Wang Chong could participate in any of the battles, the battle in the courtyard had already ended. The entire courtyard was filled with Gogrian corpses, swords, and arrows. Reporting to Gongzi, there are a few metal chests in the Gogrian base. After the battle ended, an Imperial Army soldier came to report that they had found a few huge chests in the underground chamber of the first base. Wang Chong followed the Imperial Army soldier in, only to see several large metal chests, all of them locked, placed in a row in the middle of an underground chamber. What are these? Could they be weapons? Wang Chong thought. Since the Gogurians were prepared to wreak havoc in the capital, they must have prepared a huge amount of weapons. With a thought, Wang Chong whipped out his woozy steel weapon, and with a kung sound, he sliced open the copper lock. Then, with a huang sound, he opened one of the metal chests. In the next instant, something unexpected happened. As soon as the chest was opened, a golden glow mixed with a rich aroma and mist drifted out from within. What was lying in the chest wasn't a weapon used by the Gogurians for their rebellion, but a chest full of highly aged Gogrian ginseng. SSSS. Upon seeing the chest full of Gogrian ginseng, putting aside Wang Chong, even the Imperial Army soldier who was reporting the news couldn't help but suck in a deep breath of cold air. Even though they didn't know much about the Gogrian Empire, they had a rough idea that the ginseng produced by the Gogrian Empire was a top-notch martial artifact. There were at least 500 to 600 Gogurians in this chest. The value of the ginseng was inestimable. I've struck gold. Looking at the dazzling Gogrian ginseng, Wang Chong was stunned for a moment. The harvest was far greater than he had expected, such that Wang Chong couldn't react in time. If the chests here aren't weapons but ginseng, doesn't that mean that, looking at the huge metal chests, Wang Chong suddenly felt agitated, as though he had been struck by a great fortune? Kung, kung, kung. With such a thought in mind, Wang Chong brandished his woozy steel sword. Kung, kung, kung. He walked over and chopped down all of the copper chests. He opened the chests one after another, and every single one of them was filled with a golden glow. 12 chests. 12 chests of Gogrian ginseng. I've struck gold this time. In that instant, Wang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gongzi, how should we deal with these Gogrian ginseng? The Imperial Army soldier by the side bowed and asked respectfully. He didn't seem to have any intention of getting his hands on the ginseng. Wang Chong was the commander of this operation, and he had the token of the King of Song on him. As such, he represented the King of Song. Putting aside the Gogrian ginseng, even if there was a mountain of gold, silver, or even immortal pills here, no one would dare to vie with the King of Song for it. The Imperial Army still had this rule. Leave one chest for the brothers to enjoy. As for the rest, bring them to my residence. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, with a wave of his hand, he decided on where the Gogrian ginseng would go. As the commander of this operation, he had the authority to do so. He believed that even if the King of Song were to learn of this, he wouldn't say anything. This operation to wipe out the Gogurians and destroy their influence in the capital was a huge contribution. He wouldn't be able to earn any credit, and he wouldn't be promoted either. However, these benefits were undeniable. He believed that no one would dare to vie with him. Thank you, Gongzi. Upon hearing that Wang Chong had left a chest for his brothers, the Imperial Army member who had asked for instructions was delighted. According to the rules, Wang Chong could have kept the ginseng for himself. Yet he actually gave them a chest. This was a huge favor. Chapter 253. The distribution of the spoils of war was soon decided, and all of the Gogrian corpses in the base were looted clean. Wang Chong didn't forget that each of these Gogurians had a Gogrian ginseng. While the battle at the first base had ended, the battles at the other bases were still ongoing. Congratulations to user for killing 301 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 302 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 303 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. The familiar voice in his head continued. The number of Gogurians Wang Chong had killed swiftly surpassed 300, and it was still rising at an alarming rate. The exhilaration of growing strength was indescribable. I didn't think that borrowing the token of the King of Song would bring me such great benefits. However, it's a pity that such a good thing only comes once. I'll have to return it to the King of Song after the operation. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel some regret. Princes had their own tokens, and officials had their own tokens. These tokens issued by the royal court had to be kept close to their bodies. They could be lent out occasionally, but it was impossible for them to not return it for a long period of time. Thus, Wang Chong's beautiful plans could only be wishful thinking at this point. After leaving the first base, Wang Chong brought Mayase Mayaka and the experts of the Zhuang and Qi clans with him, and they rushed to the other bases. Wang Chong's plan was simple. Due to the augmentation of his bane of the battlefield, the strength of the Gogurians in the first base had been greatly weakened. However, the same couldn't be said for the other bases. If he were to encounter those troublesome Gogurian bases with too many experts, his bane of the battlefield would be able to end the battle swiftly. Congratulations to user for killing 485 soldiers of the Gogurian Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 486 soldiers of the Gogurian Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 487 soldiers of the Gogurian Empire. The information in his head flowed like a waterfall. At this moment, Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield had already expanded to a radius of more than 8,000 meters, equivalent to a distance of 16 li. About an hour later, all the battles were over. At the same time, the total number of Gogurian warriors killed by Wang Chong also stopped at 623. Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo also had a range of 11,000 meters. Other than that, there were dozens of boxes of Gogurian ginseng, and 80% of them were golden in color. Very few of them were the ordinary white ginseng that was only a few decades old. All of these iron boxes were sent to Wang Chong's mansion. This was the reward for being the commander and the victor. Ha ha ha! Chong-er, we've done a great service this time. Outside the walls of No. 8's base, a towering tree towered into the clouds, brimming with vitality. Beneath the tree, Uncle Li Lin's face was flushed red. Looking at the blazing flames in front of him, he was in high spirits and exhilaration. He really needed this kind of military merit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rely solely on Zhao Fengchen to promote him in the imperial army. With this meritorious deed, even without Zhao Fengchen's promotion, he would still be able to rise through the ranks. The more he looked at his nephew, the more he liked him, and the prouder he felt. Other people relied on fawning on their superiors, but he relied on his nephew to rise. However, Li Lin didn't think much of it. To have such a talented son in the clan was something to be proud of. After a few decades of silence, he was finally going to soar into the sky. Uncle, don't worry. This is just a small contribution. Once we capture King Sojurim, it'll be a huge contribution. It'll be easy for Uncle to be promoted in the future. Wang Chong said with a smile as he stood beside his uncle. After a period of absence, Wang Chong realized that his uncle had changed a little. His figure was tall and straight, as though a spear was pierced into the ground. Furthermore, his spirit, energy, and psyche were united, and he exuded an aura of boundless vitality. Without a doubt, Wang Chong's uncle's cultivation had improved significantly during this period of time. The cultivation technique he had given him had finally come into effect. His efforts hadn't been in vain. Wang Chong felt gratified as well. The reason why Wang Chong introduced Zhao Fengchen to Uncle Li Lin was because he didn't want his uncle to be beneath Zhao Fengchen for the rest of his life. Following Zhao Fengchen was just a means, a process, and not his final goal. Wang Chong's final goal was for his uncle to become an independent existence in the imperial army, not a follower. Uncle, carry 5 boxes of those Gogurian ginseng over. Also, I'll give you a few more pills after some time. Wang Chong suddenly said, why? Are you afraid that your uncle's cultivation is too low? Li Lin turned around and chuckled. Uncle, do you think that your position is too high? If I recall correctly, the imperial army should be divided into many factions. It's always better to be stronger. Besides, the ranks of the imperial army are also linked to one's cultivation, right? There's nothing wrong with Uncle bringing these things over to increase your strength as much as possible. Wang Chong said he had intended to give a few more boxes over, but 5 boxes already amounted to more than 3,000 Gogurian ginseng. It was sufficient for Uncle Li Lin to cultivate by himself. Li Lin didn't say a word, but he fell into deep thought. His initial intention was to reject Wang Chong's offer. After all, the contribution he had was more than enough. As for the Gogrian ginseng, since they were his kin, there was no need for him to fight over them. However, upon hearing Wang Chong's final words, Li Lin fell silent. There were a few things that Wang Chong said: that the imperial army was divided into many factions, and they were far more formidable than the outside world could imagine. Just by following Zhao Fengqin for a short period of time, he could already feel a strong sense of rejection. In the imperial army, strength was everything, and the fist was king. Whoever had the bigger fist had the right to speak, and they would be respected by others. All right. Li Lin nodded. He had finally changed his mind. Only then did Wang Chong smile. Reporting to the two lords, the battlefield has been cleaned up. At this moment, an imperial guard trotted over and stood respectfully before the two of them. Good. You may leave. Li Lin waved his hands and dismissed the imperial army member. Then he turned to look at Wang Chong with a passionate gaze. Chong-er, the battle is over. What do you plan to do next? Hee, I hope you didn't alert the enemy with the final base. Wang Chong said. I didn't move. Li Lin nodded in understanding. All right, let's retreat. After sending Uncle Li Lin off, Wang Chong turned around and headed straight for the Royal Jade Pavilion. This was an opportune moment. The shops in the capital weren't open at night, and the Wang clan was too conspicuous. However, with the Royal Jade Pavilion as his base, it was much more convenient. He didn't have to worry about attracting attention. Even if others saw him eating in the pavilion, they would only think that he liked the food here, so he came here more frequently. Never would they have thought that he had bought this place. Even more so, Ma Yin Long the Eagle, Steel Arms, and Solitary Wolf were all stationed here. How is it? As soon as Wang Chong went up the stairs, the four immediately gathered around him and asked anxiously. Wang Chong made an okay gesture, and upon seeing the doubtful gazes of the four, he realized that they didn't understand what he meant. It's done. With a smile, Wang Chong corrected himself. You must be joking. After mobilizing so many imperial army members and borrowing the prestige of the King of Song, it would be a wonder if they still couldn't deal with this. Who? Hearing Wang Chong's words, the four heaved a long sigh of relief. It was as though their hearts had finally settled back into their chests. Wang Gongzi, please don't blame us for the operation tonight. King Sojurim is too familiar with us. Thus, none of us can participate in the operation tonight. Not only so, not even a single one of the eagles can be released. It's not a good thing to be exposed too early. If King Sojurim realizes that we are participating in the operation tonight, the nature of the operation will be different. In fact, he might even cancel the operation altogether. Ma Yinlong suddenly thought of something and explained. Don't worry, I understand. Wang Chong chuckled casually and waved his hands, gesturing for Ma Yinlong to be at ease. Since he trusted Ma Yinlong and the others, how could he possibly doubt them for not putting in enough effort? Looking at Wang Chong's carefree expression, the four couldn't help but be impressed. Even though this Gongzi was young, there wasn't the slightest hint of inexperience in him. Even though he came from a noble clan, he didn't have the air of a profligate scion. After 15 years, there might really be hope for them to capture King Sojurim this time around. Elder, what should we do next? The group sat cross-legged on the floor and formed a circle. Wang Chong humbly asked for guidance. Gongzi, did you touch the last base? Not yet. Good, let's surround it. The crux of our operation lies in that base. If we were to destroy all of the bases, the Gogurians would think that we have grasped their movements. On the other hand, if we were to destroy some of the bases, the Gogurians would think that we have grasped their movements. The greater the momentum of our operation, the more bases we destroy, the stronger their conviction will be. We understand King Sojurim's mentality all too well. He's too conceited, so conceited that once he decides on a plan, he won't change it easily. No matter how great the sacrifice is, it's meaningless to him. He won't care. Our current advantage is that he's in the light while we're in the dark. No matter how many Gogrian bases you destroy or how many people you kill, you're still a newcomer. King Sojurim doesn't understand you at all. He doesn't know that we're the ones hiding behind your back. This is our greatest advantage, Ma Yinlong said grimly. Wait a moment. Wang Chong suddenly interrupted Ma Yinlong. Elder, you said that King Sojurim doesn't understand me, right? Hee, I suddenly have an idea. After which, Wang Chong revealed his idea. Ha ha ha, that works too. Since we're going to do it, let's make it bigger. The more ostentatious you are, the more King Sojurim will be unable to see through you. At the same time, he will look down on you. Wang Gongzi, let's do as you say. Hearing Wang Chong's idea, Ma Yinlong chuckled. If they were to go along with Wang Chong's plan, it would be much easier for the plan to succeed. As for what happens next, the eagle, I'll leave it to you. The eagle nodded solemnly. Chapter 254. Boom! When the news of the dozen Gogrian bases being destroyed spread out, it caused a huge uproar in the capital. In the past, it wasn't a secret that the other foreign countries had spies in the Tang dynasty. However, none of them had built such a massive spy network, like the Gogrian Empire. This was especially so after the corpses were displayed in the capital, causing a huge uproar. 500 to 600 Gogrian soldiers. This was a scale far greater than any other foreign country. It was on the scale of a minor rebellion. Furthermore, according to the news from the royal court, the bases they had built had a history of more than a decade. Through these bases, they had carried out countless assassinations and sabotage. In fact, the assault on the Kunwa training camp a while ago was one of their most outstanding feats. The Gogrian soldiers were the best evidence of this. After the large number of Gogrian soldiers were displayed, it further solidified the treacherous intentions of the Gogrian soldiers, causing a huge uproar in the capital. The city gate guards and imperial army began to move out to apprehend those who had slipped through the net. Even the Gogrian territory in the west of the capital was invaded by a large group of soldiers. The ferocious and valiant Gogurians chose to keep a low profile in the face of the rage of the citizens of the capital, cooperating with them. Furthermore, they made it clear that they were honest merchants, completely different from the Gogrian assassins and warriors who engaged in sabotage and sabotage. There was a world of difference between them and the Gogrian warriors. In a single day, a large number of Gogurians were apprehended. Faced with the large-scale operation of the royal court, the merchants of the various countries of the western regions chose to remain silent. Clearly, they could sense that the situation this time was different from the past. Assassination and sabotage couldn't be compared to legitimate business activities. The excuses they used in the past couldn't be used here. As the matter of the Gogurians caused a huge uproar in the capital, more and more details were revealed. In the operation last night, the commander of the imperial army went by the name of Li Lin, and he had contributed greatly to it. Due to this matter, he was commended by the imperial army and promoted to a grade 5 Dragonfang lieutenant. However, the one who uncovered the Gogrian spies was a name that the citizens of the capital couldn't be more familiar with. Wang Chong. It was during the Kunwa night raid that he discovered the traces of the Gogurians and traced them all the way to their bases. Eventually, he led the imperial army to wipe them out. It could be said that Wang Chong was the true hero behind the scenes. Bastard. In an unknown stronghold deep in the mountains outside the capital, an awe-inspiring figure slammed his fist on a table, exuding a terrifying aura. In front of him, 6 figures knelt on the ground. Their bodies shivered, and they kept quiet like cicadas in the dark. It's such a big operation. Didn't you guys notice it at all? There was no light in the room. That awe-inspiring figure leaned forward slightly, but a pair of eyes emitted a cold light in the darkness. That huge pressure caused people's hearts to tremble. Your Highness, their actions were very sudden. We didn't receive any news beforehand. Furthermore, they were directly mobilized from the Imperial Army. Late at night is the time when our brothers are most relaxed. With more than a dozen bases moving together, we didn't have any time to react, much less escape. The mastermind behind their scheme is extremely formidable. He didn't intend to give our men the slightest chance of survival. A black-robed assassin kneeling on the floor said, "Outside of Goguryeo, there was only one person who could be addressed as Your Highness." Without a doubt, the person before him was the highest authority of the Goguryeo Empire in the Central Plains, the Tang Dynasty, King Sozhirim. "It's impossible for our bases to be seen through so easily. Did you find any traces of the Fang of the White Tiger?" King Sozhirim asked coldly in the darkness. A chilling aura enveloped the entire room. More than a dozen bases had been destroyed. This was something that had never happened before. His first thought was that the experts from the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments had participated in the operation. Only those old foes would have such a deep understanding of the Goguryans. Nothing. When the incident happened, our men checked the surroundings, but they didn't find any traces of the Fang of the White Tiger. Another Goguryan assassin said, even though more than a dozen bases had been destroyed, the Goguryans were scattered all over the city. They weren't confined to a single base. It was just that the base had the most people. When the incident happened, the base was on fire. It was impossible for them to not notice such a big thing. Even though they didn't dare to approach the scene of the battle, they could still observe from the outside. As such, the Goguryans had gathered quite a bit of intelligence regarding last night's operation. Could this really be a coincidence? King Sozhirim asked with narrowed eyes. Different emotions flashed through his eyes, but the kneeling Goguryan assassins lowered their heads even more fearfully. Even though we can't be certain, based on the news we received, this matter is likely to be a coincidence. Also, we have some news regarding the matter Your Highness asked us to look into. As the third Goguryan assassin spoke, he took out a scroll from his bosom and passed it over respectfully. Every single Goguryan assassin had their own responsibilities. Clearly, he was in charge of gathering intelligence. The room was silent. King Sozhirim waited for 3 seconds before taking the scroll from the Goguryan assassin's hands. With just a single glance, King Sozhirim's face warped slightly. He flipped through 2 to 3 pages and continued reading without saying a single word. Your Highness, we have investigated the identity of that Wang Chong from last night. He's the grandson of Duke Jiao of the Tang Dynasty, and the Imperial Army Commander Li Lin is his uncle. The two of them have a close relationship. Even though he's young, we can't underestimate him. The Tang Dynasty consort Tai Zhan incident and the regional commander's incident all have traces of this young man. In fact, there's even a rumor that the backer of the Yao clan, Yao Chong, who had been at odds with the Wang clan for decades, lowered his head to Wang Juling and admitted his mistake. From all of these, this young man is extremely talented. He isn't the profligate scion that we thought him to be. On top of that, he has a close relationship with the King of Song of the Tang Dynasty, and he has been to the King of Song's residence many times before. The Imperial Army Commander who carried out the operation last night was also mobilized by him through the King of Song's influence. Otherwise, given his uncle Li Lin's position, it's impossible for him to mobilize such a large number of Imperial Army commanders. On top of that, our men found traces of him at the scene of the operation. As he has quite a few experts by his side, we didn't dare to make a move recklessly. More importantly, we found his name in the Kunwu training camp, and he was at White Tiger Peak, the place where the operation was first carried out. At this point, the third assassin paused for a moment before speaking with a deep meaning in his voice. On top of that, our men found a few students from the Kunwu training camp, and they found out that this lad had led his men to seek reinforcements from other camps. At the end of his words, the third assassin's voice was brimming with killing intent. At the same time, the other assassins also began emanating killing intent. Without a doubt, the matter was clear. It was inconceivable that more than a dozen of their bases had been destroyed and had dealt a heavy blow to them. However, judging from the deeds of that Wang Chong, it wasn't impossible for him to discover their bases. A person who could cause such a huge commotion in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty couldn't be judged with common sense. Appearance was no longer of any use to judge a person. No matter what he did, it was entirely possible. In an instant, the room fell silent. From King Sojurim to the 6 Gogrian assassins, everyone was silent. Everyone could sense the weight of this news. Ever since the Fong of the White Tiger more than a decade ago, they hadn't met such an opponent in the capital of the Tang dynasty. Unlike the Fong of the White Tiger, the Fong of the White Tiger was a failure. But this young man named Wang Chong was only in his teens, and he had already brought them 2 failures and nearly 700 deaths. Compared to the Fong of the White Tiger back then, this Wang Chong was far more menacing and dangerous. This wasn't a good thing for the Gogrian Empire and the people in this base. Everyone knew what this meant. This Wang Chong had to be eliminated, or else the threat he posed to Goguryeo would only grow greater and greater. Let me ask you, is the final base safe? Have you checked it? Are there any suspicious traces of the Tang people in the surroundings? After an unknown period of time, King Sojurim was the first to speak. His voice was filled with deep contemplation. I've checked it. Nothing. Everything around the base is normal. It seems like the Tang people haven't discovered this base yet. One of the assassins said. King Sojurim didn't say anything, but those who were familiar with him could sense that his gaze had relaxed significantly. A single base meant nothing to the Gogrian Empire. Even if everyone in it were to die, it wouldn't mean much to them. However, the meaning behind this small base wasn't as simple as it seemed. It seems like he's still too young. In the darkness, King Sojurim raised his head and sneered coldly. Gather all of the Empire's warriors. King Sojurim stood up from his seat and said a few words. Wang. But the 6 in the room jolted in shock and abruptly raised their heads. Your Highness, should we move now? The Tang dynasty is currently at its most guarded against us. If we move now, we'll suffer heavy losses. They knew that King Sojurim wasn't a person who would give up easily, but none of them could have imagined that he would be in such a hurry to make a move at such a critical juncture. What's fake is real, and what's real is fake. This is the time when the Tang dynasty is at its most guarded, but at the same time it's also the time when they're at their most relaxed. They would never have expected us to launch an assassination while they're conducting a large-scale search. King Sojurim raised his head with a disdainful gaze. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it carried an unquestionable tone. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This has always been the style of our Gogrian Empire. Retaliating is the best response to their attacks, and it's also the best consolation for our fallen warriors. As for sacrifice, what does a little sacrifice matter to the Empire? Those warriors who have sacrificed their lives for the Empire are honorable. The Empire will remember them. Those words extinguished all the objections in everyone's hearts. Reverence shone on the faces of the 6 assassins. Yes, Your Highness. 3 days later, the final batch of warriors will arrive. Let's move out. Also, add the Wang clan into the assassination list as well. Aren't we going to assassinate the influential officials of the Tang dynasty? This clan won't make a difference. There's always a price to pay for acting smart. At this point, King Sojurim harumphed coldly and walked down from his throne. The fate of the Wang clan had been decided. Yes. Chapter 255. While King Sojurim and the group of Gogrian assassins were discussing their next course of action, no one noticed that in the depths of the night sky above their heads, a massive eagle was circling in the air. The eagle didn't make a sound, nor did it let out any cry. However, its sharp eyes were able to see everything in the dark as if it was daytime. So, after an unknown period of time, the eagle finally turned around and glided toward the northeast amidst the night breeze. Flick, flick, the eagle glided down from the treetops and landed on a hill in the mountain. From the darkness, a rough arm reached out and caught the intelligent, well-trained eagle. At the same time, another arm tossed a piece of dried meat over. The eagle caught it and swallowed it in a few bites. To think that the Gogurians' base would be here! Lone Wolf frowned as he stroked his chin. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. From his angle, he could vaguely see the top of a monastery in the distance. Those Gogurians sure are cunning. To think that they would use a monastery in the depths of the mountain as their base of operations. If we didn't know about it, who would have thought that it would be their base of operations? Steel Hands was also feeling extremely fortunate. If not for the eagle noticing the Gogurians' communication ravens entering the monastery, he would have never imagined that the Gogurians would be hiding here. I remember that 4 months ago, a merchant reported to the royal court that he would donate a monastery in the depths of the mountain outside the city. From the looks of it now, the Gogurians have been plotting this for a very long time. Wang Chong looked in the southwest direction at the massive monastery with a deep frown on his forehead. Great Senior, this temple is very famous. Who could have thought that it would be a base of operations for the Gogurians? Thinking about it, the reason why King Sojurim was able to escape from the encirclement and return to the Gogrian Empire safely was probably due to this monastery. Since this monastery is a base of operations for the Gogurians, there's no doubt that the merchant who donated the money is a Gogrian as well. I heard that he also recruited a group of workers and forbade others to come near during the construction period. From the looks of it, not only the monks in the monastery, even the workers are Gogurians. There's no way the Gogurians would leave such a huge matter to an outsider. The night wind whistled. On the hill, everyone's expressions were solemn. King Sojurim was much more cunning than they had expected. This monastery took 4 months to build, and all of the workers and monks were disguised as Gogurians. Even if something happened, not many people would link it to this temple, because all of this was done in the open, under everyone's eyes. No matter how many people they have, no matter how cunning they are, this operation is destined to fail. The eagle, what's the situation? Ma Yinlong stood under a pine tree and turned to look at the eagle who was feeding the eagle. Not good. There's a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5. I'm afraid that the Gogurians will notice us before we even get close to the monastery. Not only so, the terrain here is complicated and there are mountains and forests all around, making it convenient for us to escape. If the Gogurians realize that their plan isn't working, they can just abandon the monastery and escape at any moment. The eagle tossed the last piece of jerky to the eagle on his arm with a grim expression. The Gogurians were far more vigilant than they had imagined, and there were no blind spots at all. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to get close to the monastery. Before the army could even get close, the Gogurians would have already fled. Hearing the eagle's words, everyone frowned. Even if they managed to find the Gogrian base, it would be difficult for them to accomplish their mission if they didn't resolve this problem. Perhaps they might even fail at the very end. Not only so, have you forgotten about the elites of the Gogurians? Since King Sojurim has decided to make a move on the officials of the royal court, he must have mobilized the top-notch experts of the Gogurians, perhaps even the generals of the Gogrian Empire. If we don't have enough people, not only will we be ineffective, we might even be defeated by them. Steel Arms said grimly. He had lost an arm, and the painful lesson from more than a decade ago still left a deep impression on him. Gongzi, you must pay attention to this matter. The Gogurians in the base that we have encircled are only ordinary soldiers. On the other hand, the subordinates that King Sojurim is sending to assassinate the officials are likely to be elites of the Gogrian Empire. We have to be extremely vigilant in order to encircle them. Otherwise, if the mission fails, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. The matter regarding the Gogurians had caused a huge uproar in the capital, and had attracted the attention of everyone. Even the foreigners of the western regions were paying close attention to this matter. If the mission were to fail, even the Wang clan would be unable to bear the consequences. Leave such a small matter to me. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong smiled. I will coordinate with the royal court through the King of Song and have them deploy their best experts. As long as I tell them that the incident from more than a decade ago will repeat itself, they will understand the severity of the matter. The royal court will know what they should do. The incident from more than a decade ago had left a huge impact on the royal court. Even now, many of the officials still had a deep impression of it. For such a matter, Wang Chong didn't need to beg too much. All he needed to do was to describe the matter. Wang Chong believed that there would be many officials who would take the initiative to request for more experts to be deployed, so there was no need for him to worry about this. Ma Yinlong the eagle, Steel Arms, and Solitary Wolf glanced at one another, and they nodded in agreement. This was the effect of one's influence and background. What Wang Chong could accomplish with a single word was something that they couldn't do even if they were beaten to death. At the very least, if they had a relationship with Wang Chong back then, they wouldn't have suffered such a terrible defeat. Their brothers had contributed to the brilliance of King Sozhiram, and they wouldn't have been plagued by nightmares ever since. On the one hand, the four of them were filled with regret, but on the other hand, they were glad that they had the help of a king of nobility, generals, and ministers. Furthermore, the four of them had been expelled from the Bureau of Punishments and the Rear Division, so they could only rely on Wang Chong for this matter. Then there's the sentries. They're the crux to the success of the operation, so we have to find a way to deal with them. Steel Arms said, "Hee, don't worry, they won't be able to escape." Wang Chong chuckled. Stretching out a finger, he drew on the ground. This sudden action immediately caught everyone's attention. "I've just thought about it. This is the map of the area, so there's no need for us to seal off the entire area. As long as we send a troop here and here, they won't be able to escape. They won't be able to escape." Wang Chong quickly drew out the map. In his previous life, he was extremely familiar with the mountains and rivers of the Central Plains. It didn't take long for him to finish drawing it. Even Ma Yinlong and Solitary Wolf weren't familiar with it. For a young man like Wang Chong to be able to draw it out so easily, they were astonished. But how should we do it? It's impossible for such a large-scale mobilization of troops to not attract the attention of the Goguryans. As soon as the army leaves the city gates, King Sozhiram will probably be alerted. Ma Yinlong said, "Wang Chong's idea was great, but it wasn't practical at all." He who said anything about mobilizing the imperial army from the city? Wang Chong chuckled, a confident look on his face. The Bureau of Military Personnel conducts regular military movements every year, so all we have to do is to send a troop north. When the time comes, we just have to send an elite troop to infiltrate the troops. Bureau of Military Personnel. The four glanced at one another, and they could see the shock in one another's eyes. To mobilize troops through the Bureau of Military Personnel to encircle the Goguryans, this was an unimaginable feat to the four of them. The military was a matter of national importance, and it couldn't be ignored. Every single order from the Bureau of Military Personnel wasn't to be trifled with. To them, what Wang Chong said was something they didn't even dare to imagine. But in Wang Chong's mouth, it seemed like it was nothing at all. It's not that I'm spouting nonsense. Have you ever thought of the consequences if an influential official of the royal court were to be assassinated? In comparison, the mobilization of troops means nothing at all. Orders are dead, but men are alive. If it turns out to be a good thing, the outcome is something that everyone can accept. Besides, this isn't a large-scale mobilization of troops. All we need to do is to fortify the cities closest to the capital. This way we can minimize the impact. Wang Chong knew what the four of them were thinking, so he explained. The four of them nodded silently. If it was just a mobilization of troops of this scale, they could still accept it. Now all that's left is King Sozhiram. In an instant, the atmosphere turned heavy once more. This time, even Wang Chong fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he wasn't able to. He had never met King Sozhiram before, so he had no idea what the other party looked like. Under such circumstances, even if King Sozhiram were to stand before him, Wang Chong probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. The enemy was in the dark while he was out in the open. Not only so, from the few times they had come into contact with King Sojourn from afar, Fox King Chong knew that the other party was a cunning fellow, and he had a deep understanding of the other party's savagery. The monastery before him was the best proof of that. The eagle, I'll be troubling you then. Once the operation begins, release all of your eagles. I want you to keep an eye on every single Gogrian who leaves the battlefield. Not a single one of them is allowed to escape. It has been more than a decade, and you should know that this is our final chance. The eagle, steel arms, and solitary wolf nodded their heads. Their eyes were filled with the ominous glint that made Wang Chong feel uneasy once more. Wang Chong wanted to say something, but in the end he decided against it. Chapter 256. Regardless of whether it was the Gogurians or Wang Chong's side, both sides had to make their preparations. Even Wang Chong didn't know that the Gogurians had already moved ahead of time. On the other hand, the Gogurians also didn't know that Wang Chong and the others had already discovered their base. However, this wasn't the crux of the matter. Neither side had realized that this had already turned into a race against time. If the Gogurians were to launch their attack a day ahead of time, even if Wang Chong and the others managed to discover their base, they would still be defeated. That monastery was simply too close to the capital. Similarly, if Wang Chong and the others were able to coordinate with the Bureau of Military Personnel before the Gogurians made their move, the Gogurians would surely suffer a crushing defeat. But at this point in time, it was impossible for anyone to conduct reconnaissance or capture the other party's men. That would be too dangerous, and it would easily raise the other party's suspicions. 3 days passed in a flash. It's finally done. In a massive monastery located in the forest outside the capital, a Gogrian dressed in a monk's robe and shaved his head let out a long sigh of excitement. After a long time, they had finally completed their preparations. All of the elite experts dispatched from the distant Goguryeo Empire to participate in the operation tonight to assassinate the important officials of the Great Tang had all arrived at the monastery. A storm of blood was about to descend upon the Great Tang Empire. Most of the residences of those who could become famous officials of the Tang Empire were heavily guarded and had many experts. It was not easy to assassinate them. This was also the reason why they had to travel such a long distance and mobilize experts from within the empire. To use the resources of an empire to assassinate the officials of another empire, this might be considered an assassination. But to the Gogurians, it was a war. Everyone was prepared for a war. Thus, no matter how much preparation they had, it was inevitable that they would die. Are you all ready? The Gogrian dressed in a monk's robe raised his arm and bellowed. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed in the surroundings. We're ready. For the Empire, looking down from the sky, one could see that the monk was surrounded by Gogrian elites dressed in black with 3 sabers sheathed on their backs. Only a pair of sharp eyes could be seen, and they were gleaming with fervor, excitement, and fervor. On their bodies, waves of killing intent gathered together like a landslide or tsunami. After a long period of preparation, which lasted 4 months and traveled across mountains, all the preparations were finally completed. There were more than a few hundred imperial warriors gathered here. The huge temple was densely packed with over 1,000 imperial warriors. Moreover, unlike those imperial soldiers who had been wiped out in the capital, these people were true experts, true elites, handpicked from tens of thousands. 15 years ago, they had set off a storm of blood in the capital of the Tang dynasty with such a large number of elites, shaking the entire Tang dynasty, and most of them had escaped unscathed. Now, everything was about to repeat itself. For Her Majesty, for His Highness, for the glory of Goguryeo. Kill. Amidst a frenzied battle cry, the 1,000 black-clothed and masked Gogrian elites unsheathed the Gogrian sabers on their backs, and a dense forest of sabers pointed toward the sky. Under the starlight, they gleamed coldly. Boom! In the next moment, the Gogrian elites leaped over the high walls of the temple, charging toward the Tang dynasty's capital. Go, my valiant warriors. Let the blood of the Tang dynasty flow like a river. The wind howled. On the roof of the Buddhist temple, 3 figures with majestic auras stood there like a mountain range, gazing at the Gogurians charging toward the temple. Their eyes gleamed so brightly that even the stars in the sky paled in comparison. Everything had been prepared. A batch of experts had already infiltrated the city, and the tunnel leading in and out of the city had been specially arranged. Even if an accident were to occur, and the city guards were to discover it, they would be able to swiftly eliminate the culprit, ensuring that no news would leak out. After this night, the entire Tang dynasty would be shaken, and the distant Goguryeo Empire would be deeply proud of them. Just as the group was gazing into the distance and daydreaming, a sudden change occurred. In the darkness of the night, a resplendent firework suddenly burst into the sky. The dazzling light and the long tail of smoke that accompanied it could be seen even from far away. It was extremely eye-catching. What's going on? On the roof of the Buddhist temple, the 3 figures with powerful auras that resembled a storm were stunned and dumbfounded. They weren't the only ones. Even the Gogrian assassins who had leaped over the walls of the temple were dumbfounded. They looked at the sky and subconsciously halted their footsteps. They were in the wilderness, a distance away from the capital. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a firework here. Furthermore, this wasn't some festival, so there shouldn't be any fireworks here. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Even the cheers had vanished, leaving only the howling of the mountain wind. Everyone faintly felt a trace of unease in their hearts. However, it was quiet all around. Other than the firework that shot into the sky, nothing else happened. It felt like an instant, but at the same time, it felt like countless centuries had passed. Just as everyone was thinking that something had happened, in the next moment, Hong Long, the mountains shook as if there was an invisible hand shaking the mountains underground. Countless birds flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Kill! Deafening battle cries reverberated throughout the mountains. Before the shocked gazes of the Gogurians, the Tang dynasty imperial army soldiers charged out from all directions. How is this possible? On the roof of the temple, the faces of the 3 powerful Gogrian assassins warped in horror, and they nearly fell from the roof. This is impossible. How can there be so many of them? How did they manage to sneak their way here? Where are the scouts? Where are the scouts? Where are all the scouts we have? The Tang people have already sneaked their way here. So why didn't they send any warning back? Be careful. Enemy attack. Shrill, anxious, and furious Gogrian words echoed in the air, and the Gogrian army outside the temple fell into chaos. They had thought that they would be facing the guards of the officials' residences, not the regular imperial army of the Tang dynasty. This was no longer an assassination, but a war. Be careful! For the Empire! Clang, clang, clang. Some of the Gogrian elites were the first to react. They drew all of their weapons and assumed a defensive and offensive stance. But the ones who reacted even faster than them were the Tang dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. Before the Gogrian elites could even react, their chests were pierced by thick metal arrows, and they were pinned to the ground. Master archers, be careful! There's a master archer! A shrill scream echoed in the air, but as soon as it sounded, it died down. The Gogrian's forehead was pierced by an arrow, and his body was pinned to the ground. Defend! Defend! Those who were deployed here were all elites. After the initial ambush, they immediately scattered and searched for cover before swiftly retreating to the back. Their bodies changed indeterminately, flickering and twisting between the branches. Their movement techniques were so fast and nimble that ordinary people couldn't compare to them at all. Kill! Before they could retreat to the Buddhist temple, war horses neighed as the first wave of imperial cavalrymen, who had carried out the first mission of delaying their opponents, arrived. These war horses were wrapped in iron armor, and each of them was incredibly tall. Their sturdy bodies contained monstrous strength, and even the trees in their way were smashed to pieces. Their momentum was unstoppable, and they swept away everything in their way. Hung long long. In just an instant, the two forces clashed with one another. Two different war halos lit up simultaneously before clashing heavily with one another. The immense force from the collision shattered the surrounding trees into pieces. Thousands of wooden shards flew several dozen zhang into the air. Congratulations to user for killing 691 Gogurians. Congratulations to user for killing 692 Gogurians. Congratulations to user for killing 693 Gogurians. In an instant, a furious gale blew. On a distant hill, Wang Chong was standing beneath a huge tree. That familiar voice sounded in his ears once more, and a huge wave of information gushed into his mind. The bane of the battlefield halo in Wang Chong's body grew stronger once more. A war-related halo. Indeed, it's best to grow in battle. Amidst the furious gale, Wang Chong felt his strength growing at a rapid pace. Every single cell in his body was relaxed, and he felt incredibly comfortable. This method of growing his strength without using anything at all was simply too exhilarating. It's a pity that I'm only one of the commanders in this battle. The true commander is that person over there. Wang Chong turned his head to look in another direction. It was an Imperial Army general riding on a huge steed with a cold expression on his face. His eyes were staring straight ahead, and he exuded an intense aura of steel and blood. Clearly, he had participated in large-scale battles before. This was a direct assignment from the royal court. Even though Wang Chong had the favor of the King of Song, he wasn't a member of the Imperial Army. Furthermore, in order to prevent the Gogurians from escaping, the Imperial Army had mobilized too many Imperial Army soldiers. Thus, there was a need for a high-ranking Imperial Army general to command the troops. He was the true commander of the battle. Thus, the benefits that Wang Chong received were unavoidably diluted. However, it was fortunate that Wang Chong had the King of Song's token, and this base was discovered by Wang Chong. Thus, Wang Chong was still able to reap the greatest benefits from it. It's fortunate that I called Uncle in. Good things should not flow to outsiders. After this encirclement and suppression, Uncle will definitely be promoted again. With this contribution, his seniority will far surpass the others, and it's only a matter of time before he rises in the ranks of the Imperial Army. Wang Chong turned his head to look at Uncle Li Lin, who was leading the army toward the monastery, and a smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 257. Brothers, charge! Don't get tangled up. Remember, our target is King Sojuram. No matter what, we mustn't let him escape. Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, a loud bellow suddenly sounded by his ears, following which the clopping of hooves sounded. Before Wang Chong could stop them, he saw Ma Yinlong, Solitary Wolf, Steel Arms, and Old Eagle galloping toward the monastery with reddened eyes. A cloud of dust billowed behind them as they charged toward the monastery. Fast! In their eagerness to kill the enemy, Wang Chong wanted to delay their arrival a little, but it was already too late. After pondering for a moment, he decided to just let them be. It would be a wonder if the four of them could hold themselves back for so many years. In the distance, the battle was already nearing the vicinity of the monastery. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled. Before Wang Chong could react, he felt a powerful surge of energy gushing out from the direction of the monastery. Wherever the invisible surge of energy passed by, bizarre changes would occur. Under Wang Chong's vision, the feet of the Gogrian assassins suddenly lit up, and a bizarre halo of thorns burst forth. Then a second and a third. The monastery shook 3 times, and 3 different halos of different colors lit up beneath the feet of the Gogrian assassins. Generals! There's a Gogrian general in the monastery. Everyone on the hill was stunned when they saw the halos that lit up in the darkness. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but blink his eyes in astonishment. Generals who had cultivated their war halo to a certain level would be able to imbue their own war halo to their subordinates. This was one of the unique traits of War Halo. This was also the origin of the name of War Halo. However, this ability wasn't something that everyone could imbue. Only formidable generals who had reached a certain level of cultivation were able to do so. Regardless of which empire it was, be it Goguryeo, the Tang dynasty, Uzun, or Abbasid Caliphate, these generals were extremely influential figures. They wouldn't be as insignificant as ordinary soldiers who could be sacrificed casually. If a general of such caliber were to die here, it would be a huge loss to Goguryeo. The Goguryans have really gone all out. Wang Chong sneered and quickly realized what was going on. Without a doubt, this should be the masterpiece of the leaders of the monastery that Eagle had observed. The fact that the Goguryans had even sent out their most orthodox generals showed just how determined they were to succeed in this operation. Indeed, compared to the open battle on the battlefield, this kind of covert battle had a smaller investment, but the rewards were much greater. Boom! While the three Gogryan commanders on the rooftop of the monastery released their war halos to envelop all of the Goguryans, on the other side, not too far away from Wang Chong, the Imperial Army general who was in charge of this operation stepped forward on his steed and released his war halo as well. Rings of dazzling light immediately burst forth, enveloping all of the Imperial Army soldiers. Kill! In the distance, a furious gale blew, and battle cries echoed in the air. Halos collided with halos, and stellar energy collided with stellar energy. The two powerful forces clashed with one another, and the battle swiftly grew more intense. On the surface, the Tang dynasty held the absolute advantage, but the resistance of the Goguryans was extremely intense. The expected scene of the Goguryans collapsing didn't happen. The complicated terrain of the mountains and the dense forest were all things that they borrowed from. On top of that, these Goguryans were all elites with swift and agile movement techniques. On top of that, their ferocious and ruthless saber stream actually managed to form a defensive formation, and they didn't collapse. Humph. Are you still intending to put up a resistance? Wang Chong sneered coldly. The stubbornness of the Goguryans was truly ingrained in their bones. No matter how bad the situation was, they would still go berserk, determined to bite down on the other party. It was the same for a one-on-one fight, and it was the same for a group attack. However, if the Goguryans thought that they would be able to deal with so many enemies with just 1,000 top-notch elites and the complicated terrain, they were truly naive. Wang Chong abruptly stomped on the ground. Hong Long Long, the world shook. In an instant, Wang Chong released the bane of the battlefield halo, and an invisible ripple spread across the entire mountain range, with Wang Chong at the center. But this time, the target of the ripple wasn't the Imperial Army, but the opposing Goguryans. Wherever the ripple passed, the halos beneath the feet of the Goguryans would vanish. This abrupt change shook the entire army. The orderly Gogryan army immediately fell into chaos. Without the support of the halos, the Goguryans suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Not too far away, sensing the changes on the battlefield, the cold Imperial Army general turned his head to look at Wang Chong from afar, and a peculiar glint flashed across his eyes. However, Wang Chong didn't have the luxury of time to explain himself. He heard that familiar voice once more. Congratulations to user for killing 721 soldiers of the Gogryan Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 722 soldiers of the Gogryan Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 723 soldiers of the Gogryan Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 834 soldiers of the Gogryan Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 835 soldiers of the Gogryan Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 836 soldiers of the Gogryan Empire. A huge surge of information flowed into Wang Chong's mind, and the bane of the battlefield halo in his body grew significantly. Aren't they being too naive if they think that they can fight against the Imperial Army in the territory of the Tang dynasty? Wang Chong chuckled. With him around, the Gogurians were truly naive to think that they could put up a resistance with their elites. He wouldn't give them the chance to do so. Maya same Ayaka, tell them to prepare themselves. We'll be setting off at any moment to join the battlefield. Wang Chong said, Yes, Gongzi. Maya same Ayaka nodded and quickly left. In this battle, Wang Chong didn't have much authority. The main commanding authority still lay in the hands of the general of the imperial army. Even so, Wang Chong still used the token from the King of Song to request for a contingent of imperial army soldiers to be under his command. Even though Wang Chong didn't have an official rank, no one here could surpass him in terms of strategy and seizing opportunities. Seeking peace through war and replacing retreat with offense, these Gogurians sure are smart. They know that fleeing at this moment will only lead to their deaths. By then, none of them will be able to escape. Thus, they should gather their men to form a defense before finding a way to break out of the encirclement. It's a good idea, but a pity that it's not practical. Wang Chong sneered coldly. This batch of Gogurians was indeed formidable. Given their strength, it was possible for them to gather their men to fend off the attack before organizing their men to break out of the encirclement. However, with him around, they were thinking too much. He wouldn't give them the chance to do so. Trying to scheme before him was no different from playing around. Gongzi, I've gathered everyone. Soon, a voice sounded behind him. Maya same Ayaka was kneeling on the ground with her head lowered, not moving in the slightest. Behind him, a group of about 100 Imperial Army cavalrymen rode their horses and slowly appeared on the hill. These people were well built, had determined gazes and powerful auras. Every single one of them exuded the aura of 100. They were all elites of the Imperial Army, specially selected by Wang Chong from the Imperial Army. Get ready. Arrow formation. Wang Chong led a horse over, leaped onto it, and drew his sword. His gaze was sharp and his wrist was straight. Upon seeing Wang Chong's silhouette, a grim expression appeared on the faces of the Imperial Army cavalrymen. When they first followed Wang Chong, they were worried that Wang Chong would blindly command them. But judging from Wang Chong's disposition when he gave the order, they realized that they were overthinking it. At this moment, the feeling that Wang Chong exuded was that of a veteran general. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wang Chong gazed into the distance, not moving in the slightest. After an unknown period of time, just when everyone thought that Wang Chong's respect would never come down, the long-awaited order finally appeared. Kill! Like ferocious tigers charging down the mountain, the 100 Imperial Army cavalrymen surrounded Wang Chong, Maya same Ayaka and Maya same Ayaka. As though arrows released from a bow, they charged down the hill, furiously. Hung long long. The ground rumbled, and the silhouettes on both sides retreated as swiftly as bolts of lightning. The wind howled shrilly in Wang Chong's ears. As Wang Chong listened to the deafening roar, the thundering of hooves and the neighing of war horses, the blazing flames in the distance and the cold glint of weapons, a voice seemed to roar in his mind, and he felt like all the blood in his body was boiling. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to have transcended time and space. Once again, Wang Chong felt a calling from the depths of his soul, a calling from the battlefield. He belonged to this place, to the battlefield. Wang! As though a miracle, a gap suddenly appeared in the formation of the Gogurians. Hung long. In the next instant, the 100-plus cavalrymen, led by Wang Chong, stabbed into the gap like a sharp knife, ripping it apart. The immense might of the rear charge even flung the Gogurian assassins high up into the air. Kill! A deafening roar reverberated across the sky. In just an instant, the Gogurian formation had been torn into two, and the formation that they had just stabilized with great difficulty immediately fell into chaos. Bastard! At the top of the monastery, the faces of the Gogurian leaders who were observing the situation from a high vantage point immediately warped. Wang Chong's charge had completely destroyed their previous efforts. The trio's faces were cold. They wanted to destroy this army, But soon they couldn't be bothered about anything else, because the Tang people's army was already charging over ferociously. This time, the trio joined the fray. Get ready. There's still one more time. In the distance, Wang Chong, who had just pierced through the Gogrian formation, led his elite cavalrymen and stopped on the opposite hill. From Wang Chong's perspective, the Gogurians were still gathering their formation, and they were preparing to regroup once more. But to Wang Chong, as long as he pierced through their formation twice, all of the Gogurians would be routed. Assassination was one thing, but war was another. The Gogurians had already fallen into his rhythm. Prepare for the second attack. Hung Long. When Wang Chong led the 100-plus elites to pierce through the Gogrian formation for the second time, the 1,000-plus Gogrian elites finally crumbled. They were no longer able to form a proper formation to defend themselves. Chapter 258. A group of Gogrian elites who were unable to form an effective formation. No matter how many men they had and how powerful they were no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. From the moment Wang Chong broke through their formation for the second time and disrupted their formation, the fate of these Gogrian elites that had been mobilized from the distant Korean peninsula had been sealed. Retreat! Retreat! Leave this place! Chaos broke out among the Gogurians, and as though frightened beasts, they scattered in all directions. No one thought of hiding in a monastery or temple. That would be like catching a turtle in a net, and it would be even more impossible for them to escape. Boom! By Wang Chong's side, the morale of the Gogurians was invigorated. The hooves of their war horses galloped, and brilliant halos tore through the darkness as they chased after the Gogurians. If they were to resist, it would still be troublesome. However, if they were bent on escaping, they would only die even faster. Congratulations to user for killing 11 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 11 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 12 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 13 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 1257 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 1258 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 1259 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Information gushed into his mind like a waterfall. Amidst the mountains, a strong gale blew, and formless ripples shook the surroundings. After reaching a radius of 10,000 meters, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo began to expand once more. The exhilaration brought about by the growth of his strength left Wang Chong feeling unprecedentedly excited. With another 700 more, I'll be able to reach level 2. Wang Chong thought. The bane of the battlefield, aura became more and more difficult to upgrade as one progressed. At the very beginning, Wang Chong only needed to kill a regular non-humankind soldier. However, to advance from level 0 to level 1, he would have to kill 100 Gogrian, Uzun, Abbasid Caliphate, and Mengshizhao soldiers. Furthermore, these soldiers were at least at origin energy, tier 9 to true martial realm, and none of them were easy to deal with. And at level 2, the number of mutated race warriors needed to be killed was even more, 2,000. Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo was still at level 1 and could only be effective against martial artists at true martial tier 1 and below. Its effects were practically overwhelming and destructive. However, it was much less effective against martial soldiers at tier 2 of the true martial realm and above. If he wanted to deprive a tier 2 true martial expert of his martial arts halo and use it on an even stronger opponent, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo had to reach at least level 2. Roar! Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the monastery at the foot of the mountain. A powerful shockwave swept up the surroundings, and leaves were even blown into the air before Wang Chong and the others. It's from the monastery. They are currently fighting with the Gogrian leaders. Maya Same Ayaka's low voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear. The violent wind caused her black clothes to flutter violently. Looking down from atop his steed, Wang Chong saw that the walls of the monastery had already been pushed down, and within the monastery, Wang Chong's uncle Li Lin, Ma Yinlong the Eagle, One-Eyed Steel Arms, and the cold-faced imperial army general appointed by the royal court, whom Wang Chong wasn't familiar with, were working together to attack the three Gogrian leaders. Both sides were engaged in an intense battle. Boom! 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 Mighty torrents of energy blotted out the sky and covered the earth, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Everywhere they passed, the high walls, temples, houses, artificial mountains, and even the tall stone tablets in the temples were smashed into pieces like tofu. Different types of stellar energy collided with each other, triggering a storm that soared into the sky. The storm reached a height of several hundred feet and nearly enveloped half of the monastery. In the face of this chaotic, destructive stellar energy storm, almost all of the imperial army soldiers were forced out of the monastery. Flames several dozen zhang high soared into the sky, dyeing the air crimson. At the same time, blazing sword qi and saber qi threatened to tear the sky apart. In the midst of the storm, one could vaguely see some frightening and bizarre images. Even Maya Same Ayaka couldn't help but blink her eyes in fear at the sight of that overwhelming aura, and she subconsciously took several steps back in fear. Profound martial realm. Maya Same Ayaka was certain that most of these people were profound martial realm experts, and even if some of them weren't, they were close to it. After all, only profound martial realm experts could produce such an aura. How powerful! Maya Same Ayaka thought. It was impossible for a true martial realm cultivator to stand against a profound martial realm expert, if not for the encirclement of the army and the profound martial realm experts in the imperial army. She wouldn't have dared to participate in such a battle. Don't worry, they won't be able to reach here, Wang Chong said with a smile. Maya Same Ayaka was skilled, but she had never been on the battlefield before, so she wasn't too familiar with such matters. Soldier against soldier, general against general. On this battlefield, anyone could escape, but the three Gogrian leaders couldn't. Needless to say, it was impossible for them to come here and kill them. This was the reason why the imperial army general appointed by the royal court had been watching the battle from the side. The fact that the three Gogrian leaders didn't escape meant that they understood this point. No matter what, the Tang dynasty wouldn't allow them to escape. Unless they had absolute confidence, it was futile for them to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Aura Qi, which far surpassed that of any true martial realm expert, flowed wantonly, colliding in all directions. The entire mountain range was trembling from the fight between the top experts. In just a short period of time, 2/3 of the Buddhist temple that had taken more than 4 months to build had been destroyed. Broken bricks and wooden shards were swept up by the stellar energy, filling the air with a fearsome aura. Ever since his reincarnation, this was the first time Wang Chong was seeing a battle between profound martial realm experts. A battle of this level had far surpassed Wang Chong's current cultivation realm. Putting aside Wang Chong, even Maya Same Ayaka and the others who were stronger than him wouldn't be able to interfere. However, it was still possible for them to interfere a little. Call Luo Chong over, Wang Chong suddenly said with a smile. Luo Chong was the name of the master archer whom the King of Song had sent to Wang Chong's side. It took Wang Chong quite a bit of effort before he managed to get the name. That person was simply too taciturn. Gongzi. Soon, a fully armored Luo Chong appeared behind Wang Chong with a custom-made bow on his back. Standing there with a height of more than 2 meters, he gave people a great sense of oppression. Luo Chong was a subordinate of the King of Song, and the fact that he was able to reach such a level and become an esteemed figure in the Tang dynasty meant that his archery skills were formidable. In this battle, he had killed several times more true martial realm experts than the other master archers of the imperial army. This was the difference in their strength. To Wang Chong, there was no doubt that Luo Chong was the strongest person in the entire battlefield, and he trusted him the most. Luo Chong, are you able to see the situation in the monastery? Wang Chong stretched out a finger and pointed to the bottom of the hill as he asked. Those words immediately caught the attention of everyone around Wang Chong, and the 100 Imperial Army elites beside Wang Chong immediately turned their gazes over. It's useless. They are too fast, and the disturbance from the stellar energy storm is too great. If I were to make a move like this, I might accidentally injure them. Luo Chong's entire body was wrapped in thick armor, and his voice buzzed. He didn't even need Wang Chong to say it. He already knew Wang Chong's intentions. Wang Chong's idea was good, but it wasn't practical at all. As the saying goes, in a battle between experts, every second counts. Their speed was simply too fast. Given his strength, he could easily kill those true martial realm experts with a single arrow, pinning them to the ground without giving them a chance to dodge at all. However, those who had reached profound martial realm, like the 3 Gogrian leaders, had a high chance of fending off his arrows. Their reactions were simply too fast. On top of that, they were simply too close to one another. If his arrows missed the 3 Gogirians, they would hit their own comrades instead. Furthermore, there were simply too many disturbances in the monastery. Leaves, bricks, mud, wood shavings, blazing flames, saber chi. Even though these disturbances didn't affect them as much as the others, they still interfered with their movements. In this kind of close combat, if there was even the slightest mistake, not only would they not be able to kill the enemy, but their own side would also be killed. If that were to happen, he would be overconfident. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the battle in the monastery, but there was a reason why he hadn't made a move yet. Wang Chong was thinking too simply. Hee, do you see the toad head at the back of the monastery? Wang Chong chuckled as he pointed to the bottom of the hill. Toad head. Luo Chong was taken aback. Perplexed, the others also turned their gazes over. 2/3 of the monastery at the bottom of the hill had been destroyed, and only 1/3 of it remained. And in that third of it, at the location closest to the battlefield, there was indeed a toad head lying on the roof. In the construction of houses, this kind of eave shape was actually very common, just that they couldn't understand what this had to do with helping their comrades deal with the Gogurians. Later on, when the flames reach a height of 11 zhang, stand here and listen to my command. Lower your wrist by 3 fun for Li and 2 jiao and aim there. With his hands behind his back, Wang Chong pointed confidently to the side. Wang. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Luo Chong's heart jolted. Staring at Wang Chong, astonishment flashed across his eyes for the first time. 3 fun for Li and 2 jiao. This was something that could only be used in archery. When the top archery experts of the Imperial Army imparted their students, they would often point out how high and how low their wrist should be. Due to the high requirement of archery, this number had to be accurate without the slightest error. At the same time, due to the difference in everyone's height, arm length, archery holding habits, and center of gravity, when pointing out and correcting a person, the number would vary depending on their situation. In order to achieve this, one had to have an extremely high level of attainment in archery. But Wang Chong didn't even have calluses on his fingers. In the period of time he had been following Wang Chong, he had never seen Wang Chong touch a bow before. He couldn't understand when Wang Chong managed to attain such a high level of attainment in archery. Chapter 259. Xiu. Drawing a specially made arrow from the quiver by his waist, Luo Chong held it between the index and middle fingers of his right hand as he walked over to the position Wang Chong pointed out. After which, he knocked the arrow and turned to look at Wang Chong. Wang Chong was amused. How could he possibly not know what Luo Chong was thinking? It was true that he wasn't skilled in archery, and he wasn't a master archer either. However, the reason why he guided Luo Chong wasn't through archery, but through his own eye of discernment, experience, and judgment. Mastery of a single technique, mastery of all techniques. Upon reaching the peak of martial arts, determining Luo Chang's height, arm length, center of gravity, and degree of correction was a walk in the park. This didn't require any exceptional mastery in archery, and it wouldn't be affected by reincarnation either. As an existence who had once reached Saint Martial Realm pinnacle, it wasn't too difficult for Wang Cheng to achieve this feat, even though his physical body was that of an ordinary origin energy, Tier 9 martial artist. Wang Cheng's soul was at Saint Martial Realm pinnacle. Of the entire battlefield, he was the only one qualified to interfere in the battle in the monastery. "Await my orders." Wang Cheng shot Luo Cheng a glance before turning around to look at the monastery at the foot of the mountain. He remained motionless, and it was as if he had turned into a clay sculpture. However, in his mind, Wang Cheng's mind was working furiously. "It has been a long time since I've done this," Wang Cheng thought. Ever since his reincarnation, this was the first time that Wang Cheng was using the strength of his previous life to interfere in a battle of this level with his origin energy, Tier 9 body. The mountain wind howled, brushing past the treetops, shrubs, and grasses. Wang Cheng and the 100 Imperial Army elites stood motionlessly on the slope. The entire world was silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the intense battle in the monastery. After an unknown period of time, release. As soon as Wang Cheng's voice fell, rumble. A thick iron arrow shot through the air. In that instant, it seemed as if the sky itself was being torn apart. The fierce astral wind slapped against Wang Cheng's face like a whip. This was the first time Wang Cheng and the rest had seen Luo Cheng shoot an arrow. In that instant, the world seemed to lose its color. Buzz. In the distance, as if by magic, a huge scarlet firestorm soared up from the ground amidst the heart-wrenching cries. Behind this scarlet firestorm, a figure miraculously appeared in midair, as if it had come up on its own, blocking Luo Cheng and the toad head on the eaves. Rumble. The arrow pierced right through the chest of the Gogrian expert, and the immense force of the arrow sent him flying through the storm. Buzz. In an instant, everyone who saw this scene on the hillside was dumbfounded. "Young master." Maya Same Ayaka turned around and stared at Wang Cheng in astonishment, as though she didn't recognize him at all. This was a battle between profound martial realm experts, and even she wasn't able to interfere in it. There were simply too many interfering elements in the area. Yet, Wang Cheng was actually able to predict when the Gogrian leader would leap up, where he would appear, and even instruct Luo Cheng to shoot him. This was truly inconceivable. Despite having followed Wang Cheng for so long, Maya Same Ayaka had never known that he possessed such capabilities. Isn't this way too incredible? Like father, like son. Has the heritage of the Wang clan really reached such a level? On the hillside, the 100 Imperial Army elites were initially dissatisfied with the royal court's decision to assign them to Wang Cheng. Even after Wang Cheng led them in 2 crucial charges to disperse the organized resistance of the Gogurians, their dissatisfaction didn't vanish completely. But upon seeing this sight, everyone was rendered speechless. Wasn't this young man from the Wang clan a little too incredible? But the one who was the most shocked was still Luo Cheng. He was the only one who knew what had just happened. In a battle between experts, every second counts. From the moment he knocked the arrow to the moment he released the bowstring, the Gogrian leader hadn't left the ground at all. But in the next moment, as if Wang Cheng had predicted it, the Gogrian leader leaped into the air and collided with his own arrow. Throughout the entire process, other than pulling the bowstring, he didn't do anything else. All Wang Cheng did was borrow his strength. It's no wonder why His Highness the King of Song thinks so highly of him. This child is too incredible. It's impossible to fathom him with common sense. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed across Luo Cheng's mind. He was an archer, and only archers could win his respect. From the moment he had followed Wang Cheng, it was only at this moment that Wang Cheng had won his acknowledgement. Luo Cheng finally understood why the King of Song thought so highly of him. This young man's talent was truly unparalleled. Lord! A series of shouts in Gogrian suddenly sounded from the monastery, putting aside Wang Chong and the others. Even the Gogrian leaders were taken aback. Following which, a deafening roar erupted from them. The two Gogrian leaders exerted their monstrous strength, and despite being outnumbered, they actually managed to force Li Lin, Ma Yinlong, and the others back. Then they charged toward the Gogrian leader who had been sent flying. It seems like you managed to shoot a formidable fellow. Wang Chong was slightly taken aback, but he soon chuckled. That's even better. Luo Chang's arrow didn't kill the Gogrian leader, but the outcome was decisive. The three Gogrian experts were already outnumbered, and it was difficult for them to hold their ground. If one of them were to be severely injured, they would be even less of a match. More importantly, Wang Chong had made use of Luo Chang's arrow to break their coordination. This was the reason why they were able to hold on for so long. The Gogrian experts were simply too familiar with one another, and their teamwork was simply too seamless. In comparison, even though Wang Chong had many experts on his side, they were fighting individually and their teamwork was lacking. Boom! With a deafening explosion and several screams of agony, the battle in the monastery finally came to an end. The three powerful and vicious Gogrian leaders fell heavily to the ground. Around him, the ground was a mess. Congratulations to user for killing grade 5 Gogrian General Day Hyansik. For altering the fulcrum of destiny, you have gained 3 destiny energy. Congratulations to user for killing grade 5 Gogrian General Day Insu. For altering the fulcrum of destiny, you have gained 1 destiny energy. Congratulations to user for killing grade 5 Gogrian General Day Jianhuang. For altering the fulcrum of destiny, you have gained 1 destiny energy. Following the collapse of the three voices sounded in Wang Chong's head. HM? Dai Hyansik, Dai Jianhuang. Wang Chong was surprised. In Goguryeo, most of the generals who could use the word da before their name were of some standing. Regardless of what they were called before, upon reaching this level, they would all change their name to da. For example, Dai Hyansik, Dai Insu, and Jianhuang represented their standing in Goguryeo. Dai Hyansik, this name sounds familiar. Wang Chong frowned in contemplation. Soon, Wang Chong recalled where he had heard the name before. Dai Hyansik. Wasn't that the Gogrian general whose real name was Li Jiuhuan, who led the Gogrian soldiers to raid and harass the northeast region of the Tang dynasty after the civil strife in the Central Plains? During the civil strife in the Central Plains, he was the most hated Gogrian general in the Anong Protectorate Manor. To think that he would die here. To think that he would be together with King Sojurim at the very start. If not for this operation, he might have returned to Goguryeo together with King Sojurim after the assassination, thus becoming a threat to the northeast region of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. In his previous life, there weren't many people who knew that Dai Hyansik, or rather, Li Jiuhuan, had infiltrated the Tang dynasty. Recalling how he had infiltrated the Tang dynasty with King Sojurim, it was no wonder why he led an army to raid the northeast region of the Tang dynasty so easily after returning to Goguryeo. But it was a pity that he wouldn't have such a chance in this lifetime. But soon, Wang Chong couldn't be bothered with Dai Hyansik anymore. Ha ha ha! I actually obtained 5 points of destiny energy. What an unexpected fortune! Wang Chong laughed heartily as he looked at the additional points of destiny energy in his head. This was truly an unexpected harvest. Thinking back, he had only led his troops to charge here twice and had Luo Chong shoot an arrow, but he had already obtained 5 destiny energy for nothing. Wang Chong knew how difficult it was to obtain destiny energy, and he had experienced it firsthand. Up until now, these 5 points of destiny energy had been the easiest for him to obtain. All he had to do was lie down, and he would reap the rewards. One must know that the 3 Gogrian generals were profound martial realm experts. Given Wang Chong's strength, he could forget about killing a single one of them. If he were to encounter them, he would have to think about how to escape. This time, it was all thanks to the Imperial Army general appointed by the royal court and Uncle Li Lin. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to obtain such destiny energy. This wasn't just a matter of strength. Rather, enemy generals like them wouldn't appear alone. They would usually have a large number of elites by their side. It wasn't that easy to kill them. It's a pity that such a good thing only happens once. There won't be another chance in the future. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. After this incident, the Gogurians had suffered a heavy blow, and they no longer had the ability to carry out any assassinations in the capital. Even the people from the western regions would probably be intimidated by this incident, and they wouldn't dare to carry out any more schemes in secret. In other words, this was the first time in the capital that he had obtained destiny energy for nothing, and it would probably be the last. However, it wasn't as if Wang Chong had come out empty-handed. It turns out that if I can kill an enemy general and change his fate, I can also obtain destiny energy. Wang Chong fell into deep thought. This could be said to be his greatest harvest in this operation. At the very least, Wang Chong hadn't obtained this information from the Stone of Destiny. This was something he had learned through practice. Although a general was only rewarded with 1 point, such as Dai Hyansik, who later became a threat to the Tang dynasty's borders and had some status, only received 3 points. Many a little makes an ocean. Chapter 260. Right. Wang Chong suddenly recalled something. If killing 3 Gogrian generals had given him 5 destiny energy points, wouldn't that mean that he would be rewarded with even more destiny energy? If so, wouldn't he be rewarded with even more destiny energy if he foiled King Sojurum's plan and prevented the second assassination attempt against the officials of the Tang dynasty? At this point, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel excited. The strengthening of the bane of the battlefield halo was indeed rare and precious, but comparatively speaking, destiny energy was the foundation. This was the most important thing. I wonder how many destiny energy points I'll get from killing King Sojurum this time, with the reward of killing 3 generals and the final reward. This trip down the mountain is truly worth it. Wang Chong was overjoyed, regardless of what the final reward was. Wang Chong was certain that it wouldn't be less than 10 destiny energy points. When Wang Chong left the mountain to deal with the Gogurians, he was only focused on enhancing his little Inyang art and the bane of the battlefield halo, as well as stopping the assassinations of the Gogurians. He didn't think that there would be a reward of destiny energy. This was an unexpected reward. Roar! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a sorrowful howl suddenly sounded from the monastery. No, that fellow isn't King Sojurum. The wind howled, shaking the heavens and the earth. That voice was filled with indignation and had nowhere to vent it, and it instantly attracted everyone's attention. It's Ma Yinlong. Astonished, Mayasame Ayaka immediately turned her head over. She had been in contact with Ma Yinlong for quite some time now, so she knew a little about him. In this operation, Ma Yinlong didn't care about anything other than the Gogrian King Sojurum. Is King Sojurum not one of them? Mayasame Ayaka was astonished. None of the profound martial realm experts were ordinary individuals. Given how the 3 of them were able to last so long despite being surrounded by so many people, how could they not be King Sojurum? If the 3 of them weren't King Sojurum, where was he? Wasn't he present for such a huge operation? Wait here, I'll go down for a while. A light flashed in Wang Chong's eyes. He placed his right hand on the saddle beside him and flipped himself onto the horse's back. Hiya! He clamped his legs together and immediately kicked up a cloud of dust as he galloped down the mountain. None of the profound martial realm experts were King Sojurum. Others might not know this, but Wang Chong couldn't be any clearer. Dee-da-da! The war horse was as tall as a man, shiny and as black as a dragon. With a leap, it flew over the broken walls of the temple and landed inside the courtyard. The imperial army of the Tang dynasty was indeed well trained. A portion of them chased after the fleeing Goguryeo elites, while the rest entered the courtyard to deal with the corpses. This was the sight that Wang Chong saw when he walked in. "Young Master Wang, are these your subordinates?" Amidst the rubble, the indifferent and powerful Imperial Army general raised his head. This was the first time he had spoken to Wang Chong since the operation began. Wang Chong nodded. "Not bad, they are true warriors." A hint of respect flashed across the Imperial Army general's eyes. After saying those words, he led his horse away from the temple. Sitting on the back of the horse, Wang Chong was slightly surprised. But soon, Wang Chong couldn't be bothered with such things anymore. With a flip of his body, Wang Chong dismounted from the back of the horse and headed toward the area where the battle had been the most intense. At the very center of the temple, the ground was distorted like a fried dough twist. Deep holes could be seen all over the ground, and rubble could be seen everywhere. At the center of this devastated land, Ma Yinlong was kneeling on the ground, and it seemed as if he had collapsed completely. The determination and sharpness that Wang Chong had sensed from him seemed to have vanished in an instant. Around him, the eagle, steel arms, and vicious wolf also lowered their heads in a daze. The battle had ended, and the three most formidable Goguryeo leaders had died in their hands. But King Sojurim wasn't among them. After persevering for 15 years, they felt as if their conviction had crumbled. That was more than a decade. Many of their brothers had died, and they had suffered great humiliation. Yet, in the end, King Sojurim still managed to escape. It wasn't hard to imagine the disappointment the four of them felt. How many 15 years did one have in their lives? In the battle against King Sojurim, the brothers had ultimately lost. Chong-ah! Upon seeing Wang Chong, Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, sighed with a hint of pity in his eyes. Even though he hadn't interacted much with them, he still knew of King Sojurim's name. After all, given his age, he knew of the matter back then. King Sojurim's name, as well as the reactions of the others, Li Lin could more or less guess what had happened. However, there was nothing he could do in this regard. "Let me do it," Wang Chong said calmly. Patting Wang Chong's shoulders, Li Lin turned around and left, leaving Wang Chong, Ma Yinlong, and the others behind. You're giving up so quickly?" Wang Chong walked over with a smile. None of the four spoke a word, as though they were statues. It was as if they hadn't heard Wang Chong's words at all. At this moment, no one was in the mood to strike up a conversation with Wang Chong. You can't be thinking that King Sojurim has really escaped, right?" Wang Chong laughed heartily. There wasn't the slightest hint of sorrow in his voice. "Wang." The hearts of the four jolted, and they raised their heads to look at Wang Chong. "Wang Gongzi, you mean to say that King Sojurim hasn't escaped yet? He used the three of them to attract our attention. Did he sneak into the midst of the Goguryeo soldiers and escape?" The one who spoke was Steel Arms. He wasn't a fool, and he could vaguely guess what was going on from Wang Chong's words. In that instant, a spark of hope lit up in the eyes of the four. I didn't say that. The entire mountain range is filled with Imperial Army soldiers. Do you think that King Sojurim is that foolish? Wang Chong shook his head, refuting Steel Arms' conjecture. For a meticulous and astute Goguryeo, spy king, to be able to come up with a plan like the monastery, spend 4 months to perfect it, spend a huge amount of effort to dig a secret tunnel that connects the capital to the inner and outer walls, and at the same time be vicious enough to make a move on the officials of Great Tang. How could such a character be so shallow? He was truly underestimating the renowned Goguryeo spy king of the Central Plains too easily. Wang Gongzi, what do you mean by that? The four turned to look at Wang Chong, and the spark of hope that had just lit up in their eyes dimmed once more. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Wang Chong smiled mysteriously, but he didn't explain anything. There was no need to worry about King Sojurim. The urgent matter at hand was to end the battle here first. Speaking of which, it should be about time for the other side to make a move, right? Wang Chong lifted his head and gazed into the depths of the mountain range. A deafening battle cry could be vaguely heard from that direction. The ambush that Wang Chong had planted through the Bureau of Military Personnel had finally come into effect. It was an inescapable net that surrounded the Gogurians. No matter where they fled to, they wouldn't be able to escape. The 1,000 Gogurian elites were destined to be buried here for the rest of their lives. To think that it would still end in failure. Back in time when the Buddhist temple was burning with a raging fire far away, under a pine tree on a mountain, an old woodsman with a face full of wrinkles and black hands was carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. He wore a bamboo hat and had a complicated look in his eyes. His current position was neither too far nor too close to the monastery, allowing him to accurately observe the monastery without being surrounded by the imperial guards of the imperial court. There were many woodsmen in the capital who would enter the mountains at night and sell their firewood in the day. It wasn't a rare sight. A gentleman's vengeance is a dish best served cold. These are the words of the people of the Central Plains. Just wait and see. You won't be happy for long. Gazing into the distance, the old woodsman didn't attempt to warn or change anything. Instead, he decisively turned around, pressed down on his bamboo hat, and walked down the mountain with a bundle of firewood on his back. He walked very slowly and calmly, like an ordinary woodsman who couldn't be any more ordinary. He even chopped 2 handfuls of firewood along the way, then made a detour and calmly went down the mountain. He rested for a moment, drank some water, and continued on his way. It was still early, so the old woodsman didn't use the secret tunnel beneath the capital. The monastery outside the city had been discovered and had been wrapped up like a dumpling. At this moment, nothing was safe. If he were to use the secret tunnel recklessly, he might just expose his identity, and that would be too dangerous. Carrying the bundle of firewood on his back, the old woodsman walked to the city gate and sat down by the wall. Beside him, other woodsmen had already appeared, and they were seated on the ground just like him. Upon seeing the familiar face of the old woodsman, a few of the woodsmen even greeted him warmly. Some of them even passed their tobacco pipes to him, inviting him to take a puff or two. They had met him several times at the city gate and in the mountains, and they had a good impression of him. The old woodsman chuckled and rejected the woodsman who invited him to smoke in fluent Central Plains language. It was still early, and the city gates of the Tang dynasty would only open at dawn. The old woodsman wasn't in a hurry either. He blended into the crowd and waited patiently. The more people there were, the safer it would be for him. In order to relax, the old woodsman even closed his eyes and took a short nap. Long, after an unknown period of time, the city gates finally opened. The old woodsman shook his body and stood up. Then he blended into the crowd and passed through the city gates. It was still early, and there weren't many people on the streets yet. The old woodsman finally dropped his disguise and hastened his footsteps, displaying a vigor that belied his age. After passing through many alleys, the old woodsman arrived at a remote woodshed in the south of the city. This was one of his secret strongholds in the capital, as well as his safe house. This was something that even the people around him were unaware of. The old woodsman glanced at the surroundings, and after confirming that no one was following him, he entered the woodshed. The woodshed was empty. Even though there wasn't anything inside, it was extremely clean. The old woodsman swiftly placed down the bundle of firewood and took off his bamboo hat. Then he skillfully opened a dusty box at the corner of the woodshed. He changed out of his dirty woodsman clothes and changed into a set of clean silk robes. In the blink of an eye, the old woodsman had turned into an extraordinary silk merchant. I'm finally back. Chapter 261. Even though the imperial army of the Tang dynasty had discovered his arrangements in the monastery outside the city, he was still a step ahead of them. Sacrifices were bound to be made in order to achieve great things. As for the 1,000 or so Gogrin warriors and his 3 loyal subordinates, the old woodcutter didn't think much of it. Dying here was better than dying on the battlefield. If the Tang dynasty were to invade Goguryeo, the casualties wouldn't just be this few. He had to eliminate the warmongering faction with the least amount of losses, and at the same time, assassinate the officials of the Tang dynasty to weaken their strength. This bit of sacrifice was truly insignificant. At most, he would only feel that it was a pity that the plan had failed. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. No matter how many people died, as long as he was still around, the Tang dynasty would pay the price. After a moment of silence, the old woodcutter took out a notebook from the bottom of his clothes and sat on the bed. A contemplative look appeared in his eyes. This was a habit of his. No matter what operation he was in, he would always consider the gains and losses involved, and he would summarize his experiences and lessons. This was the reason why he was able to raise the influence of the Goguryans to such an extent and launch so many assassinations against the Tang dynasty, stirring up a storm in the Tang dynasty, and yet no one was able to do anything to him. This failure is too bizarre. Where did I go wrong? The old woodcutter sat on the bed with a grim expression. His plans had never failed since more than a decade ago. This was the first time he had failed so miserably, and it was in such an important operation. This plan had mobilized more than 1,000 elite warriors from the Empire, and had taken 4 months. He had considered all aspects. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't the slightest mistake, and there wasn't any abnormality either. Just where did the problem lie? The old woodcutter's mind was in turmoil. If he couldn't make sense of this problem, he wouldn't be able to carry on with the next operation. This wasn't the only thing that he couldn't understand. He had spent a great deal of effort to build up those 10 or so gathering points. For a whole 15 years, there were no problems. On the surface, he used those of the same clan who opened restaurants and gambling houses to attract the attention of the Tang dynasty. These people would never commit crimes for the rest of their lives, nor would they be caught. On the other hand, the ones who were actually taking action were all guests or Han Chinese, hiding among the crowd and shuttling back and forth. This strategy had never been seen through before, but all of a sudden it was seen through. The old woodcutter could not understand it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if there was an enemy in the dark who had seen through all his tricks. The feeling of being exposed and unable to hide made him feel uncomfortable all over. The old woodsman sat there motionlessly as he went through everything that had happened in his mind. Which Wong clan's brat? The old woodcutter's eyes narrowed and his expression suddenly became incomparably cold. On the Tang people's side, no matter how he thought about it, the most suspicious person was that boy named Wang Chong. Although he still couldn't believe that someone could defeat him in terms of stratagem. But when he thought about that boy's reputation in the Tang dynasty, this kind of situation was completely possible. I really underestimated him. I should have taken care of him first before taking action. The old woodcutter's hands were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His eyes were filled with thick killing intent. But it's not too late. After arranging the last base, I will summon warriors from the Empire and completely eliminate the Wong clan. The old woodcutter clenched his fists and abruptly stood up from the bed. Although the operation had failed, he had not suffered a crushing defeat. That final base was his only hope. The people in the base were all familiar with him and had a deep understanding of the Tang dynasty. As long as these sparks still existed, he could summon experts from the Empire in a short period of time and rebuild more than 10 bases. This was also the main reason why he returned to the city this time. After arranging the subordinates in these bases, he would leave this place and lie low until the wind blows over. When the wind blows over, he would come back to rebuild the things he had lost, and even build an even bigger base. Time to go. The old woodcutter took off the bamboo hat on his head and placed it on the bed. Now, even those woodcutters who had greeted him before could not recognize him. As for those Tang people, it was impossible. Striding out, the old woodcutter, a middle-aged silk merchant, strode out of the room. Once he left this room, no one would be able to recognize him. Buzz! Just as he walked to the door of the room, he seemed to have sensed something. The expression on the old woodcutter's calm and composed face suddenly changed drastically. How is this possible? The old woodcutter's eyes widened in shock, and his face paled significantly. Bang! With no time to think, the old woodcutter closed the door and hurriedly returned to his room. Hurry up, this is the place. Surround this entire place. A loud voice came from outside, followed by a series of galloping horses. The old woodcutter's heart immediately sank. With no time to think, the old woodcutter took off his silk robe, folded it as fast as he could, and put it back under the box. Then he covered it with the old clothes and changed into the old woodcutter's attire. Then he took the bamboo hat from the bed. After thinking for a moment in the room, the old woodcutter finally pushed the door open and walked out. The bundle of firewood was placed at the door. The old woodcutter lowered his head and put the bundle back on his back. Then he calmly walked to the firewood mound. Although everything happened so suddenly, and the Tang Dynasty Imperial Army that appeared in the temple outside the city actually came here, the old woodcutter had absolute confidence in his disguise. Regardless of which aspect, the old woodcutter believed that he had not left any flaws. These people would never see through him. Stop! But just as he reached the firewood mound, a stern shout came from above. Young master, this old man is just a woodcutter. I still have to deliver firewood to others later. Gongzi, why must you make things difficult for me? The old woodcutter lowered his head and sighed. His voice was filled with deep exhaustion. He looked like an ordinary woodcutter who had been busy for an entire day just for the sake of his livelihood. Wang Gongzi, are you certain that this is the place? Hearing the old woodcutter's words, Ma Yinlong turned around and looked at the young man beside him. The group that had appeared outside the firewood mound was none other than Wang Chong, Ma Yinlong's Steel Arms, the Eagle, One-Eyed, Wang Chong's Uncle Li Lin, and dozens of Imperial Army members. As soon as the battle at the monastery came to an end, Wang Chong immediately led his group here. He said that he was here to capture some King Sojurim. Everyone thought that it would be another intense battle. But who could have thought that Wang Chong would actually come to this inconspicuous firewood hut? That's right. Chonger, are you certain that this is the place? Wang Chong's Uncle Li Lin asked doubtfully. This was an ordinary firewood hut, short and shabby. There were many similar huts in the capital. Li Lin also suspected that Wang Chong might have made a mistake. Old man, let me ask you, did you see anyone suspicious around here? For example, someone with 3 sabers? Li Lin said with a frown as he rode on his horse. Old masters, you must be joking. I'm just a woodcutter. How could I know so much? The old woodcutter shook his head with a bitter smile. Wang Gongzi, are you sure? Solitary Wolf asked as the doubt in his eyes deepened. To think that they were so excited just a moment ago. Could it be that the person Wang Chong wanted them to capture was this old woodcutter? Wasn't that a little too ridiculous? The others sat on their horses. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes revealed the same puzzlement. Ha ha ha! Hearing their words, Wang Chong burst into laughter. Elders, I've said that I'll bring you to King Sojurim. So naturally I'll bring you to him. Men, surround this place for me. Yes, Lord. In an instant, dozens of Imperial Army cavalrymen, who were brimming with vigor and exuding powerful auras, surrounded the shabby woodshed without saying a word. Upon seeing this sight, the old woodcutter's heart sank. Ha ha ha, King Sojurim, to think that you, as a member of the Gogrian royal family, would actually think of disguising as an old woodcutter. Wang Chong placed his hands on the back of his steed, and his body leaned forward slightly as he stared at the old woodcutter with interest. The battle in the monastery had ended, and he had reaped a huge harvest. Seeing how King Sojurim, who was disguised as a woodcutter, thought that he was being discreet, he decided to wait patiently for the other party to return to the capital first before leading his men to rush over. Thinking back to the Gogrian spy who had stirred up 2 storms in the Central Plains in his previous life, and looking at the old woodcutter before him whose face was covered in soot and dust, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of comedy. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. With so many experts around, Wang Chong wasn't afraid that the other party would escape. King Sojurim, you've worked hard. You managed to disguise yourself as an old woodcutter with soot, mud, and dry wood. Even your speech is so similar, and your fluency in the language of the Central Plains. You must have put in a lot of effort, right? Wang Chong mocked. I don't know what Gongzi is talking about. The old woodcutter shook his head furiously. His heart had sunk, but he didn't show it on his face. What in the world was going on? Thoughts flashed across the old woodcutter's mind, but he couldn't figure out what had attracted the attention of the imperial army of the Tang dynasty. Wang Gongzi! I would love to find King Sojurim to avenge my humiliation. However, are you sure that this is King Sojurim? Ma Yinlong turned his head around and asked with a grim tone. It was rare for Wang Chong to hear such a tone from him, and judging from his expression, Wang Chong could tell that the other party was speaking to him seriously. Clearly, Ma Yinlong didn't think that the other party was the King Sojurim he was looking for. It was already a blessing that he didn't fly into a rage on the spot. It's a pity that you didn't recognize your enemy of 15 years. Looking at Ma Yinlong's complexion, Wang Chong sighed inside. Logically speaking, Ma Yinlong should have had a deep impression of King Sojurim. However, it was hard to say whether Ma Yinlong's eye of discernment was simply too poor for him to be unable to recognize his mortal enemy, or that King Sojurim's disguise art was simply too powerful. Not only did he alter his appearance, he even altered his disposition. Even his old nemesis, Ma Yinlong, was unable to recognize him. But regardless of which it was, Wang Chong knew that he had to give him an explanation. Otherwise, the four might really think that he was trying to fool them, and that would erase the goodwill they had for him. The eagle. Do you still remember the old woodcutter I asked you to keep an eye on a few days ago? Wang Chong turned around and asked, I do. Isn't he just a woodcutter? The eagle replied in astonishment. But didn't we look into it? There's nothing wrong with that woodcutter. He only goes to the monastery to deliver a bundle of firewood, and he only stays there for a few seconds a day. Noticing the doubtful gazes from the others, the eagle smiled awkwardly. Scratching his head, he hurriedly explained the matter that had happened a few days ago. This had happened 3 days ago. At the time, Old Eagle had sent a few large birds to scout the surroundings of the monastery. Among them was an old woodcutter. Back then, Wang Chong had him check on everyone. This old woodcutter was one of them. However, back then, the eagle had confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. He was just an old woodcutter who delivered firewood to the monastery. The time he stayed there was always very short, and his activities were very regular as well. He had never stepped into the monastery before. Back then, Wang Chong didn't say anything, only instructing him to send a nightingale to follow the old woodcutter. In the past 15 years, the eagle had trained all kinds of birds other than eagles. This was to avoid being discovered. Back then, the Gogurians were extremely familiar with his eagles, and they could even recognize them from afar. That was how the eagle had managed to develop this new ability. However, even the eagle himself had forgotten about the old woodcutter. Chapter 262. Ha ha ha, the eagle, your thinking is too simple. Wang Chong laughed heartily. The eagle's thinking was too simple. Did he think that the eagle would share a nightingale with him just for fun? More than 1,000 Gogrian elites traversed the remote mountains for 4 months, and they even built a monastery. Do you really think that King Sojurim will stand by idly and watch after expending so much effort on such a huge matter? Since he isn't in the monastery, I can guarantee that he is in the vicinity, and from a distance he is able to observe the entire operation in the monastery. Wang Chong's voice was powerful and brimming with confidence. This was no longer a conjecture. He was certain that the old woodsman before him was the elusive king, Sojurim of Goguryeo. Wang. The old woodsman's heart immediately sank. He didn't expect this lad from the Long clan to be so meticulous. He had always been a secretive person, such that even his subordinates didn't know of his whereabouts. Yet, to think that Wang Chong would be able to deduce the truth from this aspect. Furthermore, King Sojurim has always been a cautious person. He even replaced the monks in the monastery with Gogurians. Do you really think that they would let an unknown old woodcutter handle such a big matter like assassinating a civil and military official? Wang Chong sneered coldly. As the saying goes, out of 100 secrets, there's bound to be a loophole. To have an old woodcutter deliver firewood to the monastery for cooking, even though he did not enter the monastery each time, if he were to accidentally see or discover something, become suspicious and report it to the imperial court, wouldn't all his previous efforts go to waste? No matter how he thought about it, he could only think of the old woodsman who delivered firewood to the monastery every day as the most suspicious person. Wang. Initially, everyone was doubtful of Wang Chong's words, but after hearing his words, the old woodsman before them became more and more suspicious. Indeed, the 1,000 Gogrian elites were all true martial realm experts. It was impossible for King Sojurim to ignore such a huge matter. They had searched the vicinity of the monastery, but they couldn't find him inside. Just as Wang Chong had said, there was only one possibility. King Sojurim was in the vicinity, and he had been monitoring the entire operation. Given King Sojurim's cautious nature, it was entirely possible for him to do such a thing. Furthermore, how could someone as cautious as King Sojurim be so careless as to allow an outsider to deliver firewood to him every day? The more they thought about it, the more suspicious they became. Even Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, had a suspicious look in his eyes. "Who are you?" With a hand on the saber by his waist, Ma Yinlong gathered his strength and stared at King Sojurim with a grim expression. "Masters, I'm just a woodcutter." "I don't know what you're talking about." The old woodcutter hurriedly retreated and waved his hands in panic. "Young master, your joke is too much. I'm just an ordinary person. I have no idea who this King Sojurim is." The fear on the old woodcutter's face caused everyone to hesitate once more. Could it be that there was really a mistake? Judging from his weak footsteps, he was indeed an ordinary person. "Ha ha ha! King Sojurim, I heard that you're a formidable figure. Who would have thought that you would still try to act shamelessly at this point in time? We're all smart people here. Even if you want to put on an act, you should at least change your shoes first." Wang Chong looked down at the old woodcutter from the back of his steed with a sneer on his face. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention to the old woodcutter's feet. It would have been fine if Wang Chong hadn't said anything, but the moment he said it, everyone noticed that beneath the old woodcutter's tattered gray robe, there was a pair of white silk shoes with cloud patterns. The old woodcutter also noticed the shoes on his feet, and his face flickered between green and red. He had always been a careful person, taking care of every single detail. Thus, after entering the monastery, other than changing into the clothes of a silk merchant, he even changed out of his shoes. Just that, he didn't think that he wouldn't have enough time to change back into his original shoes. How could an old woodcutter who relied on gathering firewood for a living be able to afford a pair of silk shoes with cloud patterns? The old woodcutter had never thought that he would lose to a pair of shoes. Even if he wanted to deny it, he knew that he couldn't do so anymore. Since he's in disguise, he must have more than one set of clothes. A few of you go and search his room. There must be other clothes, and they are definitely not something an old woodsman can afford. Wang Chong smiled as he sat on his horse, a confident look on his face. "King Sojurim, are you still trying to deny it?" "Bastard, it's really you." Ma Yinlong's eyes reddened. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that there was something wrong with the old woodcutter. Boom! A majestic aura that was as vast as the mountains and seas erupted from his body. At the same time, a destructive stellar energy burst forth from his body. The black stellar energy burst forth with a destructive might, and as soon as it appeared, it crashed toward the old woodcutter. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in the air. Ma Yinlung's charge was even faster than his charge. An immense force sent him flying back. The destructive black torrent was destroyed in a single move. A powerful gale swept through the surroundings, raising a cloud of dust. The war steeds neighed, and they retreated in fear. Boom! Almost at the same instant that Ma Yinlong was sent flying, a custom-made arrow shrouded in a destructive aura suddenly appeared in the courtyard and shot toward the old woodcutter with the speed of a thunderbolt. Luo Chong, who was hiding in the back, also made his move. Luo Chong's archery had far surpassed that of all master archers that Wang Chong had seen. His arrows were as swift as lightning, and there was no one who could dodge them. Furthermore, the immense force behind the arrow was a sure kill, pinning the other party to the ground. Even a true martial realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand a single arrow from him. Whoa! A hand like an iron pincer grabbed the shaft of the arrow, firmly grasping Luo Chong's sure-kill arrow and blocking it. Whoa! Upon seeing this sight, even Ma Yinlong stopped in his tracks. Steel Arms, the eagle, and Solitary Wolf, who were prepared to charge forward, also halted their steps. 800 meters away, Luo Chong held the arrow in his hand tightly. His eyes, which were the only part of his body that was exposed, revealed an incomparably grim expression. This fellow is actually so powerful. Wang Chong took in a deep breath as a chill ran down his spine. Ma Yinlong and Luo Chong were the two strongest people by his side. The first time he met Ma Yinlong at the Bureau of Personnel, the latter's unique black stellar energy had left a deep impression on Wang Chong. Wang Chong felt that there was nothing in the world that he couldn't destroy. As for Luo Chong, the master archer appointed by the King of Song had completely changed Wang Chong's understanding of master archers. Even a true martial realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. In just a single move, he would be pinned to the ground. This was no different from the god of death. With this person behind him, Wang Chong felt a sense of security. These two were the top experts that Wang Chong had ever seen. But even with their combined strength, they were still unable to stop this old woodsman. In fact, he even managed to grab Luo Chong's arrow in midair with his bare hands. He had never seen such a situation before. Wang Chong urged his steed to retreat. For the first time, he felt a strong sense of danger. Wang Chong had a feeling that he had greatly underestimated this famous Gogrian spy. He. Standing on the spot, the old woodsman held the arrow in his hand, and beneath his slightly slanted bamboo hat, a sinister chuckle sounded. To think that someone would see through my identity just because of a pair of shoes. Young man, I have truly underestimated you. You have spoiled so many of my plans. I was planning to kill you later, but to think that you would be in such a hurry. Shua! His left hand grabbed the bamboo hat on his head and flung it to the ground. At the same time, Kacha, the arrow in his right hand, was snapped into two. The old woodsman slowly raised his head and removed the tattered mask that had been damaged by the deluge of stellar energy in the previous clash. In the next instant, an unfamiliar middle-aged man appeared before everyone's eyes. His eyes were long and narrow, and he exuded a cunning and cautious aura. On the other hand, his thick eyebrows seemed to carry an intense killing intent. Anyone who saw him would feel a deep sense of danger. Only the viciousness of a wolf could subdue his subordinates. Only the cunning of a fox could ensure that no matter what kind of danger he was in, he would be able to escape unscathed. Wang Chong had never met King Sozhern before, but from those eyes and that pair of thick eyebrows, Wang Chong could tell that this person was King Sozhern. This person's aura was vicious and dangerous. No assassin or killer would have such an aura. Even the 3 Gogrian leaders in the monastery immediately bowed down before him. Gongzi, be careful. Maya Same Ayaka immediately felt a strong sense of danger. She hurriedly lowered herself to the ground and shielded Wang Chong. This person was simply too frightening, and his cultivation was simply too high. King Sojurim, I will kill you. Seeing the face before them, the eyes of Ma-in-long, the eagle, solitary wolf, and steel arms reddened. There was no longer any doubt in their minds. Roar! Without any hesitation. Pin 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 pen for losers. Clowns. The old woodcutter, or King Sojurim, slapped his left hand behind him, and the bundle of firewood on his back exploded into pieces. 3 gleaming Gogrian sabers fell into his hands. Boom! A powerful surge of stellar energy, mixed with a sharp saber chi, burst forth like a hurricane. With a single jolt, Ma-in-long, steel arms, the eagle, and solitary wolf were all sent flying. Too powerful. At this moment, King Sojurim's aura was on full display. The image of an old woodcutter was nowhere to be seen. Ma-in-long, steel arms, the eagle, and solitary wolf. Other than the eagle, whose cultivation was at true martial realm, the other 3 were at profound martial realm 1 dan. Yet the 4 of them combined weren't a match for King Sojurim. Not only so, the 3 Gogrian sabers in King Sojurim's hands exuded a lethal and dangerous aura. Lad, since you've foiled my plans time and time again, I'll start with you. After knocking back Ma-in-long and the others, King Sojurim ignored them and charged straight for Wang Chong. Of all of them, Wang Chong was the easiest to kill, and he was the one he wanted to kill the most at the moment. This young lad of the Wang clan seemed to be in his teens, but he felt like he was being held back at every turn. If he didn't get rid of the other party, King Sojurim wouldn't be able to carry out his plan in peace. That lad was too smart. Furthermore, King Sojurim had a feeling that if he didn't get rid of the other party soon, the other party would grow into a threat to the empire. By then it would be too late. After killing this lad, he could kill a few more Imperial Army members to vent his anger. By then he would have plenty of time to hide in the city or escape through the tunnel. Even if there were guards guarding the tunnel, he would still be able to escape with his cultivation. Die. Chapter 263. King Sojurim had actually abandoned Long-in-long and the others to deal with the weak Wang Chong. Putting aside Long-in-long, even Wang Chong was taken aback by this sight. Gongzi, be careful. Mayasame Ayaka was alarmed. She immediately drew her daggers. But with a flash of light, another figure appeared in front of Wang Chong. His speed was much faster than Mayasame Ayaka's. Chong-er, run. In that instant, Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, sensed the danger and stepped in front of Wang Chong. Boom! A majestic blast of energy erupted, sending Li Lin flying through the air. Even Li Lin wasn't a match for King Sojurim's fearsome saber chi. However, Li Lin's move wasn't completely ineffective either. He managed to neutralize 2 of the 3 saber chi. Boom! With a flash of black light, the final saber chi was destroyed by Luo Chang's arrow from 800 meters away. Hee, no one will be able to save you. King Sojurim laughed coldly, reminiscent of the sound of death. Xiao! In the instant that the 3 saber chi were deflected, King Sojurim flicked his wrist, and a bizarrely shaped black, spiraling dart arced through the air toward Wang Chong. The space in the path of the black, spiraling dart began to distort, and the boundless might it exuded seemed to have set the air ablaze. Not good. Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. An intense sense of danger surged toward him like a tidal wave, leaving his scalp numb and hair standing on end. King Sojurim's determination to kill him had reached an indescribable level. Wang Chong felt that no matter what price the other party had to pay, he was determined to kill him first. Xiao, xiao, xiao! With no time to think, Wang Chong slapped the back of his steed and leaped forward. At the same time, he flicked his wrist and shot out 6 sword chi of massacre from his fingers. The martial arts experience he had accumulated in his previous life played a crucial role at this moment. It was impossible for an Origin Energy Tier 9 martial artist to hit King Sojurim's black, spiraling dart. but 3 of Wang Chang's 6 sword Qi managed to strike it. Qi. His clothes were torn apart, and the sharp edge of the dart left a red mark on Wang Chang's shoulder. That was close. Wang Chang's heart chilled. The slightest error could lead to an error of 1,000 li. If he had not used his finger energy 3 times, the sharpness of that black dart would have long since severed his arm, or perhaps even cut off his entire arm from the shoulder up. All Imperial Army members, stop him! Don't let King Sozhirim get away. Wang Chong issued an order, and as soon as he landed on the ground, he leaped onto the steed of another Imperial Army member. When the Imperial Army members surrounded the firewood hut, they left their steeds outside. At this moment, they became Wang Chong's last hope. Jaya! Wang Chong whipped his steed and galloped into the distance. In the vicinity of the firewood hut, he was the weakest. The bane of the battlefield halo was useless against King Sozhirim. In other words, given his current strength, he would surely die if he were to encounter King Sozhirim. For a profound martial realm expert, killing an origin energy cultivator was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. How is this possible? Looking at Wang Chong's back, King Sozhirim was dumbfounded. In terms of speed, his spiral dart wasn't any slower than Luo Chong's. Given Wang Chong's strength, he wouldn't even be able to see it clearly, let alone dodge it. Yet, not only did Wang Chong manage to dodge it, he even struck his spiral dart thrice with his sword Qi. Under normal circumstances, such a feat was impossible. Charge together. Don't let him get away. In that instant, dozens of Imperial Army soldiers rushed forward from all directions and surrounded Zhang Xian. Strength was fearsome, but on the battlefield, it wasn't just individual strength that determined the outcome of a battle. It was normal for ants to bite an elephant to death on the battlefield. Hung Long. In an instant, Ma Yinlong, Steel Arms the Eagle, Solitary Wolf, and Wang Chong's uncle Li Lin charged forward. At the same time, Luo Chong made his move as well. Arrows after arrows flew toward the back of Wang Chong with the momentum of a thunderbolt. In such a chaotic battle, even though it was disadvantageous to his archery, it was still sufficient to stop King Sozhirim from pursuing Wang Chong. Hung Long. With just a single strike, 6 Imperial Army members were sent flying, spurting blood from their mouths. Boom! Yet another surge of saber Qi sent another group of Imperial Army members flying. Boom! Another saber Qi shot out, and in the blink of an eye, another group of Imperial Army soldiers were sent flying while screaming in pain. Ma Yinlong, Steel Arms the Eagle, Solitary Wolf, Wang Chong's uncle Li Lin, and the rest of the Imperial Army members exerted their full strength, but they were still barely able to surround King Sozhirim. But from the looks of it, it seemed like King Sozhirim would be able to break through the encirclement at any moment. Too powerful. Everyone's complexion turned awful upon seeing this sight. Even though they were both proficient in the 3-saber art, King Sozhirim was much stronger than the 3 Gogrian leaders back in the monastery. Every time his saber flashed, blood would surely splatter. His ferocity left everyone shocked. In King Sozhirim's hands, the 3 sabers seemed to have come to life, and each of them seemed like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. In just a short period of time, Ma Yinlong, Steel Arms the Eagle, Solitary Wolf, and Wang Chong's uncle Li Lin were all injured. Even the dark steel heavy armor on Li Lin's body had one deep blade mark after another plowed out, looking ghastly. Unlike Dai Hyansik and the other 3 Gogrian generals, King Sozhirim was much more cunning. His saber Qi forced the Imperial Army members to constantly change their positions. While he was moving, King Sozhirim paid special attention to using the bodies of others to block the attacks of the Imperial Army members. As such, even though the battle was intense and the Imperial Army members had King Sozhirim surrounded, only a handful of them were able to land a direct hit on him. Not only were the Imperial Army members unable to display their might, they were even being used by King Sozhirim to hinder the attacks of Ma Yinlong, Steel Arms, the Eagle, and the others. The encirclement around King Sozhirim was on the verge of collapsing. These Imperial Army members don't know any collaborative formations, so they aren't able to bring out the full might of their numbers. At a glance, Wang Chong saw the crux of the problem and began to worry. There was nothing he could do about it, but after a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong still came up with an idea. All Imperial Army members, form groups of 8. 8 of you will participate in the assault, and the rest will retreat to prevent King Sojurim from escaping. Also, send a signal for reinforcements. Wang. King Sojurim's face warped in shock. Even in the midst of the chaotic battle, he abruptly lifted his head and stared at Wang Chong through the rain of blades. There was a strong killing intent in his eyes. Even if this teenager was weak and didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the siege, he still gave him the greatest sense of danger. His decisiveness in commanding the other Imperial Army members to retreat from the encirclement was only secondary. What truly made him feel threatened was the signal for reinforcements. This was an important location of the Tang dynasty. Even though the sky was still dark, there weren't many people in the area. But once the signal was sent, a large number of experts would rush over in an instant. No matter how powerful he was, he would still die here. Wang Chong's words struck at his greatest weakness. It seems like I won't be able to continue this battle without killing you. King Sojurim narrowed his eyes coldly. The killing intent he emanated caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Even from 100 meters away, Wang Chong could feel a strong sense of danger. Do as he says. Hurry! A loud roar echoed in the surroundings. At this moment, the only one who was still able to maintain his composure and command the other Imperial Army members was Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin. Regardless of what Wang Chong said, Li Lin trusted him 100% and he would do as he was told. Wang. Under his command, other than the 8 Imperial Army captains, the others immediately retreated. Yi. Almost at the same time, an Imperial Army soldier quickly took out a cylindrical firework from his waist. After lighting it up, a thick cloud of white smoke, accompanied by blinding light and heat, rose into the sky. Early in the morning, when the sky was still dark, the deafening explosion and blinding light immediately attracted a lot of attention in the capital. The patrol officers, the Imperial Army at the city gates, the patrolling soldiers, and the royal court. Almost everyone saw the bright fireworks signal in the sky. Dee-da-da! An invisible shockwave spread into the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, groups of black-armored cavalrymen charged toward the source of the signal. Damn it! Upon seeing the signal, King Sojurim's face darkened as though the bottom of a wok. After the surrounding Imperial Army members retreated, leaving behind the 8 Imperial Army captains to deal with Wang Chong, King Sojurim's killing intent toward Wang Chong rose to a new height. Boom! 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 After taking a few slashes from Ma Yinlong, Steel Arms, the Eagle, and Solitary Wolf, King Sojurim executed 3 consecutive slashes, and a ferocious stellar energy swept across the surroundings. He actually managed to force his way out of the encirclement. This is bad, don't let him escape. Everyone's faces paled. Boom, boom, boom. Like a bolt of lightning, King Sojurim burst forth with his stellar energy and sent a dozen Imperial Army captains flying. Making use of the opening in the encirclement, he actually managed to force his way out of the encirclement. So, in an instant, King Sojurim shot out more than a dozen black spiraling darts, forcing the crowd back. At the same time, he dashed toward Wang Chong as though a bolt of lightning. In that instant, he left 2 long trails of air behind him. The killing intent in King Sojurim's heart was so intense that even the surrounding space was warping. No matter what, he was determined to kill that lad today. Hung Long, a distance of several dozen zhang, was covered in the blink of an eye. Even before he arrived, his aura had already locked onto Wang Chong, and his saber chi and darts were already flying toward him. This is bad. Wang Chong turned his steed around and galloped away. You won't be able to escape. King Sojurim charged forward at a speed even faster than a galloping horse. A mocking glint flashed in his eyes, as though a cat eyeing a mouse. If Wang Chong hadn't stood out so much, he might have waited for a while longer before killing him. But since that lad thought himself clever, he couldn't be blamed for this. It didn't matter how many soldiers the Tang dynasty sent over, or how fast their reinforcements arrived. He could easily escape after killing that lad. Given his wits, there were simply too many ways for him to escape from this place. Just as King Sojurim was about to catch up to Wang Chong, a figure suddenly burst out from the walls of a nearby house and charged right into King Sojurim's saber chi. Boom! The saber chi shattered, the stellar energy dissipated, and the killing intent in the air dissipated in an instant. Right in front of King Sojurim, a green-robed elder with a stoic expression and an unfathomable aura suddenly appeared. Chapter 264. In an instant, the surroundings of the woodshed fell silent. Everyone stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared with their mouths agape and a look of shock on their faces. Everyone had witnessed how powerful King Sojurim was. Even Ma Yinlong, the eagle, solitary wolf, Steel Arms, and Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, weren't a match for him. Furthermore, the other Imperial Army members were also unable to break out of the encirclement. The master archer dispatched by the King of Song, Luo Chong, could kill a true martial realm cultivator as though he was slaughtering a chicken. Yet, King Sojurim was able to catch him barehandedly. Yet, a person of such caliber actually had his protective stellar energy shattered easily and was lifted up. Oh well, old butler. Li Lin looked at the mountain-like figure on the long street with a look of shock in his eyes. The person who had suddenly appeared to save Wang Chong was none other than the old butler of the King of Song. How is this possible? Li Lin muttered. This was the first time he had realized that the old butler of the King of Song was an expert of such a level. Lad, is this the Gogrian spy king you are looking for? On the street, the old butler ignored the dumbfounded crowd and turned to look at Wang Chong said. His face was nonchalant. King Sojurim was groaning in his hands, but the latter was unable to do anything at all. He couldn't even lift his wrist. In the rear, Wang Chong had long since been dumbfounded by this sight. The shock he felt wasn't any less than the others. This was also the first time he had realized that the old butler was so powerful. In the past, Wang Chong had never felt the other party's presence before. This was the first time he felt that the old butler was unfathomable. To think that the person sent by the King of Song would be him, Wang Chong muttered. Even though Wang Chong was astonished, he wasn't too surprised, because he was the one who had invited the old butler over. Before this operation, Wang Chong had already visited the King of Song and obtained a promise from him that he would send experts to help him at the critical moment. However, Wang Chong did not expect that the expert mentioned by the King of Song was actually the old butler. Haha, old butler, it's him. I'll have to trouble you with this. Wang Chong smiled, and his expression quickly returned to normal. Hearing those words, King Sojurim let out a panicked groan as he struggled with all his might. Kacha! The old butler tightened his grip and snapped King Sojurim's neck as though he was a chicken. Bang! With a flick of his wrist, the old butler tossed King Sojurim's corpse onto the ground before Ma Yin and the others. Little guy, I've already killed him for you. You'll have to deal with the rest yourself. The old butler had a carefree expression on his face. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, turned around, and left as if he had done something insignificant. Thank you, elder. Wang Chong respectfully lowered his head and watched as the old butler left. Only then did he dismount from the back of his steed. At the same time, Li Lin, Ma Yinlong, Steel Arms, Eagle, and the other Imperial Army members surrounded King Sojurim. He's dead. He's really dead. Inconceivable. That fellow nearly got away. The group surrounded King Sojurim's corpse with complicated emotions in their hearts. That fellow was cunning, but at the same time he was also ferocious and vicious, possessing the personality of both a fox and a wolf. In the past 15 years, he had been doing whatever he wanted in the capital of the Tang dynasty. spying, assassinating, destroying. There was nothing he didn't know how to do. Yet, at this moment, he was hiding on the ground motionlessly with a look of fear on his face. The more one experienced King Sojurim's viciousness, the more they understood how difficult it was to kill this Gogrian spy. This matter has finally come to an end. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. Killing King Sojurim wasn't just to resolve the assassination and destruction that had yet to be carried out. It was also to protect the honor and dignity of the Tang dynasty. The Central Plains would never allow an outsider to use this place as their backyard and wreak havoc. Congratulations to user for killing King Sojurim and neutralizing the assassination of the Gogrian Empire. You are rewarded with 20 destiny energy. The long-awaited voice finally sounded in his head. Hearing this familiar voice, a smile slowly appeared on Wang Chong's face. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Congratulations to user for killing 1581 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 1582 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 1583 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 1588 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 1589 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. Congratulations to user for killing 1590 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. A raging wind blew, and an invisible energy gathered from the surroundings and gushed into Wang Chong's body. In a short period of time, Wang Chong could feel his bane of the battlefield rising by a notch, and the number of Gogrian soldiers he killed also increased by 10. Killing a single King Sojurim is equivalent to killing 10 Gogrian soldiers? Wang Chong was surprised. Without the imperial army general to share the fruits of his labor, Wang Chong was able to enjoy the benefits of killing King Sojurim alone. In an instant, the number of bane of the battlefield kills increased by 10. This was the first time Wang Chong had realized that killing a top-notch general could be converted into killing a low-tier soldier. "Uncle, I'll leave the rest to you," Wang Chong said. Li Lin stood his sword on the spot, and a smile crept onto his face. He understood Wang Chong's intentions. With King Sojurim's corpse, he would be the greatest contributor to this operation. This was a huge contribution. As long as he could raise his martial arts, it would only be a matter of time before he became a commander of the imperial army. The rumbling of hooves could be heard from afar. Thus, Wang Chong quickly left the area before the city guards, and the other scouts arrived. Boom! When the corpse of King Sojurim, the culprit who assassinated many officials of the Tang dynasty, appeared in the capital 15 years ago, a huge uproar broke out in the capital. Furthermore, the notice that the imperial court had quickly put up made this matter even more certain. The prestigious clans and officials who were assassinated back then burst into an uproar. Some of the descendants of the officials who had their entire families killed back then burst into tears. Because of this matter, the Wang clan received the gratitude of the entire capital's officials. Many of them even paid him a visit to express their gratitude. As a result, the reputation of Duke Jiu's lineage soared in the capital. This was something that Wang Chong couldn't have imagined at the start. In fact, due to King Sojurim's death, the Holy Emperor even made an exception to receive Li Lin, who had participated in the operation, as well as Ma Yinlong, Steel Arms, the Eagle, and Solitary Wolf, who had served in the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments back then. This matter caused quite a commotion among the Hu and foreign tribes in the capital as well. King Sojurim was nicknamed the Fox of Goguryeo. Even though almost no one in the capital of the Tang dynasty had seen his face before, his name still reverberated like thunder in the ears of the Hu. Even so, his name resounded like thunder in the ears of the Hu. The series of feats he had done had pushed his influence to the peak. In the capital of the Tang dynasty, he was definitely one of the top spies. King Sojurim's death was a huge shock to everyone. The capital fell into a rare period of silence. Even the domineering Gogurians fell silent out of fear, becoming much more obedient. Damn it! In the distant northeast of the Tang dynasty, east of the Anong Protectorate Manor, in the capital of the Goguryeo Empire, a figure smashed his fist on a table. Wang Chong, I'll remember you. One day, you'll pay the price for your actions. That figure clenched his jaws furiously as a bone-piercing hatred flashed in his eyes. Time flew, regardless of the commotion in the outside world. After the incident with King Sojerim, Wang Chong enjoyed his peaceful yet affluent life. Chong-er, eat some food. Eat some more food. Look at you. You've lost so much weight out there. This is the sea cucumber your father had General Zhang send over from Lingnan. It's very nutritious, so eat more. In the lounge of the Wang family residence, Madame Wang picked up a large piece of sea cucumber and placed it into Wang Chong's bowl with a doting expression. His little sister wasn't around. His father and big brother were in the army, and his second brother was locked up in the imperial prison. Thus, Wang Chong would do his best to accompany his mother. However, upon hearing his mother's words, Wang Chong's chopsticks froze for a moment. General Zhang? Lingnan? Wang Chong stared in shock at the juicy sea cucumber in the white jade bowl, which had been soaked in soup and was overflowing with fresh and tender meat. His mother might not understand it, but how could Wang Chong not understand? His father rarely sent anything over. Needless to say, sea cucumber. With just a few mouthfuls, Wang Chong could tell that this wasn't any ordinary sea cucumber, but the most valuable first-grade immortal soup, jade sea cucumber. Other than having a good texture, it was said to be able to extend one's lifespan and nourish one's body, making one feel younger. The concubines in the palace loved to use this to beautify their skin. The Wang Chong clan was also a wealthy clan. Wang Chong had earned more than 1,000,000 gold taels from Wuxi steel. Initially, Wang Chong thought that his mother had bought it from outside, but it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Father doesn't have any friends with General Zhang, much less Lingnan. Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. His mother might not understand the military, but how could Wang Chong not? As someone who had lived through 2 lifetimes, Wang Chong knew all of his father's acquaintances and subordinates. There weren't many generals with the surname Zhang in the military, not to mention his father had never been to Lingnan. So how could there be a general with the surname Zhang to help him bring sea cucumber? General Zhang, General Zhang. How could this be General Zhang? He must be Zhang Cho Jianchong. Thinking back, Wang Chong's mind suddenly became clear. The Wang clan had helped Zhang Cho Jianchong a lot in his bid to enter the royal court. This time, even before he had arrived at the capital, he had already sent several boxes of superior sea cucumbers over. This person is truly an incredible person. Wang Chong chuckled inwardly upon knowing who the gift was. If his father was here, he would never accept it. However, Wang Chong was different. Knowing that it was a gift from Zhang Cho Jianchong, Wang Chong felt even more at ease. Chong-a, what's wrong? Madame Wang asked in astonishment. It's nothing, Wang Chong quickly recovered from his daze and began wolfing down the sea cucumber. Judging from the time, Zhang Cho Jianchong should be arriving at the capital soon. Wang Chong thought Jianan was extremely far away from the capital, but Wang Chong was certain that Zhang Cho Jianchong was traveling day and night. There was no way he could calculate the distance based on the distance traveled. This was a crucial moment for the selection of the Minister of War, so it would be weird if Zhang Cho Jianchong didn't sit still. Come, it's about time for us to meet. This thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he quickly lowered his head. Chapter 265. Leaving the lounge, Wang Chong headed straight for his study. That was where Wang Chong cultivated. Unexpectedly, by the time Wang Chong entered the study, there were already 4 figures standing inside. Before Wang Chong could say anything, Putong, One figure after another kneeled in front of Wang Chong with a momentum that could topple mountains and topple jade pillars. Elder Ma, what are you all doing? Alarmed, Wang Chong hurriedly dodged to the side. Wang Chong didn't dare to accept such a huge gesture. Wang Gongzi, words cannot express our gratitude to you. Please accept our kowtow. The four in the room were Ma Yin Long, Steel Arms, the Eagle, and Solitary Wolf. With reddened eyes, they abruptly bowed to Wang Chong. Seniors, you're really trying to kill me. How could Wang Chong dare to accept it? At the same time, he was also surprised. He remembered that Ma Yin Long, Steel Arms, and the Eagle had just entered the royal palace to meet the emperor. They should be celebrating by now, so why would they suddenly appear here? Gongzi, you can choose not to accept it, but we have to pay our respects. It has been 15 years, 15 years. If not for Gongzi, we might never have been able to wash away the humiliation we have suffered. With reddened eyes, Ma Yin Long and a few others kowtowed a few times before standing up. Wang Chong could sense the emotions in their hearts, and he was deeply moved. Be it Ma Yin Long, Steel Arms, or the Eagle, they were all unyielding men of the Tang dynasty. It had been 15 years since the incident back then, but even though they had concealed their identities, they still couldn't forget it. Some were for themselves, some were for the Tang dynasty, and some were for their comrades who had been wronged back then. They were truly worthy of respect. Elders, you are exaggerating. King Sojerim has been executed, and everything is in the past now. Wang Chong wishes to congratulate you all on returning to the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments. Wang Chong was genuinely happy for the four of them. He had already received news that, after meeting the emperor in the palace, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice had already invited them back. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Ma Yin Long, the Eagle, Steel Arms, and Solitary Wolf glanced at one another and smiled. Speaking of which, we're also here for this matter. We've already rejected the invitation from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Punishments, Ma Yin Long said. Ah. Wang Chong's body shook slightly, his face full of surprise. Why, the four of them were originally from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice, but they were banished because of what happened back then. Based on Wang Chong's understanding, the four of them should be hoping to return to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. To think that Ma Yin Long and the others would reject him, this was out of Wang Chong's expectations. Haha, when I was just demoted to the Ministry of Personnel, I was indeed thinking about washing away my shame and returning to the Ministry of Justice. But it's been 15 years, no matter how many thoughts I have, I've already become indifferent. Indeed, back then we were still youngsters in our 20s, but looking at us now, we're already in our 40s. Things are still the same, but people have changed. Our colleagues from back then are no longer around. Do we still have to compete with a bunch of youngsters? What the Eagle said is what I'm thinking as well. Our wish is already fulfilled as long as we can avenge the humiliation of our colleagues from back then. Furthermore, the positions in both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Punishments are already full. If we were to join them recklessly, and they even have to arrange special positions for us, some youngsters will be implicated. What's the point of that? Haha. I've already gotten used to it after spending so many years outside. I'm really not used to it. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. The group waved their hands casually as they expressed their thoughts. Wang Chong looked at the four of them. Their expressions were a little complicated, but their eyes were exceptionally resolute. Clearly, they had been contemplating this matter for a very long time, and they couldn't be any more determined. No matter what, this is the decision of the elders, and Wang Chong will respect it. May I know what plans the elders have for the future? Wang Chong said, hearing that they weren't going to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Punishments. Wang Chong faintly had some thoughts. However, Wang Chong wasn't confident in this matter. Whether it would succeed or not would depend on their wishes. Haha, this is also what we wanted to say next. If young master doesn't mind, I hope to be able to follow by young master's side in the future. The one who said this was the eagle. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Me too. If not for young master, I don't know if we would be able to avenge the humiliation we suffered in this lifetime. Young master, please accept me. Lone Wolf also took a step forward and said solemnly, if young master doesn't mind that I only have one arm, please accept me as well. Iron Arm smiled as he stepped forward. Of course not. Where did these seniors come from? How could I possibly turn my back on them? I'm more than happy. Wang Chong was simply overjoyed. He was still wondering whether the four of them would be willing to follow him if they weren't going to join the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Punishments. However, Wang Chong wasn't confident in this matter, and he was still hesitating on how he should turn them down. He didn't expect the four of them to take the initiative to say that they wanted to follow him. Wang Chong had seen how powerful the four of them were. Even though Iron Arms was missing an arm, his offense was still inconceivably powerful. Not to mention, there were quite a few profound martial realm experts among them. Other than the guards in the clan, Wang Chong didn't have any experts by his side. However, the guards in the clan weren't even worth mentioning. Even Mayase Mayaka could do whatever she wanted in the clan back then. Needless to say, the experts who were even stronger than her. If the four of them were to follow him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, Wang Chong couldn't contain his joy. Of the four, only Ma Yinlong hadn't expressed his stance yet. Gongzi, forgive me for not being able to follow you, like the others for the time being. Because there's something important that I have to do. After I'm done with that matter, if Gongzi doesn't mind, I'm willing to serve you. Ma Yinlong fell silent for a moment before replying. Deep sorrow could be heard in his voice. Just that, even I have no idea how long this matter will take. It could be a year, 10 years, or even longer. Oh. Wang Chong was surprised, but he soon chuckled. Don't worry, senior. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Even though Wang Chong didn't know what would require so much time from Ma Yinlong, he could guess that it had to do with the matter from back then. There's no need for that. Ma Yinlong waved his hands and smiled. I'll have to trouble Gongzi to take care of these old brothers of mine. Gongzi is the descendant of Duke Zhou, and you have the world in your heart. If these old brothers of mine stay by Gongzi's side, they might be of greater use than if they stayed in the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments. The other one is Solitary Wolf. That fellow loves money as much as his life, and I heard that Gongzi is earning money every day. I hope that Gongzi can take good care of him. Ha ha ha! Hearing Ma Yinlong's amusing words, Wang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Elder, rest assured, even if I have other capabilities, I'm still capable of earning money. The group of people couldn't help but laugh. Gongzi, there's no need for you to address us as elders in the future. Just call us by our nicknames, Solitary Wolf, the Eagle, and Steel Arms. Ma Yinlong soon left. Watching as the other party's silhouette disappeared through the door, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Even though they hadn't worked together for long, the bite of the white tiger from the Bureau of Punishments had left a deep impression in Wang Chong's heart. Elder, rest in peace. Wang Chong thought. After making arrangements for the Eagle, Steel Arms, and Solitary Wolf, Wang Chong got back to work. Even though the matter with the Gogurians had been settled, Wang Chong still had a lot of matters to attend to. Wang Chong's harvest from the encirclement of the Gogurian stronghold was bountiful. Other than a few chests, which Wang Chong kept for himself, the rest of the Gogurian ginseng were delivered to the spirit vein by Wang Chong for the younger generation that Wang Chong had selected from the various clans. These people were the future of the Wang clan, as well as Wang Chong's future subordinates. Since Wang Chong didn't have much use for the ginseng himself, he decided to give it to the younger generation first. Following which, Wang Chong summoned Tuoba Guiyuan and had him deal with the Wuzi steel. After settling everything, Wang Chong finally had some free time. Time flew, and, unknowingly, 7 to 8 days had passed. Outside the capital, In the depths of the mountains filled with lush greenery, white steam could be seen rising from the peak of the mountain. Amidst the steam, a figure was seated motionlessly on the ground. Spiritual energy was surging in from all directions, gushing into that figure's body. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong exhaled lightly, and he slowly opened his eyes amidst the white steam. A golden ray of dawn shone from the horizon, piercing through the treetops, dyeing the entire forest golden. Gazing into the distance, one could see a long flight of stairs stretching from the bottom of the mountain all the way to the peak. On the two sides of the ladder, there were countless quaint and elegant pavilions and corridors. The further one went, the more buildings one could see. At the peak of the mountain, one could see a majestic palace complex. There were residential areas, training areas, resting areas, gardens, ponds, fake mountains. Everything was there. Not far away from Wang Chong, a group of young men and women were practicing and sparring in the training field. Loud bangs could be heard, and their punches and kicks were full of vigor. Around them, the Imperial Army instructors invited by Wang Chong held their heads high and puffed out their chests. With a stern look in their eyes, they berated and gave pointers to the younger generation selected from the various clans. It's not easy. Wang Chong took a deep breath. Looking at the lively scenery around him, he felt a strong sense of pride and accomplishment. After 4 to 5 months, after expending a large amount of manpower, resources, and money, the base that Wang Chong had planned was finally completed with the support of the spirit vein. Even though it was still hidden in the depths of the mountains, to Wang Chong, everything was on the right track. In the future, this would be the capital that he would use to change the world. In the future, I can't just limit myself to the various clans. I have to recruit more people. And I can't just limit myself to this one martial arts base. In the future, I have to build more such bases in the various prefectures. Gazing at the rising sun, Wang Chong felt boundless hope in his heart. This spirit vein was his starting point, but it wasn't his end. In the future, Wang Chong intended to expand this model to the various regions of the Central Plains and recruit more people. The commoners and orphans would be Wang Chong's priority targets. The wealthy merchants of the various regions were also on the list of recruits. In his previous life, he had always stuck to his own views, but he had never thought of making use of his background to make use of this strength. He didn't know that regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they were all the Tang people of the Central Plains before the catastrophe. So how could there be a distinction between rich and poor? It was a waste of the strength and his background. "Chong-er,"